It's sorted. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Mamita, ma'am.
Yeah, I was not being allowed to unmute. Now it's okay. Thank you, everybody. Sorry for the long wait. The technical issue is now sorted and we are ready to begin. A warm welcome to all the guests and sorry to having you kept waiting. Vinita ma'am, can we please begin now?
Thank you, the technical team, for taking care of this issue. So let's get started. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the galaxy of intellectuals, honorable guests, dear colleagues, and beloved students. How lovely is this day? The scent in the air clearly smells of liberty, kindness, humanity, and everything free and beautiful around us. After the success of EWASH 2021, we all have gathered here for EWASH 2022. And we all realize the significance of words sustainable, even more after suffering from the pandemic for 2 years, which still has its effects. This is a result of our own activities. Time calls for more dynamic efforts, as very rightly quoted, be a part of the solution, not part of the pollution. Let's all amend our footpaths and nurture nature so that we can have a better future. With these thoughts, let's now get started for the magnificent inaugural ceremony of our very own event, EWASH 2022.
What's the issue, Vinita ma'am?
Richa has dropped. She's there.
I can see Richa, but please unmute her. Please unmute Richa.
Hold on mute.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Yes, I was unmute actually. Continuing with Vinita's ma'am starting. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries for being with us today. Thank you, ma'am, for very nice introduction. Let's get started. As you said, EWASH 2022 is being proudly organized by STE, Save the Environment, Hindu College, University of Delhi, CSIR NIRI, National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, and RSC, Royal Society of Chemistry, London, North India Section, Delhi. On behalf of all our organizers, we extend a very warm welcome to each one of you who have joined us today to contribute towards the objective of this conference. We feel privileged to have among us very renowned personalities and diligent scientists who have taken out their precious time from their busy schedule to motivate us all, especially the younger generation, to provide the positive direction towards remediating our environment. So, at the outset, we would like to extend a very hearty welcome to our chief guest, Ms. Sumedha Kataria, former IAS officer, also a motivational speaker, blogger, author, and much more. We welcome you, ma'am, we are very thankful that you agreed to grace this event as our chief guest.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. With lot of warmth and humility, we also welcome Chief Patron Professor Naba Majumdar, Chairman, Indian Waterworks Association, and patrons Professor R.K. Sharma, Honorary Secretary, RSC North India Section, Professor Anju Srivastava, Principal, Hindu College, and Dr. S.K. Goel, Chief Scientist and Head CSIR, NIRI, Delhi. We also welcome the conveners, Dr. Shipra Mishra, President, STE, Save the Environment, Professor Reena Jain, Vice Principal, Hindu College, and co-conveners, Mr. Ajay Kumar, Dr. Devanshi Maghu, and Mrs. Chanda Basu. We are very obliged to our keynote and invited speakers who have agreed to give their valuable time to EWASH 2022 and are among us to share their educative ideas. We also extend a very warm welcome to all the members of STE, faculty and students from Hindu College, and other participants who have joined us today to add a true value to this event.
Let us all seek the choicest blessings of Goddess Saraswati before proceeding further. So I request all the dignitaries and delegates to join us in the virtual lamp lighting ceremony.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तुते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च मतिं स्वच्छामि मे सदा रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् यस्य तिष्ठे गृहे दीपः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
So let us all contemplate and take a pledge to be the light to help others see. With this divine start for today's event, we will now have the glimpse of the partnering institutions through a short video created by the talented students of Hindu College.
EWASH 2022, an international conference on environment, water, agriculture, sustainability and health, is brought to you by Save the Environment Kolkata in association with Hindu College, Royal Society of Chemistry North India Section and the CSIR National Environmental Engineering Research Institute. Hindu College, University of Delhi, founded in 1899, is one of India's oldest and most prestigious institutions for higher education. It boasts of modernistic infrastructural facilities and dedicated educators. Graded A+ by NAC, it is featured amongst the most highly accredited institutions in the country annually. The chemistry department at Hindu is one of the most renowned departments in the University of Delhi. It is proud of a vibrant co-scholastic society Tattva, where student-teacher interactions go beyond the classroom. It commits to pursuit of research by inculcating scientific values, providing top-notch mentorship, and giving students world-class hands-on experience.
Our department is privileged to be associated with Save the Environment, an organization founded in 1990 aiming to combat arsenic poisoning in areas of West Bengal. ST was also the first to deal with the conservation of rainwater and started working on water harvesting project in 2003. It has collaborated with the Indo-Canada Environment Facility, DST and DRDO in the past. Today, it works in collaboration with the WWF India to spread awareness amongst the general public about environmental issues, nature conservation, and water management. We are proud to collaborate with the Royal Society of Chemistry, North India section, that aims to forward the scope of the vital and rapidly emerging field of green chemistry. It organizes lecture series, symposia, meetings, and workshops for students and educators for advancement of the chemical sciences with a special emphasis on sustainable chemistry that is becoming the need of the hour in the current times. We are privileged to also have on board our revered collaborator NEERI. The National Environmental Engineering Research Institute is a constituent of the CSIR group of institutions that strives to make the field of engineering greener and more sustainable. It also conducts developmental studies in environmental science, monitors pollution indicators, and renders assistance to industry. We are honored to have the support of our distinguished collaborators.
After the monumental success of EWASH 2021, once again these esteemed institutions and organizations have come together to provide a dynamic platform for productive brainstorming amongst environmental scientists, academicians, experts, industry personnel, policymakers, and young researchers with the 4th annual meet of STE, EWASH 2022. With the challenges that the world is facing due to anthropogenic activities dating from the Industrial Revolution, it is evident that there is an urgent need for a cohesive, multifaceted strategy to combat the looming environmental threats.
The theme of EWASH 2022 is Strategizing a Greener Future, with a comprehensive discussion on water management, environmental policy, geodiversity assessment, environmental economics, green chemistry, as well as the impact of risk factors on public health and development of medicinal measures for these hazards. The conference will include keynote lectures by field experts, oral and poster presentations, as well as exciting student activities for the audience to participate in, such as screeners, Pictionary, reel making, and Quizmania. We hope you have
The video credits go to Prince Sebastian, Ananya Sehgal, and Samiksha from BSc Honours Chemistry 3rd year from Hindu College. With this amazing video, now as a formal opening to the event, may we request our Chief Patron, Professor Annaba Majumdar, to declare the opening remarks to the event. Sir currently holds the designation of Emeritus Professor, Jadavpur University, Kolkata. He is also a chairman, Indian Water Works Association, and ex-director at All India Institute of Health and Public Hygiene, Kolkata. The entire ST family is obliged to Professor Majumdar for his everlasting support in all scientific and social ventures. Sir, may we please request you now to share your views.
Good morning. Distinguished dignitaries present in this international conference, EWASH 22. We use and manipulate physical resources such as water and natural energy. We altered the topography of terrestrial and aquatic systems through road building and through structures for flood alleviation, protection from erosion, etc., creating new physical settings in which living systems have to exist and function. Natural living systems supply humanity with an array of indispensable and irreplaceable services that support our life on Earth. These include direct resources such as building products, food, medicines, clothing materials, etc. Living systems also provide functional services such as maintenance of the appropriate mix of atmospheric gases, generation and preservation of soils, disposal of waste, restoration of systems following disturbances, control of pests, cycling of nutrients, and pollination of crops. Sustainability is a societal goal that broadly relates to the ability of people to safely coexist on Earth over a long time. Sustainability is often focused on countering major environmental problems such as climate change, loss of biodiversity, loss of ecosystem services, land degradation, and air and water pollution. The concept of sustainability can be used to guide decisions at global, national, and individual levels. We in India have tradition which professes that every living being is inexorably linked with the surroundings that consist of living and non-living organisms. Our Vedas proclaim that ecosystem is the very basis on which life sprouted. It has paid to obey to every aspect of the environment. Our tradition also teaches us that life consists of the 5 elements: earth, air, water, fire, and space. It is within this traditional framework that our consciousness on environment has emerged over the past centuries. On the other hand, it is also a fact that environmental consciousness in the developed countries is an offshoot of the way of life, which has spelled disaster on the ecosystem. No doubt, the radical innovations in the fields of science and technology have brought about new avenues for the control of the Earth's resources. Yet, it has done so at the expense of the life-sustaining environment. In this context, Save the Environment and Hindu College Delhi is jointly organizing international conference on environment, water, agriculture, sustainability, and health, EWASH 22, on 12th and 13th January 2023. In today's conference, scientists, academicians, research scholars, experts, and policymakers will deliberate on various issues and challenges in the field of sustainable development, conservation of nature and environment, balanced use of natural resources, and protection of public health. I convey my best wishes to all. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts on the environment. We would now like to invite Dr. Shipra Mishra, the convener of EWASH 2022. Dr. Shipra Mishra, ex-additional director, DEPAS, DRDO, Delhi, is currently president of STE. She is also vice president, National Environment Science Academy, New Delhi. Shipra ma'am has been inspirational in the areas of environmental sciences, waste management, and natural therapeutics. Her expertise in the development of several technologies, including the arsenic removal filter, has been benefiting the public in many states of India to rise above the arsenic groundwater contamination crisis. Her technology for arsenic remediation has been awarded DRDO Spin-off Technology Award 2007. Ma'am, may we request to kindly share about the activities at STE.
Thank you, Richa, for the nice introduction. Good morning and good evening, everyone, wherever you are in different parts of the world. Honorable Chief Guest, Ms. Sumedha Kataria ji, retired IAS officer, Cadre IAS Cadre 2005 Haryana. Chief Patron, Professor Arnava Majumdar. Patrons, Professor R.K. Sharma, Professor Anju Shrivastava, Dr. S.K. Goyal, Convener, Professor Reena Jain, Co-conveners, Dr. Ajay Kumar, Dr. Devanshi Magu, Mrs. Chanda Basu, Organizing Secretaries, Dr. Meenu Shrivastava, Dr. Sankha Chakravarti, Co-organizing Secretary, Dr. Jigni Mishra, student coordinators, all the members of the organizing committee, all the awardees, all our esteemed chairpersons, keynote and invited speakers, guests, delegates, faculty members, and my dear students. It's my great pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to all of you on this two-day conference on environment, water, agriculture, sustainability, and health, EWASH 22. On behalf of Save the Environment, Hindu College, University of Delhi, and the co-organizers, Royal Society of Chemistry, North India Section, CSIR, New Delhi, Zonal Center, and my own behalf. This is the 4th annual conference being organized under the aegis of Save the Environment, and the theme of the conference could not be more topical. I'm thankful to all the delegates for an overwhelming response to this conference. We have large number of delegates who are currently logged into this conference through YouTube also from different parts of the country, which would probably been very difficult had the conference been organized in a physical mode. So actually COVID environment has led us to a better connectivity to all of us. We are fortunate to have amidst us this morning Ms. Sumedha Kataria ji, retired IAS officer. We are grateful to you, madam, for sparing your valuable time and in spite of your busy schedule to be here for this conference and grace the occasion. We have planned an impressive panel of keynote and invited speakers over the next 2 days for this conference from India as well as abroad, who will be sharing with their thoughts and valuable insights in their respective fields of work. I extend our warmest welcome to each one of them for their agreeing to join the conference and share their work for the conference delegates. We eagerly look forward to listening to them. There is a wide range of themes being covered in this short span of 2 days, all of which I am sure will find great resonance with different segments of our audience today. We plan to place abstracts of all the lectures, oral presentations, etc. in the form of abstract book on the website of Save the Environment after the conference, so all the delegates will be able to access them later. On behalf of Save the Environment and on my own behalf, I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Hindu College, Royal Society of Chemistry, North India section, and CSIR NEERI Delhi Zonal Center for always supporting ST in its all the activities. I sincerely wish that you all enjoy the conference, contribute effectively towards it, and take with you knowledge, experience, contacts, and happy memories. Thank you very much. May I request to share the presentation of the ST about the introduction? Thank you.
Save the Environment was founded by Dr. Pralayo Basu with a vision to protect present and future generations from various environmental hazards. STE was registered in 1990 under the West Bengal Societies Registration Act and has since been dedicatedly working towards the mission to spread awareness and motivation among rural communities and to provide cost-effective, energy-efficient and environment-friendly technologies. In our pursuit, in our journey, we have been graciously supported by the AIIH Kolkata, the India-Canada Environment Facility, and the Department of Science and Technology, DRDO, Government of India. One of the major objectives that ST works on is to target complete eradication of groundwater arsenic contamination, especially in the states of West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, and Bihar, because these are the states which are most severely affected. So ST has been working very actively with DRDO to promote and implement a low-cost arsenic removal technology developed by DRDO, which has been named the DRDO Arsenic Removal Technology, DART in short. Filters based on the DART technology have been installed in different areas, namely the North 24 Parganas, Shantipur, Nadia, Hooghly districts in West Bengal, Balia in Uttar Pradesh, and Bhagalpur in Bihar. Regular health camps are also conducted by STE with the help of doctor volunteers, and we are continuously striving towards it's just a trial. We have not achieved yet, but yes, we are striving towards eradicating arsenic contamination in groundwater completely. More than 5,000 DART filters have been installed so far. These are some of the salient features of the filters. That is, it requires no power, no electricity or battery is required. It's quite robust, maintenance-free, and cost-effective. Since it is based on a simplistic technique, hence it is user-friendly, and easy waste disposal is also guaranteed. Here we can see some photographs of distribution and installation of the DART filters in various areas of West Bengal, Bihar, and UP. And it's an honor that DART has been recognized by being conferred several of these honors as mentioned on the screen. Okay. STE is grateful for all the various reputed institutes and organizations who have been very kindly associated with us to conduct workshops, conferences, and also special events such as Earth Day and Ozone Day. Special thanks to deemed to be University of Bhubaneswar for the enthusiasm to organize the Ozone Day event this year. Here we can see photographs of Environment Day celebrations in Kolkata in the year 2019. School students very enthusiastically participated in the program and revealed their contemporary ideas in raising awareness about environment protection. ST also tries to conduct regular tree plantation drives, as can be seen here. In October 2020, the National Conference on Water Crisis, Public Health and Sustainable Solutions and the very first annual meet of ST was organized in INSA, New Delhi. WCPHS was graced by Dr. Rajendra Singh, who is famously known as the Jal Purush of India, and Dr. Mahendra Singh, the then Minister of Jal Shakti UP government. The two-day conference was an intellectual assembly of stalwarts from the field of water, environment and health, as well as social activists and students. In February 2020, before the pandemic locked us all down, the Science Festival and National Conference on Environment and Society, Interlinkages and Coexistence was organized in association with Hindu College Delhi. Numerous valuable lectures were delivered by eminent personalities. Students raised the momentum of the event by various activities like debates, group discussions, and poster. STE was unhindered in the pandemic and continued with its efforts by organizing special webinars on the occasion of World Environment Day and also other focused webinars in association with Encrom Enterprises Mumbai. In the summer of 2020, Cyclone Amphan hit several districts of West Bengal and caused extensive damage. STE team along with Milan Samiti, Anandpur and St. Paul's School, Kolkata set off as a front runner in rescue operations by distributing dry food and other relief items to the affected people. This apart, as part of our activities under adversities, STE weekly webinar series was started on 15th August 2020 to address various contemporary topics related to environment and health while encouraging an interdisciplinary approach. The webinar series, comprising extremely edifying talks delivered by distinguished scientists and professors, was hugely applauded. Here are our speakers who kindly graced the webinar series. These are memories from World Ozone Day 2020, as can be seen here. In December 2020, the International Conference on Environment, Water, Agriculture, Sustainability and Health, EWASH 2020, and the second annual meet of STE was organized in kind collaboration with CSI Arneri, Hindu College, and RSC North India Section and ESDA New Delhi. The two-day conference was an illustrious amalgamation of eminent scientists, academicians, researchers, activists, and students. Here are some glimpses from EWASH. In 2021, students from the Heritage School, Kolkata boosted the momentum by collaborating with STE for World Environment Day. As part of our humble social efforts, STE organized free ration camps and also vaccination camp during the second wave that had seriously affected our nation, with kind donations from all our members and others also. Last year's edition of Ozone Day can be seen here, where it was organized jointly with the School of Interdisciplinary and Transdisciplinary Sciences, IGNOU, New Delhi. These are photographs from EWASH 2021, which was kindly supported by NABARD. We are happy to share some memorable moments from the recently concluded International Conference on Green Energy and Sustainable Environmental Technology on the special occasion of this year's Ozone Day that STE jointly organized with KIIT University, Bhubaneswar. This is for everyone's kind time and attention that STE, as part of its humble efforts, is pleased to have its own quarterly peer-reviewed journal, the International Journal of Environment and Health Sciences, indexed in ISSN, Crossref, and International Scientific Indexing. We invite research and review articles on topics pertaining to environment, health, and related areas. We sincerely request all in the audience today to contribute articles to the same. And please also contribute articles for our quarterly newsletter, Prakriti Sanrakshan. May I please raise the humble appeal to kindly come forward in supporting ST's social endeavor that has recently begun to ensure drinking water and sanitation facilities for the people in Bankanali village, Purulia, West Bengal. We have just about started the work with kind donations from all members and supporters, but there's a long way to go, so we would request the audience today too. This is our management. Our kind sponsors, collaborators, and all the honors received for DART by ST are mentioned here. With this, I welcome you all to please visit the links given on the screen and come, let's save the environment.
Thank you, Shipra ma'am, for providing glimpse of STE activities. Now, moving further, I'm very sure that many of us present here are waiting to hear from our very known principal, Professor Anju Srivastav, who has been a great source of motivation and inspiration for all of us, especially the youth. Due to some prior engagement, ma'am is not able to join. She has sent her good wishes for the grand success of the conference EWASH 2022. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wishes. But we have with us Professor Reena Jain, Vice Principal, Hindu College. She's a great source of inspiration as an ardent, responsible teacher, great researcher, and an able and a gifted administrator. She's passionate about research, specifically in the areas of green chemistry, nanotechnology, and environmental sciences. She's also a coordinator, DBT Star College Scheme, which speaks volumes about her passion in research and academic activities. Ma'am has also recently edited the book titled Myco Nanotechnology, Green Chemistry for Sustainable Development, published by Bentham Science Publishers. Ma'am, may we have the pleasure of hearing from you.
Thank you so much, Richa. It was a lovely introduction. I don't deserve that. A very good morning to all of you. Guest for the day, Madam Sumedha Kataria, Arunabha Majumdar ji, the co-patrons, R.K. Sharma sir, the principal Anju Srivastav madam, S.K. Goyal ji from NERI, the convener Shipra madam, co-conveners Mr. Ajay Kumar, Dr. Devanshi Mago, Ms. Chand Basu, the organizing secretary, Dr. Meenu, Dr. Shankar Chakrabarti, and the co-organizing secretary, Dr. Jigme Mishra. I can see eminent personalities also, Lakshman ji, Asad ji, and many more. My faculty members from Hindu College and my very, very dear students. On behalf of Hindu College and my own self, I welcome you all to this fourth edition of EWASH 2022. EWASH actually is very close to our heart at Hindu College for several reasons. First, with this EWASH 2022, we are hitting the hat trick with our collaboration with STE, because this is the third in line, the consecutive EWASH that we are co-organizing with STE. So with this, we are hitting a hat trick. Secondly, the theme of EWASH, which talks about environment, which talks about water, agriculture, sustainability, and health. We have seen three EWASHs, the pre-COVID, the COVID times, and now the post-COVID times. And the title itself that was chosen much before even we heard of COVID was so apt, even during the time of COVID and the post-COVID period, that we require to make this sustainable globe only when we talk about environment, water, agriculture, health, all taken together. So the title, the theme of this conference, the workshop, remains unchanged. And I think for in future also, we will continue to talk about these sub-themes only if we want to have a sustainable globe. And then, obviously, the faculty members and the students of Hindu College, they eagerly look forward to this conference, because this 2 day, in the past, we have organized EWASH for 3 days as well. So this EWASH gives them an opportunity to listen to several eminent speakers, the experts, the scientists who are doing marvels in their field, as well as the students also get an opportunity to present their research work, whatever where they are able to do it at the undergrad level. They present papers, they go for oral presentation and some fun-loving activities. So students look forward to this conference because they get a mixture of everything. They get to hear, they get to learn from experts, they get to present their work, whatever they are able to do at Hindu College through this workshop, and definitely they get a lot of guidance, support from the speakers, from the experts who participate in this conference. So I wish all the very best to this conference, and we are eagerly waiting to hear from all the experts who are invited in this 2-day long workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your enlightening words. We would now like to take the opportunity to invite Professor R.K. Sharma, who is a co-patron and honorary secretary of RSC London, North India. Sir is a coordinator of Green Chemistry Network Center established at University of Delhi, and Sir has been working passionately for popularizing green chemistry in India. He has more than 150 research papers and review articles to his credit, and he's also the editor of popular books centering around green chemistry. As an honorary secretary, RSC London, North India section, Sir has contributed immensely towards the overall growth of chemical sciences. With these words, we would now like to hear from you, sir.
Thank you. And just, I want to share the screen to show the activities of
Sir, I think you'll be having the screen sharing rights already. Do let us know if there is a problem, sir.
yeah, I'm not able to.
Host, can we please sort this out if sir has not been given the sharing option?
Sir, having the option.
Yeah, there is a problem, I think.
Can someone share for him?
Sir, if you could provide us, we'll surely do the needful.
Yeah, so should I send you the
Yeah, please do so.
file? So what email address? Let me know.
I'll text you, sir.
Or I'm sending this to Shriparna's mail, and
Yes, sir. Sripanna ma'am can share.
we can,
You
yeah.
can send it to me. I'm here, yes, sir.
Yeah, so I've already sent this to you.
Okay, sir.
Just see whether you got that.
Yes, I'm just checking. Sir, I have received it. It's just opening. So we have to wait for 2 more minutes.
Have you received it?
Sir, I've received it, but it's blank. Your PPT is not attached. If you want, sir, you can also share it via WhatsApp, whatever is convenient for you. The mail, I mean, it does not have your attachment. I've received the mail, but it does not have the attachment.
This is exceeding the file size, maybe.
Sir, maybe you can try sharing your screen once again because you are
Yeah,
the
yeah, I will do that. I will again try to share that. It's not coming actually in my, there's some problem. Okay, so maybe
you may save the file as PDF, the size will increase and then share.
Yeah.
Send the mail.
I will try that. File. PDF. Where's that PDF? Yeah, this is there. Yeah, Shriparna, just see the
yes,
PDF
sir,
file.
yes, sir, yes, sir.
You got the PDF file?
Sir, I'm just checking. Till now, I haven't received, sir. I've just refreshed my mail.
This is the PDF file actually that's sent.
Yeah. Sir, haven't received yet, maybe. Yes, I have received it, sir.
Oh,
Yes.
that's
Yes.
good.
So it's just getting downloaded, sir. We have to wait for 1 more minute. Yes, sir. It's just opening now.
So I'm sorry for the delay, but it's important for the students to see the RSC activities and what is there to join the RSC. There are a lot of benefits for. Okay, so I'm just going to show you about the RSC North India section. This RSC, actually, Royal Society of Chemistry, is working for promoting, supporting, and also celebrating chemistry. This is the world's leading chemistry community organization for the chemical sciences. This was founded in 1841, is having around more than 51,000 members now, 500 employees internationally. This is also acting as educational facilitator, this is science leader, and this is not-for-profit organization. RSC is working in many directions. You just see, this is a learned society. This is also international publisher, organizing and supporting conferences and events. This is also linked with professional body qualifications, so having library also. So next, Shri. There are few educational initiatives of RSC, Royal Society of Chemistry, involved in teachers training, learn chemistry website, visual elements, periodic table for the students. There's a very interesting periodic table. You just press the element and you will get the information. Online experimentation, lab kits. They are also involved in summer camps and spectroscopy in a suitcase and chemistry demonstration. It's a very wide member network. There are 35 local sections, 15 international sections. They have younger members network also, and they're also having a Students Chemical Society network. This is a very good service of RSC career service, and for the career service, they provide CV guides, how to write the CV, interview advice, job profiles, and they are also having assessment center information. So there's one-to-one support also, and there is a very famous event they used to organize, is a Chem Career event, and this was organized in India, Hindu College. This is in September, and this was online event at the time. And go to the next. Yeah, so there are the financial supports available, like they provide travel also, travel grants, international collaborative research grants, to travel, RSC scientific meetings, they provide travel grants, conference bursaries, they provide research fund also. There is a research grant from RSC, and then they support the public activities, and a small grant schemes also available. So, and there is a chemical society grant. Now come to our activities. We have a North India section at Hindu College. So this section is organizing lecture series, meetings, workshops, conferences on sustainable chemistry and career development workshops. So just few workshops I will show you. And not only this, as I said, RSC is also publishing high impact factor journals. Just see the few journals there: Analyst, Dalton Transaction, ChemCom, Chemical Society Reviews, etc. And we are also publishing in these journals. Just see our recent publications in these journals: ChemCom, Green Chemistry, Chemical Society Reviews, all are covered by us also. Go to the next. These are our publications: ChemCom, Nanoscale, material chemistry frontiers, material advances. So we are also working on that, ChemCom, then green chemistry, RSC advances. These are all publications from our section. So go to the next. We are also organizing, we had also edited a book on hazardous reagent substitution. There is a very good RSC green chemistry series, book series, and this is under that. Go to the next. We are also organizing next workshop and conferences. Because of the COVID, there was some gap, but you just see, this is the workshop. We had organized green chemistry education today for sustainable tomorrow at Ladakh, University of Ladakh in August 22. Next. Then this is in Amritsar, PGDAB College. We had organized a workshop in association with Hindu College. Go to the next. This was covered all over media, came in all the newspapers about this workshop. Go to the next. Then they have supported us, RSC supported us to organize a certificate course on developing the skills to meet sustainable development goals. So this is the photograph of that. Recently, we had organized the international workshop and symposium on green chemistry and technology with the emphasis on catalysts, food, water, and drug research. And this is a photograph of that. This was from 22nd to 24th December. Go to the next. This was also covered by media. Now the next, we are going to go to the previous one. Yeah, this one. We are also organizing an international conference on green energy and sustainability, and this is in association with the University of Rajasthan. This is on 30th and 31st January, and the founders of green chemistry, John Warden and Paul Anastasas, are also joining in this conference. Go to the next. Then this is also in line on February 28th. We are going to organize a one-day conference in Arya PG College, Panipat. So this way we are working for chemistry advancement by organizing workshops, doing research work, and with these words, I think this EWASH conference will also help to youngsters, to the students, to inspire them towards chemistry. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking such great initiatives towards overall development of chemical sciences and advancement of green chemistry in India. Now, we may request our co-patron, Dr. S.K. Goyal, who is a chief scientist and head CSIR, NIRI, Delhi. He is well renowned in the fields of environmental impact assessment and assimilative capacity-based sustainable industrial development. Dr. Goyal has extensively contributed to projects relating to ambient air monitoring, audit system development, industrial emission studies, and air quality modeling. Dr. Goyal has received several accolades for his remarkable scientific aptitude and earnest efforts towards environmental science. May we request you, sir, to share your views.
Thank you, madam. Good morning to all. Honorable chief guest, patrons, co-patrons, conveners, organizing team, students, dear participants. Having worked over 33 years plus at NIRI, I'm thankful to the God that I have been given this opportunity to work on this environmental aspects, and that too at the premier institute of the country. I realized that what ultimately we are looking for, I think it is the respectable or reasonable quality of life. And that quality of life depends upon number of parameters associated with the environment, whether it is clean air, safe drinking water, good quality food, safety and security issues, affordable medical facilities. And if you look at what is the present state of affairs, I think the situation is very alarming. For the scientific community, we say that there are more than 122 cities which are non-attainment cities, which are not meeting the standards of ambient air quality. Almost all the major rivers, water bodies are polluted throughout the country. You can see the mountains of municipal solid waste and the garbage lying everywhere. Whatever city you go, you find everywhere traffic congestion and poor condition of roads. And all these resulting into the health problems for which we are paying heavily. And that ultimately leads to poor quality of life. And that results into low productivity and also dependence on many other countries or many other aspects that we need to look for. Now, what is the priority for all of us is the population of the country. That is 140 crore Indians. And if we take a larger perspective, then we can say that the 7.9 billion population of the world, as the theme of this G20 is also Vasudha Kutumbakam. So with this background and the condition that we have faced of the pandemic, the two scenarios that the COVID and the post-COVID situation, and also the international scenario that the country has to target for a developed country by another 25 years, I think challenges are many, and those challenges are to be met sustainably. Sustainably means that how we can take the environment or how we can do the development along with the nature, along with the environment. So here I think the very important word that is the keyword of this conference is the strategize. So we have to strategize all our resources and the environmental situations. Though often we target the industries for creating pollution, but these industries are for whom? These industries are fulfilling our needs. So the sustainability has to be there in totality. A holistic approach has to be adopted at a large scale. And if we see, as we see that in the post-COVID scenario, the need for self-reliance or Atmanirbhar Bharat has come out very well, and we have to fulfill the requirement of the country first, and then look for the international situations or the world population. So I'm sure with this brief, the word strategize, I would again say that I think it's a very useful word or very meaningful word in the present context, and this word will carry next 2 days to find out what are the ways and means to optimize the resources, and also at the same time keep the environmental situations within control, within the norms, within standards, and see what new things can be developed in the country to meet the requirement and the aspirations of the 140 crore population of the country first, and then for the world. And as we all know that the charity begins at home, I have realized one more aspect, that when we are talking of making the environment suitable for everyone outside, let us look at the environment at our home. Just deep inside in your home, you found that a lot of things got accumulated over the years. Probably the senior people will realize it more, that over the period of years, many things get accumulated in the home also, whether it is clothes, whether it is shoes, whether it is books, so many things, so many items are there. So before disposing of that can then be better utilized, I think the organizations like Save the Environment can play a very positive role in that aspect also, that how these things, household things, which are accumulated, not being used, and I'm sure that those will not be used by even your children. hardly anything will be used. We have some attachment with this, all these are things, but they will not have it. Whatever your sofa is there, whatever your chair is there, the moment they come into control, they will replace it. So let us look into our home also, that how we can improve the environment of our home. Take out the things which are not useful, not required, no more needed. I think those can be meaningfully utilized by someone else who need it more. And this is how we can make the society more sustainable and make the environment more sustainable. So with these few words, I thank you, the organizers, again, and that I'm sure that the participants in this conference will deliberate on different aspects and will derive some of the key issues that they can work on further. All the best to the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your informative words.
Finally, the precious moment of having the chief guest has arrived. May we request Dr. Shipra Mishra to kindly introduce our chief guest, Ms. Sumedha Kataria, to the eagerly waiting audience.
Yeah. So it's a real, I feel privileged to introduce our chief guest, Ms. Sumedha ji. It is a very difficult task because she has such a elaborate and I mean her biodata, it is very difficult for me to completely tell about it, but still I will give the glimpse of it. So actually Sumedha ji retired as IAS officer with more than 30 years of experience in serving the government of Haryana with responsibilities pertaining to maintenance of law and order, revenue general administration of the area, framing and implementation of policies, and working with the community to sensitize and motivate them regarding the positive role they can play in making their lives better as citizens of India. In her illustrious career as an IAS officer, she has held various positions and has represented the Government of India at the international level on various occasions. She has proven expertise in public relations, communications, marketing on various occasions, on marketing, consultation, facilitation, service delivery, conflict resolution, community development, outreach, etc. She has traveled internationally across various countries. Some of them I will name: UK, Germany, Norway, Belgium, Netherlands, France, Malaysia, South Korea, etc., and many more. She has successful track record in managing multiple programs with regards to community development and welfare, such as Sampurn Swachhata Abhiyan and international events like Gita Mahotsav and all women marathon Panipat Pinkathan, which is called Rahagiri, and CSR funding for beautification and projects like Go Abhyaran. She is known as she's known as a people motivator with a sharp structural sense of prioritizing work in a demanding work environment with multiple stakeholders. She is a motivational speaker. She has a blog. She is author, academician, poet, and podcaster, whatnot, actually, to name a few. And she has many awards and honors to her credit. Some of them I will name here. She is a Bharat Vikas Awardee by International Business Council for development work in Kurukshetra. The Abadi Awardee, Bharat Nirman Literary Awardee, Saraswati Samman by Abadi Sangam, Pandit Shanti Swarup Sharma Award for Kurukshetra Development, District Administration Appreciation at Independence Day function for contribution to the cultural development of Kurukshetra. She has got special appreciation for contributing towards making Kurukshetra district ODF, means urban and rural. Panipat got a place in World Book of Records with the most huge participation by women clad in pink for Panipat Pinkathan. And has been interviewed number of times by DD National about the Nirman Bhagat program. Her literary excellence shows as she has authored 7 poetry books in Hindi and one of them being bilingual in Punjabi and Hindi. She is author of the blog named Reflections and shares her thoughts, opinions, and pieces of wisdom about an array of topics. She has also recently started a podcast, Lan Vaitale, Urja, Apari Myth, Sumedha Kataria, talks. Okay. Then her main skills are, besides others, she is a very good civil administrator, program manager, community development and welfare programs she conducts very well, capacity building, environment conservation, financial and revenue administration, waste management, diversity and inclusion, change management, policy development, citizen engagement and service delivery, stakeholder management, and people management. Besides, it's a very long list of her achievements, and then it is difficult task for me to cover all of them. But you will be amazed to know that academically, she is still trying to do something. She has an excellent academic records with her 4 master's degrees. She is MA in English. She is MA in Hindi. She is MA in community education from Montfort University, Leicester, UK, then MA in political science, MBA also, and she is still pursuing PhD in management. So, madam, it is very difficult, and I know everybody is eagerly waiting, but we are all looking forward to your talk. And may I now request you to kindly deliver your talk and address the gathering. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shipraji. I'm really grateful for inviting me to be part of this conference. Respected Professor Aruna Majumdar, Chief Patron, Save the Environment, Shipraji, the President of the ST, Dr. Reena Jain, the Vice Principal of Hindu College, Dr. Richa Tyagi, Dr. Devanshi Magu, Professor R.K. Sharma from Royal Society of Chemistry, Dr. S.K. Goyal, Chief Scientist, and Head NERI, who had made very practical suggestions, especially regarding Clear the Clutter campaign, which is essential for every domestic household. And I do believe that together we can make it happen. All the other esteemed guests, researchers, students, and participants of this international conference on environment, sustainability, and health, EWASH 2023. I wish you all a very happy New Year. And I feel the timing of this conference with the advent of New Year symbolizes fresh, joint, positive efforts by academicians, researchers, policymakers for strategizing a greener future with strong message for all humanity to protect the blue and green and make the earth pristine, so that this world becomes a better place to live in. I feel privileged indeed to be part of this conference. For me, symbolically, the phase of choking smog is over, but the dense fog is still there. But we all can hope, and we do hope, that sun is sure to shine soon. I was just reminded of an article from Nehruji's autobiography, in which he narrates the incident of 1911, when Mahatma Gandhi came to India and joined the struggle for freedom. Pandit Nehru recalled it as a landmark era that people started feeling they could not go on living the way they were. This conference for me also sets the tone. It flags the need that we as citizens of a beautiful country cannot continue to live without a sense of responsibility. And when environmental scientists, academicians, policymakers, and young people join hands, it augurs the word must listen, contemplate, and act too. Like torch bearers, you are taking the lead to lead people to light from the dark and the gray of the smoke and the fog. It also indicates how the sun can keep shining, the rivers can flow on, and we can breathe and live happily and healthily. The other day, Honorable Prime Minister of our country, while launching the National Framework on Safe Reuse of Treated Water, mentioned the need to reuse the treated water and water conservation for safeguarding the economy. He flagged the issue thus. In this very context, I feel the safety of environment has to be seen as the issue by not just the top brass, but down the line also by the common man and his sons and daughters. There is indeed, in Browning's word, I would say, there is indeed the petty done and the undone vast. And we have no time to waste, as there is yet miles and miles to go to make the difference. And we cannot go on living irresponsibly as citizens, as a system, as a nation. Friends, the invite to attend EWASH 2023 has made me walk down the memory lane. I would like to present my point of view from the perspective of a ground level worker, having tried to do my bit in total sanitation, segregation of and management of household waste, rural and urban. In 1989, 35 years ago, I joined as the Maiden Women Block Development and Panchayat Officer in Haryana. And during a village tour, I needed to go to washroom and ask the Sarpanch where I could go. He shied away and he asked his wife to tell me, Asita bar janne, that we go out. We don't have a toilet. It was such a shock to me. And honestly, I could not sleep the whole night following that visit, wondering how do women manage? Where do they go to defecate? Do they have to wait for the dawn or the dusk? What about daytime? What if they don't have a proper digestion system? So on and so forth. That was the watershed moment for me. And I decided to do whatever I could for sanitation, safe, clean toilets in rural households. And the real opportunity came to me when I became additional deputy commissioner and officer in charge of total sanitation campaign. That is when my team worked passionately and worked very hard to make the community of people, especially the women, be sensitized for their need of a safe, clean toilet. It became a demand-driven, community-led total sanitation campaign. During Swachhata Abhiyan, we coined a slogan, Beti byahungi wahan shauchalaya ho jahan, and people followed with Beta byahunga wahan shauchalaya ho jahan. It was really the women of the district Kurukshetra who would go out in wee hours of morning carrying lathi, torch and whistle and shouting slogans of Jai Swachhta, and spearheaded the movement to make 300 out of 370 villages Nirmal Grams and Kurukshetra district to become first open defecation free district in Haryana. In the same context, When I think about safe climate, waste management, water resources management, I feel nobody sees it as a personal responsibility, as if environment is responsibility of government alone. There is a phrase in Haryanvi, Sanje babbe na koi nahi rota. Nobody cares for an issue which is general, which does not pertain to me directly. And this is what people feel. How we all together can make it be felt as the need, our need, is a big question, I think. How we all together can make it a Jan Abhiyan, and how and what we can do to create the buzz, make the need to protect the blue and green be felt as the issue by everybody in every nook and corner of this country. I think this is what we must contemplate. I also feel that both top-down and bottom-up approaches are needed. Of course, stringent laws are need of the hour. I visited Copenhagen and was so impressed to see people being aware of carbon footprints, resorting to cycling as a matter of habit. Of course, heavy parking fee and huge taxes on vehicles also plays a role. Bhai bin hoye na preet. So the laws have to be stringent. I also strongly feel that the people who are sensitive to these issues, the people who have passion to make things better, environment scientists like Girija Bharat, a great friend of mine, leaders like Shipra Mishra ji, mentors like Anju Srivastava ji, who couldn't come today, Reena ji, they have a great role to play, to lead, to guide. The key issue is solution orientation. How easily a stakeholder can do his bit. Create a success story to be emulated by others. I also feel in scenario of looming darkness, what can bring light is more important than declaration, oh, it's getting dark. From my personal experience, I can say that we may fall in pit of despair, and we must guard ourselves against that. As Deputy Commissioner in Kurukshetra and this industrial city Panipat, it was shocking and appalling to find billions of treated water go down the drain, while both districts are almost wholly in dark zones. And crops and industries both suffer due to paucity of availability of water. Or while as DC, you can ban use of single-use plastic, but how to stop production of such plastic in areas out of district and their stealthy supply? We can motivate corporations to ensure segregation of waste at household by imposing some fine, if not done so by an individual household, and ensure collection in segregated manner too. But what about the huge legacy waste awaiting bioremediation and collected waste not being managed appropriately, rather being dumped? And what do you do when even the dumping sites do not exist or are sadly insufficient? You can impose some fine on burning of crop residue, but it is actually the management and use of crop residue so as to make it attractive and financially viable for farmers. As an optimist, I value Kristen Bernard, Dr. Kristen Bernard, who did the first heart transplant. His one quote is, from despair, thoughts can lead only to one direction, hope. Our dream and belief that tomorrow will be better has to be nurtured and spread as a message with workable solutions, be it for doing away with single-use plastic, waste management, or greenhouse gas emissions regarding burning of crop residue or water resources, especially waste and treated water reuse and management. मेरा विश्वास है कि पत्थर पे लगातार चोट करने से ही बन सकते हैं निशान और घड़ी जा सकती हैं उससे सुंदर तस्वीरें. The presence of young researchers in good number as participants in this conference is very encouraging. They can be the torchbearers for us, and their being here makes me much more hopeful that we surely can overcome. Come out from your corner, don't doubt to join us. You can decide the future. Devote your youthful power to this work. Come together, hand in hand together. I know you will too. We pray and believe that tomorrow will be better. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to interact with the August Assembly gathered here for EWASH 2023. My sincere thanks to Shipraji, to the Save the Environment team and Hindu College, University of Delhi for giving me this honor to be part of this conference. I wish the conference all success. I strongly believe in one thing. माना कि इस जहां को गुलशन न कर सके, कांटे कुछ कम ही कर चलें गुजरे इस इधर से हम. I think that's all we definitely can do. Jai Hind.
Vinita ma'am, you need to unmute, please.
Yeah, so we have miles to go and we just can't keep sitting. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your thought-provoking words. You are a real source of inspiration, ma'am. Now it's time to release our abstract booklet of EWASH 2022, which has been created with lots of enthusiasm by the organizers. Had we been in offline mode, it would have been a delightful moment to have the dignitaries on the dais and release the abstract booklet. However, on this virtual platform, I would like to seek a go-ahead from all the dignitaries to formally release this wonderful compilation of abstracts.
एक मिनट कैमरा
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. So this is the abstract booklet for the year 2022. This shall be shared to each one of you through your emails. With this now, we proceed further for the STE Annual Award Ceremony, which will be hosted by Dr. Shusendu Banerjee. Sir, Dr. Banerjee.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, please take over. Thank
Hello,
you.
everyone. You guys can hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible,
Yes,
Shashendu.
Okay. Thank you. So, a very good morning to Reverend Chief Ms. Sumedha Kataria, ma'am, our esteemed Chief Patron, Dr. Aruna Majumdar, sir, honored co-patrons, conveners, and all our respected delegates of EWASH 2022. I take this opportunity to welcome you once again on this enlightening event. Now we are about to begin with the much coveted STE Annual Award Ceremony, which is our humble attempt to honor inspirational personalities. So let me share my screen with you. Start with the APJ Abdul Kalam Award, which will be presented to Dr. A.B. Samoi. So Samoi sir, please, if you are here, so you can just switch on your camera and we can present award to you.
He's there.
So All right. Okay, sir. ST is privileged to honor Dr. A.B. Samui, visiting faculty, Department of Genetic Engineering, Polymer and Surface Engineering, ICT Mumbai. And he's also the former project director, additional director, and scientist G in NMRL, which is DRDO Amarnath, with STE Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Award 2022 for his contribution to development of smart materials and futuristic materials for naval research. His accomplishments in polymer science and its application for technology development are truly inspirational. Thank you, sir, for receiving this award. And if you would like to say a few words, we'll be very thankful for that.
Thank you. This is a great honor for me to be considered for this award. And firstly, I will like to thank ST, Hindu College Delhi University, then CSIR and RSC for organizing this seminar. It's very useful seminar, and really it gives a boost to the people. And getting the award, which is a great honor for me, I feel that I should do more work in this direction. In fact, there is this group of organizations assembled here who are working for the environment. They are making the people aware of the environment. They are making some means for the maintaining the environment, and at the same time there are requirements where you have to make material for newer and newer material, develop technologies. At this moment, I am associated with one thermal management material development. I'm associated for a long time. And this is a material which will have a heating and cooling capacity. I think many people know about that, which will give is a great impetus to minimize the use of electricity. There are many areas where this can be used. And also recently, for last 3-4 years, I'm associated with the development of the technique for recycling of plastic, different type of plastic. It's a conglomerate of plastic, not a single plastic, and with develop some catalyst which can be used for getting the chemicals, the petrochemicals. So this way, I am trying to develop some technologies. And also, lastly, I am associated with some activity where there is the new materials you are trying to develop, which are exactly not new, but some new formulations, where finally our target to use is to replace the polyethylene, which is the menace to the environment. So I feel that with this honor, with this award, it will always remind me to be active towards this goal. And I thank you again, the organizer, everybody, and my friend, my colleague, ex-colleague, Dr. Shipra Mishra, and the ST, Delhi University, and others. And I wish all the success of the international seminar, EWASH. Thank you.
Thank
you.
Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations and thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So moving on. So we now, ST is privileged to honor STE Dr. Pralay O. Basu Lifetime Achievement Award to Mrs. Sumedha Kataria. Sumedha ma'am, could you say a few words before, let me just introduce it. Yeah.
Yes. Display the slide.
Yeah, it's displayed, I think.
No, not her. Now it is.
Okay. So ST is privileged to honor Ms. Sumedha Kataria, who is a retired IAS officer, of Haryana Cadre and a motivational speaker. So we are privileged to honor her for her relentless contribution over the years as an exemplary leader of programs directed towards the development in various areas of sustainable growth, water facilities, sanitation, hygiene, and waste management. Her social accomplishments and role as an educationalist are noteworthy. Thank you, ma'am, for receiving this award. And if you would like to say a few words, it will be very nice for. Thank you.
I'm really feeling overwhelmed and humbled to be conferred upon such an honor by Save the Environment Society. It's a endless task, I believe. And we as civil servants get uncertain tenure, which becomes sometimes a block in whatever you are doing. You have to leave it midway. But wherever I've been, I've tried to engage the community. And I still am trying to do that in my own kind of way, in my own domain. And I must say that to be awarded by your esteemed society is really motivating for me to make me carry on with the task, which is endless. And I would relentlessly work for it, I assure you. Thank you so much. I accept your
Congratulations.
Congratulations, madam.
Congratulations, ma'am. So now we can move on to STE Fellowship Award, which is presented to Dr. Narendra Singh. Dr. Narendra Singh is Additional Director and Scientist F, Bihar, DRDO, Government of India. So we are presenting STE Fellowship Award 2022 in recognition of his remarkable contribution in agro-horticultural technologies and vegetables R&D, especially in high altitudes. So Dr. Singh, so if you could say a few words, it will be very nice.
I think he's not there, Shindru, because I think he came to
Okay.
Delhi. So he had to
Okay,
visit
okay.
DRDO headquarters. So he may not be able to.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
You can
So
move on to next.
congratulations, sir, on everyone's behalf. So we moving on to the next Green Excellence Award to Professor Sachi Shah. So Professor Shah, if you are here, so can you just switch on your camera?
Yeah, she's there.
Okay.
I'm Professor Shatisha.
Hello, ma'am. So we are conferring you with STE Green Excellence Award to Professor Sachi Shah, who's the Director, SOITS, and Professor in Environmental Studies, IGNOU, New Delhi, in recognition of her distinguished works in the fields of environmental monitoring, waste management, bioprocessing, bioenergy, climate change for a sustainable world. Thank you, ma'am, for receiving this award. And if you'd like to say a few words, it will be very honor for us.
Thank you. I feel, in fact, privileged and honored and humbled for receiving this very prestigious award. And I extend my heartfelt gratitude and sincere thanks to organizers of this EWASH 2022, especially Professor Arunabha Majumdar, who is Chief Patron STE, and Dr. Shipra Mishra, who convener of EWASH 2022, and also she is the president of this Save the Environment, and Professor Anju Srivastav, principal Hindu College, and who is the co-patron of this EWASH. I extend a heartfelt thanks to all the organizers for conferring this very prestigious award. I have been associated with this Save the Green Environment Society for a very long time, though formally I have joined it recently. But at IGNOU also, we have organized a seminar, which was also a very good success. And we have received many abstract and many eminent scientists has presented the paper. So on this day, I just wanted to congratulate the EWASH conveners, organizer, and Save the Environment Society for doing such a good work for environmental conservation, for environmental protection, and flagging the issues related to environment, whether it is related to climate change, biodiversity, waste management, resource conservation, and also the issues which are related to attaining the sustainable development goals. Recently, like Madam Sumedha was mentioning about our Prime Minister's initiative regarding the waste management, wastewater management. Likewise, I will also would mention here about the life that Prime Minister Modi has launched in the Glasgow summit, that is lifestyle for environment. So on this day, I again congratulate the STE for carrying forward such a good work, and my best wishes to the society and all the members of this society for doing this commendable work towards environment. Thank you for conferring this award to me.
Thank you, ma'am.
Congratulations, madam.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So moving on to the third STE Green Excellence Award. It is being presented to, I'm sorry, just a minute. I'm sorry. Yeah. Sorry, the second Green Excellence Award, which is being presented to Professor Manoj B. Gawande. So, sir, if you are here, so could you just switch
I
on
am
your...
here.
Okay.
Are you able to see me?
Yes, sir. You can see me. So, on behalf of STE, the STE Green Excellence Award 2022 is conferred on Professor Manoj B. Gawande, who is an Associate Professor, Department of Industrial and Engineering Chemistry, ICT Mumbai, Jalna, in recognition of his distinguished work in the fields of nanochemistry and organic synthesis and their applications as an environment-friendly product approach. Thank you, sir, for receiving this award, and I will request you to say a few words. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, all organizing committee, convener, patron, especially the Professor R.K. Sharma, who was already here yesterday in Aurangabad, and he was talking about how we can maintain this green sustainability through various aspects. For example, just now, Madam talk about that, how we can maintain, the industry, particularly the follow the 12 green chemistry principles or approach. There are several things are there, for example, purifications of water, plastic degradations, and so many things are involved here. I think the EWASH is a really great initiative by including the great speaker of list, as well as their aim and objectives is very clear. And I'm really thankful to select me for this honor, that is the ST Green Sustainable Award. I feel very humble and honored. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Moving on to the third Green Excellence Award. So, STE Green Excellence Award is being presented to Mr. Nathaniel B. Dakar. So, if you're here, you just switch on your camera.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank the organizers, STE, Save the Environment, and Hindu College for conferring this award. And I'm very grateful for my mentors and my colleagues, because without them, it would not have been possible. I would like to thank my family for all the support that they have, as well as for all the leaders, the inspirational leaders that are here with us, like Miss Kataria ji, who's been an inspiration to us for a very long time now. And I would like to thank Dr. Girija as well, because without her, this would not have been possible. Thank you so much. And I wish you all the best, and congratulations to all the awardees.
Thank you, sir. So for the participants, Mr. Dakar is a consultant for water resource management, New Dharma Consultants, New Delhi. So, Guesty Green Excellence Award has been conferred on him in recognition of his distinguished work in water and waste management and sustainable development. Thank you, sir, once again, and congratulations. We move on to ST International Achiever Award, which is presented to Dr. Saket Kumar Basu, who is, sir, if you're here, can you just switch on the camera?
Shishendru, you have to change the slide.
I've changed the slide now. Yeah. Yeah. Can you see the slides, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Sir, if you're Saikat, sir, if you're here. I think sir is not here. So
No, he
Dr.
was there.
Saikat Bas.
He said he was there. Anyway, you
Okay.
can move on to the next and then we can try once again.
Okay, so
Yes, I think he is here.
Saikat sir is here. Okay, let us move on to the next award, and when he comes
We
back,
can't see him in the attendees, ma'am.
But he said that he's there. Anyway,
Oh,
I'll
is it
just send
that
him
he
a
is with
message.
some other name? Maybe please confirm.
Okay. Just
Dr.
a minute.
Saikat, if you are there, could you please maybe raise hand or write in the chat section if there is any issue at your end?
should we move on?
Yeah, actually, there is one more fellowship award. Your name is being called, you're not there. So, okay.
Another
So please get
fellowship
in.
award.
Please get. He's
Dr. Basu is getting in, ma'am. Ma'am, please unmute yourself. Ma'am, can you unmute yourself and say whatever you're saying? Repeat.
Rajan Singh Chauhan, sir. Professor Rajan Singh,
Yeah.
fellowship.
Yeah.
Hi,
Yeah.
I have been able to log in. Thank you.
So Dr. Basu has joined.
Okay,
Yes, I have
okay.
finally been able to get in. I'm so sorry
Okay.
for the inconvenience.
No
Can you hear
problem,
me
sir.
now?
So we.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. We can hear you.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much.
National Achiever Award is. Yes, sir. Continue.
Thank you
Please
so
continue.
much for bestowing the award on me. It has been a source of inspiration for me to be associated with STE. And I remember Professor Dr. Mishra from my student day when I was a postgraduate student, and we get to know each other from the National Science Environmental Academy through the NESA platform. And ever since, she has been a great mentor for me. And I am very much humbled to receive this. Currently, I am working in Canada, and there has been a lot of inspiration that she provided me through my student career to reach to this stage, and currently working mostly on bee conservation, and will continue and trying to introduce those technologies and methods in India too. Recently, we had a dialogue with the government of India, so we'll try and continue this and hope some of the technologies that we have developed for North America, particularly USA and Canada, will be applied with modifications to sit in the Indian situation and condition for conservation of the wild bees. As a result, we are having, as a consequence of the fact that we are having a global decline of native bees. So That's the principal area of my work right now as an agronomist and an agriculture science expert. So thank you. And once again, so much appreciated to be awarded on this August platform. And I also congratulate to all the other awardees and other dignitaries present here for their August present. Thank you.
Congratulations,
Thank you,
Dr.
sir.
Bas.
Thank you.
Congratulations. So one STE Fellowship Award. So we are very glad to present to Professor Rajendra Singh Chauhan with the STE Fellowship Award. So, sir, if you are here, can you just switch on the camera?
He was there actually. You have to change the slide also, Sushendra. Yeah.
Okay, I have changed the slide. So the STE Fellowship Award 2022 is conferred on Professor Rajendra Singh Chauhan, who is Dean, Center for Life Sciences, Mahindra University, Hyderabad, in recognition of his remarkable contribution in the topics of biotechnological interventions and extensive research on medicinal plants and herbs. So, sir, sir, are you here?
I think.
Sir is not in the list. Right.
Okay,
now.
maybe left. Then we can, maybe tomorrow, we can again try.
Okay, yes. So, one STE Innovation Award is presented to Dr. Suraj K. Tripathi, who is the Associate Dean and Associate Professor, School of Chemical Technology, into the University, Bhubaneswar. So, Dr. Tripathi, if you are here, could you just switch on your camera?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. And thank you very much.
Slide change kar dijiye.
Yes, ma'am. This is
Slide need.
Yes, sir. थोड़ा सा lag हो जाता means a little bit of lag is there whenever you change this.
No problem. No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Tripathi. Yes, thank you, sir. So if you could say a few words.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to thank the ST platform and EWASH platform for considering for this ST Innovation Award. And I'm really glad and honored to receive the award because we have interacted multiple times with ST on various occasions. And practically the ST is perhaps one of the organization and platform that works at a very grassroots level to help the nation and to obtain the sustainable development goals and to achieve sustainability. And also, I got the opportunity to interact with Professor Majumdarji and Dr. Shipra Mishra, ma'am, and I would like to extend my gratitude for considering me for this award. And I think presently what we are doing that falls in a very close domain to that of STE, mostly on wastewater treatment and waste management. And maybe it will be a platform where we can work together and can move ahead for obtaining sustainability and zero waste in future. Although it's a very ambitious expectation, but I think with the mutual support and co-work, we can go ahead to achieve this target. And I'm really honored to listen to the brilliant speakers who are there, and their deliberations will obviously motivate us for doing better in life. And finally, once again, thank you very much for hosting this event and considering me for this award. And I'm really thankful, and I must acknowledge my collaborators, lab members, and funding agencies who have been very supportive. And the award I should actually receive on behalf of all of them. So thank you very much. And thank you to all the organizing committee members and all the very best to the EWASH platform. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Namaskar.
So let us congratulate all the dignitaries who have been felicitated for their exemplary and inspirational efforts towards the nation. So congratulations, everyone. So over to.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Dr. Banerjee. And congratulations to all those who have received the award today. Now it's time for inauguration of Tattva, the Chemical Society of Hindu College. The society includes a clan of devoted teachers and spirited students who have augmented the evolution of department. We acknowledge the efforts of entire society and its members for conducting interesting activities, workshops, and seminars under the able guidance of the society convener, Dr. Meenu Srivastava. Now I request President of the Society Tattva, Mr. Mohit Agarwal, to brief us more about the society.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Rohan, please share the screen. Chemistry states that the more energy you put into the bond, the harder it is to break. A very good morning to one and all present here. Myself, Mohit Agrawal, President of Tattva, the Chemical Society of Hindu College. The above line truly defines every student and teacher relationships. For our chemistry department, I should say the bond is ionic. It's my pleasure to introduce you all one of the most prestigious and well-known societies across the university. This vibrant co-scholastic society Tattva is a forum where the student and teacher interact beyond the classroom and course curricula. To express themselves freely, the society organizes seminars, workshops, and popular lectures on a regular basis to enrich and update its members with the latest development across the globe. To bring out the best of students, we have a council selected on the basis of elections and interviews, which help students to anticipate and showcase their talent beyond the chemistry and provide them a fair chance, which make us feel proud of being a Hinduite. To achieve some big milestones consistently, we are thankful to work under the guidance of many helpful and experienced staff advisors, which even make time out of their busy schedule to assist us in various activities. In last academic session, we organized ample activities and interesting workshops. To name a few, the department organized Growing Global workshop on green chemistry education under a project awarded by British Council Going Global Partnership, which focused on mandates of NEP, increased research mobility, and fostered strong understanding of sustainable development goals. The outreach visits are as important as academics. So with this, our students, our department students successfully organize outreach program. Students of department went for a CSIR and field visit, where they explored various aspects of the scientific research, like learning the manufacturing of hydrogen, helium gases. To carry it forward, I would like to invite the Vice President of Tattva, Priyanshu Shekhar.
Thank you, Mohit. A warm greetings to one and all present here. I am Priyanshu Shekhar, Vice President at the Chemistry Society of Hindu College. Talking about some more events which took place in last academic session. The year started with EWASH 2021, where many interesting lectures and student activities were organized, like Guess Who, Pictionary, and meme making. Next up, Freshers Party. Freshers Welcome is in any college is an event which every student eagerly awaits since they are newly admitted and where they can enjoy with their peers and reminisce about the good time spent with each other. 30th January 2022 was the day on which the first year students of the Department of Chemistry in the college received the welcome from their seniors. The second year students, with the help of first year students, gave a grand farewell to their seniors on 25th April 2022, which the entire college took notice of. Graduating from school or college is one of the happiest moments of our lives, but at the same time, it's also bittersweet. Farewell 2022 has to be one of the best events of our departments in the last academic session in terms of the efforts put in by the student, in addition to it being the success it was. Similarly, Teachers' Day was celebrated by the students of the chemistry department of prestigious Hindu College, University of Delhi, in full bloom. The event was graced by our very own principal, Dr. Anju Srivastava, ma'am, Vice Principal, Dr. Reena Jain, ma'am, our beloved chemistry faculty, and always supporting lab staff members. The third and second year students of the department organized the celebration in the sports complex, where we got to know the funny and jolly side of our teachers, which left everyone amazed.
Another feather in the cap is the Substance 2022. This is the chemistry department annual magazine which encapsulates the writing, artistic and poetic flares of all the students. The impeccable write-ups flawlessly blended with art provided an opportunity to peep it into a student's reflection of life and his or her creative thinkings. Our society have put in various efforts to curate articles on a wide range of topics as been presented in this slide. An orientation session was organized for the batch of 2026 in the department where volunteers from the third participated wholeheartedly and they made freshers accustomed to the working and functioning of the department. The seniors then took them to the college tour, explaining and guiding them to every corner of the college. With the ongoing EWASH 2022, it's our privilege to formally inaugurate the Society of Session 2022-23 to carry the legacy further. Tattva invites you all the student activities in EWASH to witness the talent and dynamism of students. Thank you. I would like to ask ma'am to carry the program further.
Thank you, Mohit and Priyanshu, for introducing everyone to such a vibrant society. We expect much more such activities coming this year as well. It's time to finally conclude the inaugural session with a vote of thanks. I would like to invite Dr. Devanshi Magu, co-convener of EWASH 2022, to propose the formal vote of thanks. Over to Devanshi.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vinita and Dr. Richa and Dr. Shishendru as well for a wonderful conduct of the inaugural session. Very warm greetings to everyone who has joined us for this international conference on environment, water, agriculture, sustainability and health, EWASH 2022. It gives me immense pleasure to propose the formal vote of thanks on behalf of all the organizing partners that have joined hands in making this two-day conference a successful venture. At the outset, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our honorable chief guest, Madam Sumedha Kataria ji, former Chief Administrator, Haryana State Agricultural Marketing Board, for accepting our invitation and being with us today and sharing with us her tremendous efforts towards providing basic amenities to the rural population, especially the women, and sensitizing them towards necessity of hygiene. I would say only when one is sensitive enough himself or herself and has the grit and determination to work for others selflessly can one achieve the heights that Sumedha ji has. And many congratulations to you, ma'am, for having been awarded the very well-deserved STE Lifetime Achievement Award. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sending across some inspirational words towards us and enlightening our students, whom we look up to as well-groomed citizens of New India. I'm sure your words have been well perceived, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, ma'am. I am also grateful to Professor Arunabha Majumdar, Chief Patron EWASH 22 and Emeritus Professor of Jadavpur University, Kolkata, for his valuable guidance available forever. We have immense respect for Professor R.K. Sharma, Coordinator, Green Chemistry Network Center, University of Delhi, Honorary Secretary, Royal Society of Chemistry, North India Section, and co-patron EWASH 2022. We always look up to you, sir, for motivating us and giving us the opportunity to collaborate with the Green Chemistry Network Center and RSC North India Section for various academic ventures. I must appreciate and thank our beloved Principal Ma'am, Professor Anju Srivastav, and co-patron EWASH for her guidance and leadership and for giving us the opportunity to organize several such programs that are truly a gainful experience for students and faculty alike. Thanks are also due to Dr. S.K. Goyalji, Chief Scientist and Head CSIR National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, for all his support and mentoring. Words fall short to express our heartfelt praise for Dr. Shipra Mishra, Convener EWASH, President Save the Environment, and former Additional Director, DPAS DRDO, Delhi, for her untiring efforts in bringing us all together to organize an event of this scale year after year. She has always been a very, very big support to us. Thank you so much, ma'am. And I can't thank enough our Vice Principal, ma'am, and co-convener EWASH, Professor Reena Jain, for her constant efforts to bring plausible avenues for the students and faculty of Hindu College to explore the best of their capabilities and make them able enough to have an edge over the others. I'm definitely grateful to the organizing secretaries, Dr. Meenu Srivastav, Associate Professor, Chemistry Department, Hindu College, and Dr. Sankha Chakrabarti, Assistant Professor, Kalinga School of Biotechnology, Bhubaneswar, for their relentless contributions towards the success of the program. Many thanks to the co-organizing secretary, Dr. Jigni Mishra, for her valuable support and help. I would also like to thank Shri Ajay Kumar ji for leading the Department of Chemistry and extending all possible help in organizing this program. I must acknowledge the persistent and unabated efforts of all the faculty members of Chemistry Department, Dr. Charu Kumar, Dr. Geetika, Dr. Vinita, Dr. Neha, Dr. Hemant, Dr. Sudarshan, and the young and dynamic faculty members, Dr. Dinesh Kumar, Dr. Richa Tyagi, Dr. Raghavi, Dr. Aman, Dr. Manoj, Dr. Pragya, Dr. Anupama, Dr. Neha, and Dr. Priyanka, whom you will get to see as the coordinators of various sessions, and also the team members from RSC North India section, Dr. Shriparna, Dr. Pooja, and many others, as well as the team members from NEERI and STE, especially Dr. Gyan, for working tirelessly and extending all the help in organizing the event. Not to forget the very zealous team of Hindu College students led by President Tattva Mohit and supervised by Dr. Meenu Srivastav, who have been very excited all through the arrangements and have also planned some very exciting student activities that will be conducted during the conference. I must say that we are overwhelmed by the enthusiastic participation of all the delegates and our dear students. You can see around 100 participants here, but I'm telling you that there are many more students who have joined directly through the YouTube link also. And pardon me if I have missed any of the names, but I do wish the best for everyone, and I wish the best of the outcomes from these 2 days of extensive deliberations on pertinent and contemporary issues of the world. Wishing to meet again. Namaskar and thank you.
Thank you, Devanshi. Thank you so much for very well acknowledging the efforts of all the dignitaries and organizers in organizing this EWASH 2022. Now we proceed for the keynote session. May I request Dr. Meenu Srivastava and Dr. Anupma to please take over the stage.
Thank you, Dr. Vinita.
Thank you.
A very good afternoon to everyone. I formally welcome you all to this keynote session after a brilliant inauguration of EWASH 22. It's a great privilege to coordinate this session along with my colleague, Dr. Anupma Saini. I'm pleased to announce that we have an illustrious clan of personalities, Dr. Lakshman Prasad and Dr. M. Patri, who will be the chairpersons in this keynote session, and eminent keynote speakers, Professor Pankaj Kumar Roy and Dr. Nupur Bahadur. Foremost, may I take the honor of introducing to you all our first chairperson, Dr. Lakshman Prasad, who is the Group Director and Advisor R&D, RK Goyal Group of Institution, Ghaziabad, and former advisor, DST Government of India. Starting as Assistant Station Engineer in 1973 at All India Radio, Calcutta, Dr. Prasad moved on to join Department of Science and Technology as Senior Scientific Officer and rose to the position of Advisor in 1997. He headed divisions dealing with water technology and solar energy research initiatives and National Science Technology Management Information System. Dr. Prasad has represented Indian government in various national and international delegations across the globe. He was associated with Queen Elizabeth House, University of Oxford, UK as fellow. He is a recipient of FIE Foundation National Award for promoting science and technology in country. A distinguished alumnus of BHU, Dr. Prasad holds LLB from DU besides PhD in electronics engineering. I welcome you, sir, to EWASH 22 and formally to this keynote session as chairperson. I now request Dr. Anupma to introduce our second chairperson of the session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Meenu ma'am. Now, I'm introducing our second chairman of this keynote session, Dr. Manoranjan Patri, who has been appointed as director at Naval Material Research Laboratory with effect from August 2017. Sir has received his MSc degree in chemistry from Berhampur University, Odisha, and he was delighted with University Gold Medal. He has received his PhD in the field of polymer synthesis and characterization from IIT Delhi. As director, Dr. Patri is spearheading a team of scientists towards technology development of air-independent propulsions for submarines. Dr. Patri has total credit of 95 publications and 17 patents in his name. He has also served as the interim director of Defense Laboratory, Jodhpur, and has received various prestigious awards. To name a few of many are Scientist of the Year Award, DRDO Agni Award, DRDO Science Award citation. Sir, we are delightful to have you among with us. Now, we may request Dr. Lakshman Prasad to invite and introduce our first speaker, Professor Pankaj Kumar Roy. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for invitation. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. We have been given a 1 hour session, keynote session, and 2 speakers. Our first speaker is Professor Dr. Pankaj Kumar Roy. Dr. Roy is currently the professor and director of the Department of School of Water Resources Engineering, Jadavpur University. He earned his doctorate in Water Resources Engineering and Management from Jadavpur University, which was mainly concentrated on modeling hydrological regime under impact of climate change scenario. Well, he has a very illustrious career, and I don't think the time will permit me to read as a whole. So I am just covering the important highlights of his CV. He is the recipient of several fellowships and awards, such as Young Scientist, Institute of Engineers, Government of India, first National Doctorate Fellow by AICTE at Jadavpur University, Internship Fellowship of University of Pisa, Italy, and IEI Young Engineers Award, Institution of Engineers. He has acted as the invited speaker and the chairperson in as many as 20 reputed national and international seminars, conferences, and workshops. He has completed 20 national and international research projects funded by various government agencies and even the NGOs. The 30 consultancy research items he has covered. He has published more than 140 articles in national and international journals and published more than 13 research articles as book chapters. Recently, he edited a book entitled Advances in Water Resources Management for Sustainable Use, published by Springer Nature. He has acted as a sectional recorder of engineering science section of the Indian Science Congress Association for the periods 1819 and 1920. He is currently the member of as many as 10 number of learned societies across the world. I invite Professor Roy to make his presentation with a request that he must restrict his presentation within the time frame of 25 minutes. Thank you. Professor Roy, please.
Sir, you have to unmute yourself.
Is Professor Roy there?
Yes, sir. He is there.
Sir. I think, sir, you are not audible.
Dinesh, please check. Dr. Dinesh, please check.
Ma'am, sir is co-host. I think the device, this mic is not connected actually.
Okay. Yeah. Dr. Dinesh, can you contact him on phone? He's not visible also now.
ये अब एक बार बता दो.
Am I audible? I'm Nupur Bahadur. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
I was just checking in case same problem is not there.
Yeah, we can hear you, ma'am, but I don't think you've switched on your video. We can
Yeah,
surely
yeah.
hear you.
Yeah, yeah. Now it is fine. Both the things are.
Yeah, we can see you as well.
Pankaj sir, if device is asking any permission,
To see you.
please allow it while joining.
Can you try speaking, sir?
Now it's working, sir.
Sir, I should think sir should speak something.
I think he is not audible or some problem is there.
Neil, is he speaking? Yeah, he should speak something, I think.
Yeah, I've told Sankha to find out what happened. Otherwise, we can continue with you then. Which problem lag rahi hai unko?
I think if there is a problem, then we can invite
Yeah,
the second speaker so that the time is backdated.
Yes, sir. I agree. So I think we can send him message that he can sort out the problem, and then I think we can request Dr. Nupur through.
Anupma?
Hanji, ma'am. Ma'am, but Pankaj sir is there. Should we ask him once again?
Why don't you contact him on telephone if there is a problem at his end? Otherwise, we can invite the second speaker.
Right, sir. Now, we may request Dr. Patri to invite our second speaker, Dr. Nupur Bahadur.
Good morning. Very good. The introducing Dr. Bahadur. Senior scientist in the energy and duty and associate.
There is some problem in his audio.
Sir, your voice is breaking, sir.
Somebody else can read. Somebody else can read.
I think you please advise him. There is some problem in his audio.
Australia.
I'll introduce myself.
Identity, but water studies, there is school of studies, and Delhi, and the Vice Chair National Water Association in India and Adaptability Singapore Solution Private Limited to commercially advance oxytherapy, read highly critical and small CVS 5. Has got 4 Indian patents, R&D experience. The average impact of SA International Journal is 6.33, citation 666 and SLX 13, Google Scholar, and The prominent award won by her include Design and Manufacturing Technology Make in India by Ministry of Science and SAP, December 2000. Then Viva 2018 Outstanding Technological Innovation in Environment, Kolkata, and the Aqua Excellence Award in Technology Foundation during 30 held in Association of India. One presentation, as I said, we should stick to the project. Father, please.
Thank you, sir. And I am deeply honored to be here in STE every year, which is the much awaited event for all of us to be participating in various capacities. And my sincere thanks and gratitude to the STE organizing committee for having me here. And especially this is a special forum for me is because for one reason that I find so many my mentors, seniors here, Professor Anurabha Mukherjee, Dr. Shipra Mishra, Dr. Anju Srivastava, Dr. Susan Titus, Dr. Shipra, Dr. Girija. So many people and my seniors are here, and I get inspiration from them, and I hope I continue my work. So here is my talk, and particularly I'm here discussing about a small journey which I have taken. And primarily the title of my talk is Innovation, Science and Technology to Align with Missions. A case study of the development of Terry's TEDx technology. So I'm talking about, it's not just about science or technology I'm going to talk. My main emphasis as suggested and guided to me is that I should be looking and inspiring my colleagues there because I have come from the teaching fraternity. I was in Delhi University. I was a doc for 4 years. So since then, for last 10 years, last 10 to 12 years, this journey has been there. And I could share from my experience that being core into research, into teaching, how it has helped me. And with some addition, and if we could look into the whole national missions also, what is going on. So just to start my talk, I will come to my first slide. It is the vision and mission. So itself, the vision and mission of our platform, our technology platform, is to contribute to nation building in the national missions of importance like the Namami Gange, Swachh Bharat, Jal Jeevan, and many more. And particularly, I would like to emphasize or encourage students here that whatever research we are doing, we all are observing a very big change in our funding patterns, our research programs. So here today, it is not the world of what we want to sell or what we are doing. We want to tell the world that we are doing this. Instead, we have to see what is the requirement around and how we can turn our research, our innovation, our thinking, our thought process, all our resources towards the need, because there can never be a good time. For example, I'm talking about the present time. If the focus of the current central government is on focus, on cleanliness, on environment, so there could never be a better time for all of us to align all our resources, because if the missions, national missions are focused, which means funding will be there, opportunities will be there, recognition will be there, and you will get the way one after the other. So therefore, what we have to understand when we are in research in colleges and universities, that we have to align and make our research much more practical, much more utilized, something which can solve a real problem. So I would not say that I have done great or I have achieved. My journey is not even half. It's a long way to go, but I'm just there to share my experience as a researcher, as a co-fellow or a faculty here. So here, our vision, and I'm just citing a very small example because I'm really inspired by Madam Sumedha Kataria ji. Just like she was inspired by incidents, I was also inspired. I was also into teaching. I was associate professor and not thinking beyond publication until 2013-14. Just like any other professors, we generally have that kind of perception. But in 2014, when this Namami Gange mission was launched, I really thought how as a scientist, how as a teacher then actually, how we can contribute in this national mission. And when there came a will, there came a way. I then thought how to contribute then all my ideas that what I have done in my PhD. I have done my PhD in the area of photocatalysis and my postdoctorate in the PhD from IIT Roorkee in photocatalysis and my postdoctorate with DST Young Scientist Project from CSIR NPL in the area of nanotechnology. So then I thought how to utilize my prior experiences and can I make both use in this national mission? And I just had the idea how to treat the real wastewater. And believe me, before that, I never tested any real effluent or any real wastewater. So when came the will, then came the way, and then I started moving industries. I found it was not easy, but still through some contacts, somewhere, I got that first 1 liter effluent from Sonipat industrial area. And that 1 liter sample was so precious for me that I did some small experiments in 10 ml beakers so that I should not waste the effluent which I got so dearly, and did some experiments. I learned a lot. I attended many training programs because I was teaching physical chemistry, nanotechnology, and getting into the real waste water or water technology was a big challenge for me. So I learned. It took 2 years to identify the problem, to understand what is the problem ailing our wastewater treatment industry. So I identified the problem first, and then identified the need of the nation. And matter of chance, this was Namami Gange program, which was launched that lot of funding was there, many new programs were there. And then we presented, and in 2015 itself, we could file 3 patents, and our work we presented in India International Science Festival. And then we got the first award. Before that, never a poster or any award, but that was the turning point, because that some incidents proves to be the right direction. And from there began a journey. And then I begged the DST WTI Water Technology Mission Award, Water Mission project to develop this technology. So from there began my journey. So the mission, the whole idea about the platform is, the technology is, I'll come to that. And the whole idea is, again, we are targeting not just drinking water or this, because already established market is there. Our aim is to help industrial wastewater pollution abatement, how we can treat the sewage wastewater and provide to industries. So water reuse, achieving zero liquid discharge. This is a compliance by CPCB, which came in 2015, that for some highly polluting industries, it is mandatory to not just treat wastewater, they have to treat it to a level that they can reuse within the process. So that is called zero liquid discharge. So our endeavors are to help achieve, because ZLD is a compliance, but industry is somehow not able to meet. So we have to understand the gap. Why industry is not able to meet? Simply because the technologies which were there, or which are still there, they are much economical, they are biological based or conventional technologies. So getting into achieving ZLD means it is not easy. It requires team, it requires a lot of things to remove. So if we can have that kind of approach, some innovation, that if can we help, how can we help achieving? So these ideas helped me to move away from my conventional research thought process, and then came the process of innovation. So I move ahead. So Namami Gange program was my inspiration, and my target, we just started with textile. Our DST project was just for treating textile wastewater and to show 100-liter treatment per day. That's it. So we got this project in 2017, and our target pollutants are any stream which is having high color, high COD, chemical oxygen demand, or dissolved organics, micropollutants and pathogens. These are our targets. And next, coming to this, the gaps which we identified. So we should be very clear that what we want to do and why we want to do. Then will come how we want to do. So the gap identification was the biggest challenge. This is industrial. Just I'm giving you one example because many of us are not actually, we should be having that kind of exposure also to know the problem. So therefore, I'm sharing this one slide shows that what is happening in the current wastewater. We use a lot of chemicals and large amount of chemicals which lead to such kind of sludge, and disposal management is a bigger issue. All this goes into the landfills, so that is another problem. Secondly, we rely heavily on biological treatment, and especially in case of industrial effluents, biological treatments, they are not able to take the shock load. Shock load means slight variation in the load, and biological systems, they do not work. So therefore, this is a very big limitation. And generally, industry is passing through sand filter, carbon filters, and we get this kind of inadequately treated water. And this is what is coming into drains and going into our rivers. So a real problem is this. And large industries who can afford tertiary, this is called tertiary treatment. Here, this inadequately treated water goes as a feed for the RO. RO has 3 cycles. You can see the reject and the associated problems of biofouling, choking of membrane. And here comes the cost. Cost of treatment starts heavily from this stage. And you see RO reject goes to MEE, multi-effect evaporator, which means this reject is evaporated multiple times using steam. And ultimately, ME also has a reject. And finally, either this reject is further treated and or it is solar dried. Ultimately, what you see from this slide is that our wastewater treatment is completely, in my opinion, is highly unsustainable. And the cost which it incurs makes discouraging. It is highly discouraging for any industry or anybody to afford to make use of it. So this is the biggest gap which we identified. Second gap or the problem which we commonly see in our neighborhood, each one of us, whether we are in Kolkata, Gurgaon, Jaipur, Hyderabad, all these cities which are having rampant urbanization, these SEZs are coming, commercial establishments are coming. What we face, they are discharging untreated wastewater into open spaces. Problem comes when this rain comes and this untreated sewage or combined effluent comes out in open and reaches our households or our establishment. These are pictures from our own Terry Gurgaon campus. So we have to see how we can, if we can help treating, having point source pollution strategies, we can treat the effluent there itself, then it need not to come out. And this kind rainwater, it's a storm water. It has a natural course and it will go out. But having untreated effluent coming into it is a problem. So we have to see from that point of view that why is it so that they are not able to treat it. Third issue is now we have national policies and national missions, and we have so many missions centered around water. So it's a great scope for all of us. Now the thing is how we bridge our science technology and help the government in the national missions. So again, here comes our understanding. And so working with industry has really helped me to understand the problem, to find the gaps, to understand what are the requirements and why they are not able to achieve. If somehow we are able to understand it, we are, I'm sure all of us here are academicians, scientists, we could really help our missions to be greatly successful. So this is a national framework on the safe reuse of treated water, recently launched by the Honorable Prime Minister. And after all the policies, this one slide shows what what I'm trying to tell you from this slide is that in general, until now, wastewater was treated and used for horticulture or dilution or so on and so forth. But our endeavor is that can we improve the quality of treated water? And if possible, you can see the high quality water requires stringent parameters, but you can also see the associated application. So if we can treat water adequately, provide for better reuse applications, then we can conserve the fresh water sources for potable use. So this is the whole idea about our platform. And with that, I am now coming to this is just one slide showing the science of it. And we all are aware photocatalysis is very simple. We are using such semiconducting nanomaterials which are activated in UV light, and they generate hydroxyl radicals. And these hydroxyl radicals are the ones which actually break the bond and treat the complex pollutant molecules to smaller molecules, and finally leads to mineralization. So this is the simple science which we are using. So now I'm connecting for the students particularly present here, that how we have to connect science to application. So see, simple science which we are using, what is the application? Application is that we don't require chemicals for oxidation, which we are already having in Fenton, photofenton, various chemical processes. So this reduces the use of chemicals, and it also helps in reuse of chemicals, and it also addresses the problem of sludge and secondary pollution. So simple science here. And this simple science is used for the first time in the country and probably elsewhere also for treatment in wastewater at this scale. And you can see primary treatment. Here we are reducing the suspended solids. Then we are mixing these nanomaterial, giving contact time aeration, and passing through a product. This is called a photocatalytic reactor having UV light radiation sources, where this kind of photocatalytic action is taking place. And after this, nanomaterials are safely separated at source, and then we get our TEDx treated water. So this is a simple process flow diagram. We have 3 patents and a registered trademark with Government of India for this technology. It is called Terry Advanced Oxidation Technology. Now I'm coming straight away to the applications. So what we have done, what you could see from this slide is that we, first of all, I am really grateful to DST for giving this project. And it was just for textile, treating textile effluent and showing 100-liter treatment per day. But working with industry, having a very small but great team, we could do so much work that for textile, you can see the sectors and the states. So this is a textile effluent we can directly treat using TEDx. This is a CETP, and I don't want to go into the details of the technology because time is limited. But what I want to show is that such kind of intervention will reduce the load on subsequent tertiary treatment, because now these parameters, you can see COD is still 200, which means it has not achieved the discharge norm, which is, if for reuse, you should be having less than 50. But this kind of water, just in 5 hours, if we can reduce color, we can reduce the load of COD. Now this kind of water, when it will go to biological treatment, the biological treatment system will be much healthier, and the load on tertiary will be reduced. So this is our intervention. In tannery also, the problem is that what you see as a sample A is after treatment, but see, the color is not going. In most of the cases, you will see that the color or the dissolved organics, the recalcitrants are still there. And this is the problem. If we can solve this, this can solve a big problem for the whole industry. So after biological treatment, if we use TEDx, this is our intervention. This is what you see is a pharmaceutical wastewater after tertiary treatment. And this water was discharged into the Ganges. And the day company got the notice, they approached us, and this is our intervention. So we can, we have developed, our technology is such we can use it at a pre-biological stage, at a post-biological stage, or even at a polishing stage, as per the requirement. Then coming to Haryana, we are working very closely with Haryana government, our district administration, and if so, Sumedha ma'am, you are there. So it was real honor to listen to her. So here you can see the textile direct individual STP can directly use, ETP can directly use our technology. In 5 hours, you can remove color, or this is the entire solution. So for individual units, you can use this technology directly. For a CETP, you can integrate anywhere in between. This is petrochemical open drain. This is a real problem which Haryana government approached us, and we are working with them. Real open drain of Gonchi Faridabad has been treated. Chemical manufacturing, Kerala. Then we have case studies from Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu. You can see the more highly polluting oil and gas, chemical, pesticide. And this is the ME condensate. This is after what we receive. I showed you on the first slide, second slide. Still after ME, multi-effect evaporation, the color and the problem remains. So we can have such kind of intervention at the end of it. This is, now I'm coming to the last case study. We went with our work, and you can see we approached Delhi Jal Board, and this is a Rithala STP site, and you can see so many hospitals discharging their effluent wastewater here. And this is the Najafgarh drain passing nearby. So what we did, this is the STP inlet, the inlet water which is coming to the STP. This is the outlet, which means which DJB is treating. What we did, we first treated the treated effluent. That is called polishing. When we were successful, then we thought, why not to do directly? Let us try, because if we can treat industrial effluent, we can surely treat municipal wastewater. And this is what we found. And to our surprise itself, that we could treat the real municipal wastewater in 5 hours. Now see, that is the science. Again, I'm encouraging students to understand the implication. So science says that our parameters, COD is less than 30, BOD is less than 5, which means we are able to utilize this technology, and this will help in Swachh Bharat mission, which has the objectives of having BOD less than 5, COD less than 30 for reuse. That is one thing. And other practical benefits of this is that if we can directly treat a municipal wastewater, which means we can completely bypass the currently existing convention and biological treatment systems, which means we can save large footprints, we can save time, and time is money. So if we are saving so much time, we are saving so much on resources, so much on chemicals, so much on aeration, which means we are making the whole wastewater highly energy and resource efficient. So this is what we have to think, students, that how is our scientific results going to affect the implication, and how we are able to help in the national missions. So that kind of understanding is very much required, and I'm sure it comes with time. Also, the same sample, we were able to achieve the removal of micropollutants to such great extent. And just imagine, micropollutants are coming in our water. So this has to be treated. Now, when we compare our technology with other biological treatment, especially in sewage, we find that benefit is in terms of treatment time, footprint is small, power consumption is comparable, but certainly we all know that power can be, we can use any renewable method, and efficiency is highest, you can see. And so overall benefits, if I would say, is that it is truly a clean and green technology. It uses less chemicals, it reuses the used chemical, and very less sludge is obtained. And you just don't require any disinfection or ozonation or any kind of technology after this. It is meeting all norms, NGT, CPCB, discharge norms, reuse norms. So it is hugely helping in our national missions, highly efficient in terms of resource and energy efficiency. It's a very modular plug-in flow kind of a system. It could be integrated anywhere in the existing infrastructure, which means, and secondly, time reduction. Now, very important aspect is if we are able to reduce time, how is it going to help governments? So see, if we are able to reduce time, which means in the existing same infrastructure capacity, we can augment, we can double the capacities of treatment. So instead of coming up with another 100 MLD or 500 KLD plant, we can augment the capacities within the existing infrastructure. So this is how we have to interpret our work, science, technology, innovation, and help the missions. And so the technology is same, and it is having so many wide applications. We have tested all these waters, and we have got the testimonials from various industries whom we have worked with, and the impact which we have created. As I said, journey is not yet completed. It is very initial phases only, I would say. I have a long journey to take. But the impact is, first of all, we have a dedicated center, technology center in Terry to develop this technology further. And we have visits. Haryana government, we are working very closely. And in 3 weeks, we had 3 visits with the Deputy CM. And he was so keen to see this technology and interventions. He came on 2nd October, Sunday. And you can see this is the municipal, this is the sewage collected from our entire campus. And it is not just sewage. It is the effluent coming from research labs, toilets, canteens, and hostels, which means such a mixed effluent we are able to directly treat without any biological treatment, direct treatment, and the water qualities. We have already got certifications for reuse in cooling tower, landscaping, various applications, Griha compliant, green building, and also we are working with HSPCB. With our work now, local administration has involved us, and we were called for looking at the Bandwari landfill leachates. We are also working closely with Faridabad for the treatment of open drains, and we have successfully submitted our reports to the member secretary. These are some high impact publications. I'm also having PhD, guiding PhD students. So 2 are already having degree. Our DST project, which was very given us now, since the impact was so high, that the Ministry of Science and Technology made a press release about the outcomes, and our results are published on DST website. We have this outreach media coverage. National Water Mission took cognizance of this technology. We last year released our first policy brief based on our R&D interventions for the textile sector and submitted to the ministry. Then we are working again closely with the central government, Namami Gange, Ministry of Jal Shakti for these programs. We have successful collaboration with NMCG, and very recently, last year, we have been given the NMCG Terry Center of Excellence, which I'm heading. And also we have begged project for implementation of this technology has been chosen under Namami Gange program for various streams. So first project has been given for textile sector in Kanpur, which is by March, we will be able to demonstrate in Kanpur. This is the HSPCB made a press release in Times of India. Our technology is also selected by the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India. And we are humbled to receive these awards. So I began my journey with this award, and recently with the FICCI Water Award. And not to mention, I am an honored recipient of STE 2 awards, STE Water Award in 2019 and STE Meritorious Award in 2020. So I'm really grateful to STE for this encouragement. These are our clients, and you can see all these are helping us in making us better. We are working with all these governments also. And I am grateful to the funders, and acknowledgement to the Ministry of Science and Technology, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor, ONGC Energy Center was our funding partner, Namami Gange, World Bank, and these companies. So thank you. And I look forward to your feedback, suggestions, collaborations, and if anything I can do in my humble capacity to help and encourage students, I'll always be there. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nupur. Now,
Thank you, Dr. Nupur, for introducing a novel technology, which is TEDx, which will serve as an important tool in wastewater treatment. And so sorry, ma'am, Dr. Patri has read your CV, but we must say that students and delegates present in the meeting needs to know you better. With your dual permission, we would like to introduce you once again as it could not be heard.
No need. I think time is important and work speaks for itself. Thank you. We should move to the next speaker.
Okay,
and I'm
ma'am.
really thankful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
so can we invite Dr. Roy?
Is it audible, sir? Is it
Yes,
audible?
yes. Please go
Sorry,
ahead.
extremely sorry. Extremely sorry due to network issues, sir. Actually, I was trying and trying.
No
Video was on, but somehow loudspeaker is not working. So again,
No
on sir laptop through laptop. Okay. Thank you once again, sir. Thank
No,
you.
Dr. Roy,
thank
with
you.
the request to maintain the timetable of 20-25 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely, I will try, sir, level best. Sir, first of all, I would like to thank the ST and particularly who has invited this kind of seminar. Really, I am grateful to them, and thanks to Hindu College and all other esteemed or co-organizer who has organized this kind of workshop, particularly because the students who has involved in this workshop really it's a very good type of workshop, I personally believe. And thank you once again, and thank on behalf of Jadavpur University. I must thank shall I, sir, share my screen, sir?
Please.
So is it
Not yet. Yes, now it is.
Okay. So basically, basically, sir, it's a basic, the topics which is sustainable ground and surface water resource development and management in rural and urban area, and introduction. Basically, I want to highlight particularly since the students has been involved, so definitely for them also it is very essential. So as water basically is a very essential resource, and since I have been attached for last 20 years to the department, water is one of the biggest challenge, particularly to sustain the human life on Earth. And as we know, the available resource is basically a very limited resource, and particularly we people believe there is a resource. One is the surface water, another is the groundwater. And now we are capturing the water, which is called the rainwater. So this is also very important component so far the water available are concerned. Earlier, most of the rivers day by day due to climate change issues, water available is deteriorating, quality wise deteriorating, availability wise also reducing at a huge quantity wise. So, and groundwater, particularly people earlier, groundwater, as we know, is a very good resource. But if you look into the contamination, particularly arsenic, iron, fluoride, and so many. So there is also limited. Now from groundwater, central groundwater board, there is a water authority, central water authority, and state-wise is a authority. They are giving the permission, particularly when we are extracting the groundwater. So this is another challenging because groundwater, without controlling the measures, if we extract huge amount of water, there is a huge. That also we should look into this issue. States we are facing problems so far the total water levels are concerned. So groundwater, particularly when you look into the issue groundwater contamination, there are different types of factors involved. Particularly there's a seepage factors, percolation factors, transportation, runoff particularly, and most of the cases with agriculture farmers, they are using the so many pesticides, and that also through runoff, and ultimately if there is a leakage while transporting, so definitely the aquifer which is available in the fresh groundwater, that is contaminated, and ultimately that water we can't use directly without any treatment. So there is another challenging. So that's why in particularly in West Bengal, if you look into the scenario, and most of the in West Bengal, there is a area where people are facing a lot of problems. So for the only drinking and cooking. In Purulia, Bakura is a lot of districts which are available. So they are really is facing problems. And rural people, particularly those who are residing nearby the riverbed area, they are simply they are digging because nearby there is a river which is completely dry due to this weather scenario and climate scenario. So definitely that water, when they are digging, only the subsurface water they are getting, but to some extent quality wise it is not good. So definitely also is a big challenge to how the people should get the fresh water, fresh drinkable water. So issue is this, if you look into the West Bengal scenario and and 04 blocks, majority affected districts are Malda, Murshidabad, Nodia, North Chobbish Parganas, Hooghly, South Chobbish Parganas, and PHED, Public Health Department, Government of West Bengal. They have installed a lot of arsenic and iron removal plants, particularly the area which have been affected highly arsenic. So there also they've been installed a lot of arsenic removal plant, iron removal plant, and people are getting safe drinking water. So the problem is this: while we are removing the arsenic, definitely a lot of treatment technologies are available. But whatever the technology we are using, everywhere we are getting the sludge. Then obviously that there is a question how to reject management. So reject management is a big issue. And people are removing the the arsenic from the groundwater. Definitely, ultimately, at the end, the sludge is generated, and that sludge is a hazardous sludge. So once it is generated, that sludge we can't dispose it into the open ground. Definitely, there is a treatment technology that also we should look into this issue. And magnitude of excess fluoride contamination problems, particularly a recent report, UNICEF report. As you know, fluoride is a very endemic, at least in 25 countries across the globe, Mexico, Argentina, to Turkey. And obviously the magnitude was fluoride contamination problem in India, particularly in Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India report 2016. So 28 states in India, groundwater, 20 states is fluoride affected. Andhra Pradesh, Assam, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Delhi, and so many states. So there is a big issue, particularly so for the quality-wise as concerned. And excess fluoride contamination problem, particularly in West Bengal, it has been observed in the year of 1997 at Nasipur block in the Birbhum districts. So now, if you covered 107 blocks in 12 districts and found fluoride concentration which is exceeding more than 1.5 milligram per liter, which is definitely exceeding the permissible value laid down by the Bureau of Indian Standard IS 10500/2012. So 43 blocks in 7 districts really is a great problem, particularly this issue. If we look into the quality, particularly surface water and groundwater, there is a lot of quality-wise parameters we should look into this. There are core parameters, general parameters, field observations, biomonitoring parameters, trace metals, and obviously pesticides. Core parameters, if you look into this, pH, turbidity, then temperature, conductivity, then biochemical oxygen demand, and nitrate, nitrogen, then nitrate, nitrogen, fecal bacteria, and general parameter also COD, total gel nitrogen. These are the parameters we should look into this. And at field level observation, whether then odor, then some of the color in intensity, then stations details also that issue. Monitoring parameters, some diversity index, PR, PIR ratio, and trace metals. This is also very important: arsenic, nickel, copper, cadmium, zinc, lead, and iron total, and some pesticides. This is also risky issue in river basins. Also, we people are getting is a high amount of pesticides. So next is this the objective. If you look into this quality-wise monitoring and management, this is very essential. So for rational planning and for pollution control strategy and their prioritization, that is also important objective to assess the nature and extent of pollution in different water bodies or their to evaluate effectiveness of pollution control measures already in existence, and then to evaluate the water quality trend over a period of time. Then to assess the assimilative capacity of a water body, thereby reducing cost on pollution control. Then to understand the environmental fate of different pollutants, then to assess the fitness of water for different uses. So then standard wise, if you look into the parameters, a lot of parameters, then 20 parameters at least we should look. There is a two columns. One is the permissible limit, another is the maximal limit. Means there are two limits: is a desirable limit and the permissible limit based on the parameters. Like this, we have to check if it is a drinkable. Obviously, we should maintain the desirable limit, not the permissible limit. So this is another important. And CPCB by Central Pollution Control Board, there is one guideline. So for the designated best use. So class-wise, it has been established A, B, C, D, E. So in class A is which is called the drinking water source without conventional treatment, but after disinfection. Obviously, this is very, very important when we assess any kind of water body at what status at present, and by what are the management issues, what are the action plans we should implement to upgrade that water body. So that's why this chart is very, very important. So for the water body health status are concerned. So this is then some of the few experiments in Jadavpur University we have carried out, and as well as the field experiments also, laboratory as well as field. Because most of the cases we are getting the arsenic. So another thing is this: always we are trying to develop the technology which is cost effective, and social acceptability is very, very important. So that's why local materials. So one of the technology with arsenic removal by using the laboratory treatment technology. Nails is very useful for removing the arsenic, particularly by placing the upper layer and bottom layer is a gravel and sand. So another treatment technology is the fluoride by using some of the resins, cation resins, anion resins. That is also very helpful to remove the fluoride. So this kind of established in university, and ultimately we have received a very good fruitful results. And obviously all are very cost-effective treatment techniques. So then another recent findings were fluoride, and particularly in a bigger scales, lateral soil. So this is very important so for the removal of fluoride. Now, recently, particularly in West Bengal, there are a lot of districts like Bakura and other districts also. We are getting lateral soil. Lateral soil, basically that soil collected from different areas, and ultimately that soils have been dried and with a different treatment, and then it is used as a material like dust particles, and that material placing in the filter media by placing upper and bottom there is a gravel. So definitely that is also very, very useful for removal fluoride. This is a very famous technology for the recent. It has central government science and technology. So there's because already it has been established in different concentrations we have placed, and ultimately we have received very good results to the fluoride removal. So then another field experiments, the one earlier I have mentioned. Another is this arsenic. As we know, it's a very is a one kind of a chain. Basically, when particularly in drinking water, where arsenic is contaminated, that water which is called the groundwater, and when we drink, one part is the drinking, another part is the irrigation. It's a big issue. Irrigation, people are using that water particularly for irrigating the crops. And through that crops, the soil, it is then from soil, then crops, then ultimately it is going to the vegetable. And that vegetable, it is coming into our human body. So ultimately, people are facing a lot of problems, particularly arsenocosis, keratosis, melanosis. So these are the issues. So definitely that's why these are and that also we are established some of the treatment technology for removal of the arsenic. There are a lot of treatment technologies. One is called oxidation plus co-precipitation, then the oxidation, electrocoagulation, because particularly electrocoagulation when we are using particularly for removal of arsenic. So in that case, so for the sludge is concerned, so we are getting very less sludge. That is also is very good for us because sludge when it is generating high amount, so that sludge for reject management is another challenging task for us. So that's why several treatment technology it has been established. Then oxidation, if somewhere we are getting the less amount of arsenic, there we can use oxidation followed by the absorption. So like this, several it has established, and accordingly, researchers are doing their research work. And very recently, we worked another treatment is a integrated water source management, particularly in Murshidabad area, where mostly it's a vulnerable area. We can say so for the groundwater is highly contaminated. And so in that area particularly, we collected one pond, and in that pond basically earlier that pond people are using is physically for pisciculture and for agriculture, and that pond now they are using for actually collecting actually for drinking purpose, actually after treatment. And this kind of treatment is very cost effective treatment. Basically what we have installed there, basically horizontal roughing filter followed by slow sun filter, then finally activated carbon filter. This is a very cost effective treatment technology because in particularly pond turbidity is very less, because so far the surface water is concerned, if you look into the river water is a high amount of turbidity, but in case of pond water, not with respect to the river water. So definitely for removal the turbidity and other bacteriological load we can remove by using this kind of treatment technology. Basically is the horizontal roughing filter followed by slow sun filter, mainly gravel based filter and sand based filter, and ultimately at the end we are using the activated carbon filter. So this is a very cost effective, and it is a fruitful particularly in rural area and peri-urban area. So then because this kind of project when is made a success, definitely people awareness is very, so need assessment activity, project planning. So it's a different kinds of activity we have involved in different manner. So and in that project also, since from our Jadavpur University site, it has been constructed at the field itself. So definitely there was some of the pictures mentioned here. So that the unit also it has been constructed from our side. Then before entering, because when because collection of pond water, it is very important. So that's why while it is entering the surface water, while particularly during monsoon season, so seal trap is at the mouth of the pond, so it is essential. So that's why seal trap construction it is another challenging task for us. So that also it has been overcome. So the seal trap it has been designed and ultimately it has been implemented, and duration wise it has been trapping silt. Then this is the whole treatment technology, and since it is a rural area, electricity problems is another challenging issue for us. So that's why solar based actually treatment system it has been used. So using the solar panel. Then the groundwater, since the entire area, earlier it was surface water, and since the entire area it has been contaminated, the arsenic, particularly the groundwater. So in that cases, we have developed the groundwater treatment technology. Basically, we have followed the oxidation, then co-precipitation, then adsorption, then filtration system. So in oxidation, we use the bleaching powder, then co-precipitation alum we have used, then the adsorption is activated alumina, then finally filtration systems. So then final disinfection. So there is a successful treatment technology we have been adopted at the site itself. So since this kind of technology, earlier we have mentioned the reject management is a very challenging task for us. So reject management, particularly like arsenic. So in that cases, arsenic also that reject water also by using this kind of treatment, like by fixing some of the bricks, then concrete materials. So definitely it will help for reducing the sludge. So that's why this kind of treatment technology also it has been established. Then this is the overall treatment plant actually. Basically, this is totally attached with the hand pump attached. So since the hand pump attached, basically when we are extracting groundwater, quantity is very less. So obviously with that hand we have used the pump based system. So definitely, so that through pumps we can extract a lot of water and ultimately treating these unitary systems. So for the arsenic removal unit is concerned, so ultimately we are getting the fresh drinking water. So now people are getting 200 to 300 number of households utilizing that groundwater by getting this fresh drinking water, and with surface water also is skimmed by installing number of stand posts as well as the groundwater. Some people are directly using at the household level as well. So finally, actually this project basically it has been collaborated with the collaborating agency with the European Commission, some of the international collaborating agency. It has been implemented. So our challenging task was our treatment technology compared with their treatment technology, with obviously the cost as well as the material availability. So in that cases, there was a successful project. So for the DST point of view. So quality-wise, also we are getting a very good. So this is the performance. So for the Indian technology as well as the European technology. So benefits, if you look into the benefits, local villager particularly are getting arsenic-free drinking water, which will reduce the health problem. Creation of perennial drinking water source for sustainable water supply for the year. An online monitoring system, cost-effective treatment of surface water and groundwater to good quality by using some of the treatment technology, GCDI, mixed oxidants, activated glass, aerator systems. So they have been adopted. So, and the issue is this wastewater minimization. There was a big problem, and that also it has been overcome. So, and conversation of zero discharge. ZLD concept as pilot scale model, including pipeline design feasibility. So that was our entire project. Finally, we catered 2,000 population, at least 20 liters because the entire area. So it has been affected for drinking and cooking 10 liter plus 10 liters, so 20 liter per capita per day for drinking and cooking purpose. So these are some of the pictures. Another issue is this rainwater harvesting. Rainwater harvesting is a very important aspect nowadays because rainwater harvesting to some extent it is compulsory, but in government of West Bengal pollution control there is a guideline with respect to the roof area. So definitely rainwater harvesting, there are a lot of technology it is available. It depends on the area, it depends on the location, it depends on the site conditions. So in that case, we have very recently another project successfully carried out. That project also awarded by DST Government of India. So in that project, our main intention was to development of cost-effective technology, particularly for recharging in overexploited groundwater resource in rural area in West Bengal. That was our project intention. So the area it has been selected is the Purulia challenging area. So in that area is a whole totally is a water scarce area. So people are not getting the fresh water. So definitely we have surveyed a lot of, we have interacted a lot of local peoples, panchayat level and other different levels. Things, and ultimately we have developed a model based basically in the upstream check them, and and the lower streams in between check dam and radial collector well, we have made it a collector well, and in between the check dam and collector well, we have a subsurface dike. Actually, particularly in that area, is the challenging task was since the entire area is a rock-based area, so water it is coming and ultimately it is recharging, but it is not coming to that deeper recharging. So definitely through rock, it is going in again back to the downstream area. So that's why our target was to how to reach that water at a deeper level. So that was our intention. So in that area, we have prepared is a subsurface dike in between the upstream is a check dam, and then subsurface dike is from bed level to that bottom rock upper layer. So and then in between the radial collector well we have established, because radial collector is a successful treatment because through in the different layers, in 2-3 layers in different strainers or in different times. The quantity, available quantity people should get. So that was our intention. And we have reached a successful project by making structuring Google. Earlier, actually, there is, since it is the bed, if you look into the second pictures, there was a bed, there was no water. And in the same area, now people will go there, you see the entire area is a very water area. And now earlier the economical people are getting only monocrops because due to that water shortage, agricultural point of view, it is really a big issue for them. So economic point of view, now they are getting 2 crops up to 3 crops. So since the water is available throughout the stretch, and definitely soil moisture content also increases at a higher rate. So now if you see the total water stretch area, so during monsoon is the entire area, it is a water area. So really is a big challenging project for us, and ultimately it was a successful project. See the same area, and now almost that water, earlier that water, it is a dry condition water body or river, you can say, because it's a tributary of Kamshabuti river. So now the river, it is called the perennial river. So that is our successful project. And now, and this is some of the pictures while we are contrasting the radial collector well and subsurface dike, and this is the collector well. Now it is collecting the entire water, and it is, and now people are extracting the water to pump, and ultimately it is distributing to the local villager. So, and this is one kind of a structure, subsurface dam I have mentioned. So like this different kind of structure established, and finally we receive the same picture. See the pre-monsoon, the soil moisture, this is soil fertile. Now if you look into this post-construction, pre-construction the same, and post-construction the same area, the entire area, it is a vegetation. So this is a successful project. And if you look into the Google satellite imageries, earlier the river pre-construction, that river is almost dry, it is showing. Now river, it is, since I have mentioned, is a perennial river, it's almost the having the water. So this is a successful project. And water table also, the entire area water table, it has been increased. So that also you have measured throughout the year. So that also another challenging. And quality wise also, it has been upgraded is at a higher rate, like fluoride level, it has been decreased. So chloride level. So like this, other quality wise is a big success for us from our point of view. So this is some of the local interactions with the villagers, particularly the stakeholders. So they, and so finally, this is the actually some of the measures to convert water resource user can reduce the negative effect of water shortages through a number of strategies. These include revising the water shortage and release the program for reservoirs, adopting crops and cropping practice that are robust over a wider spectrum of water availability, improvement in climatic projection, particularly the long-term weather forecast, and rainwater harvesting is a very essential, is needed at a priority level. And mitigation may also be achieved by increasing the capacity of carbon sinks through reforestation. So thank you once again. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Professor Roy.
Contamination of drinking water with various inorganic intoxicants is a matter of concern for mankind. Thank you, Professor Roy, for such an eye-opener speech on detailed scenario of water quality monitoring. Now, we may request Dr. Lakshman Prasad and Dr. Patri to express your thoughts on the same.
Thank you, Dr. Anupama. First of all, let me thank the eminent speakers, and I admire certainly the kind of work which Dr. Nupur and Dr. Roy, they have done it. But only thing is that for the conference title, the focus is on greener future. For greener future, the timelines and the targets are mammoth. The reports brought out by the UN, they say that by 2030, they have to limit the temperature rise only for 2 degrees centigrade. That is the kind of target they have kept. And when we see the carbon footprint across the world, well, some of the countries like US and others, they are having the very high carbon footprints as compared to us. But anyway, even the average carbon footprint is around 4 tons per capita per year. And the target, which the reports say that we have to bring it down to 2 tons per year per capita. So when the target is of this kind, the work done by the various researchers like Dr. Nupur and Dr. Roy is certainly admirable. But the only thing is, which I can say in conclusion, that we have to do it with a acceleration. The current speed with which we are reducing our carbon footprint is not adequate to maintain this timeline of 2030. Well, today is a National Youth Day, and I am sure that all our young people, our students, researchers, they must be motivated by these two presentations by the eminent persons and take a lead from here to ensure that we meet the target of 1.5 degree centigrade temperature rise by 2050. With this optimistic note, I conclude and I convey my thanks to STE that they gave me this opportunity to conduct this keynote session where two very eminent speakers have spoken, and I admire their work, what they have done. And I wish that they must keep their work in the same spirit and in the same phase. Thank you very much, STE, for this opportunity. And thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Dr.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Patri, your remarks?
Actually, he has some problem of net. So,
okay.
Yeah, he may not be able to.
So we can come to the end of this session, or
Yes.
there is something left?
Now Patri sir can unmute.
Okay, then let me propose the formal vote of thanks session. On behalf of organizers of EWASH 22, I express my gratitude to Dr. Nupur, whose journey to success has been very, very inspiring, and your thought-provoking presentation will prove to be a motivation for our young students to approach innovative implementation from conventional ideas and assist in national. I would like to put forth deep appreciation to Professor Ching's presentation and making us aware of the objectives of water quality monitoring and management of water quality standards. I'm sure our undergraduate chemistry students will be benefited by your talk. I express my heartfelt thanks to our chairpersons, Dr. Lakshmi Prasad and Dr. Patri, for their valuable time and for being the wonderful chairpersons for the session. Thank you very much. I now hand over to the student coordinators for the students' activities. Thank you.
Thank you.
I take your leave for a meeting now. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Meenu ma'am, which students are coming for the next coordination?
Mohit would come.
Do we have Mohit?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah. I
So,
would invite
ladies and
Dia.
gentlemen, it's actually the lunch break and student activities time. You can have a bite behind the cameras and still enjoy the student activities that will be conducted here. Thank you.
Yeah, ma'am. I would invite Dia for the student activities.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dia.
Thank you, Mohit. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Zia Rashid, a second year student, Department of Chemistry, Hindu College, and I'm also the PR head of our society, Tattva. First of all, I would like to use this platform to thank everyone for giving this huge conference and a huge exposure in the field of chemistry. And hopefully we will be able to apply whatever we have learned moving forward in our work field in the future. I'd also like to use this opportunity to thank, on behalf of Tattva, to giving us this opportunity to create some competitions so that we could bring forward the competitive side of our students. Today, we will be talking about two of the competitions that we have conducted. One is reel making, which I will be talking about, and the other is screeners, which my friend Abhay will be talking about. So please fasten your seatbelts because we are about to begin. To explore the creative side of students, Tattva brings you the most exciting competition of the event, the reel making competition. Reels have unquestionably evolved in the digital age into a platform for the younger generation to showcase their creativity and introduce the best social media trends. And we have decided to use this expressive platform to celebrate the creativity of our students together. We have provided them with topics like sustainable chemistry and waste management and made them create reels about it and share it with us. We know that with the increasing climate crisis and global warming and its massive effect on lives on Earth, creating awareness against this has become an urgent matter. And we hope we have been successful in doing so by conducting this competition. Two themes were provided for the participants. One was sustainable chemistry and the other was waste management. The event was coordinated by teacher coordinators, Dr. Neha Kapoor and Dr. Richa Tyagi, as well as student coordinators, Pawan Piyu, Dia Rishit, and Harshika Gupta. We had provided the participants with some guidelines to ensure fair competition, and these guidelines included that the reels should be 30 to 45 seconds long, not exceeding 45 seconds. The ratio of the video should be 9:16. The content should be original without containing any copied content. Size of the file should not exceed 100 MB, and the reel should be uploaded in the Google form that was provided to the participants. We had given them a deadline of 4 days in which they created their content and shared their entries with us. And we have been successful in getting 10 entries that right now I would like to share with you guys. At first, we have the reel created by our second year student, Department of Chemistry, Hindu College, Umesh.
As we know, waste is one of the major problems on earth. Waste management or waste disposal is the solution for that. It includes the processes and actions required to manage waste from its inception to its final disposal. Proper management of waste is important for building sustainable and livable cities, but it remains a challenge for many developing cities or countries. The aim of waste management is to reduce the dangerous effects of such waste on the earth and human health. A big part of waste management is with municipal solid waste, which is created by industrial, commercial, and household activities. So by working together, we can manage the waste. Thank you. As we know,
Our next, we have the reel created by another second year, Department of Chemistry, Hindu College, Abhay Pant. And now we have the reel created by Simran Nischan, another second year at Hindu College. We have a reel created by another second year of Hindu College, Akshay Kaushik, Department of Chemistry.
The more waste you create, the more vermin you'll attract. The good news is, these particular pests can be avoided by preventing waste in the first place. Just like at home, and that's a good way to think about it. Better storage and handling, for example, will prevent damaged packaging. Recycling waste, like offcuts, will cut vermin off at the pass. Reusing waste can give it a new use. If you do have to dispose of waste, make sure to separate it into categories. Waste segregation can prevent contamination. Your resource efficiency will keep landfills from being overfilled and incinerators from burning off carbon, adding to the effects of climate change. A few simple actions like these can make a big difference to your site's sustainability. Don't wait to stop waste, make a difference.
Here we have a reel created by another second year, Hindu College, Gauri Vashisht.
Early man used to live in peace and tried to keep the environment clean. As a result, there was cleanliness everywhere. But we have started to throw waste here and there. As a result, we see only waste piles around us. Once cleaned environment has now become wasteland. In order to save Earth and ourselves, we need to work for waste management together. Early man.
Next, we have reel created by another second year, Hindu College, Prince Kumar. Here we have a reel created by Muhammad Ashik, a second year Hindu College. Next, we have a reel created by another second year Hindu college, Benin Keshaji. And here's a reel created by a first year Hindu college, Hridyanshi Roshan. And finally, we have a reel created by another second year Hindu college, Muskan Kaswan.
Don't leave it lying on the ground. Put your rubbish in the bin. Do the right thing and keep our country clean.
Thank you, everyone. I hope you guys enjoy these reels and hopefully it created an impact. Hopefully in the future, we will be able to share these reels in our social media platform and help create an awareness in the public. We know as the future chemists, it is our responsibility to preserve whatever we have for the future generations. And perhaps right now we could begin by creating these awarenesses in the public. And the result of this reel competition will be announced tomorrow. And I hope everyone looks forward to it. Thank you so much. And now I would like to share this platform with my friend Abhay Pant, who will be talking about the other competition that we have held, Screeners. Abhay, can I have you here, please?
Yes, thank you, Dia.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. If you desire to make a difference in the world, you must be different from the world. EWASH 2022 strives for a fruitful brainstorming with specialists from various fields. It addresses all the preceding steps, how we might approach an environment-friendly and greener future. The main theme of the conference is strategizing a greener future. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. We, the student, will play a major role in building this greener future. Students from all the years of the chemistry department, as well as from those of other departments of Hindu College and other institutions, were urged to participate in EWASH conference virtually so that they can broaden their understanding of the reality of going green. The event includes a conference as well as entertaining and welcoming student activities. Students are expected to engage in these activities with enthusiasm and show a budding chemist within them. The student activities creates an essence among the students about the ongoing world. I'm sure all of you students are excited for student activity. So let us get you in the mood to enjoy this student activity, Screeners. Before we begin, we would like to thank our teachers, student teacher coordinators for the event, Dr. Sudarshan Kumar, Dr. Shiparna Datta, and Dr. Manoj Chahal for guiding us and helping us to make this event a successful. Before diving into the activity, let us know about it. Do you know what we chemists are known for? Yeah, exactly. The chemists are known for their capturing skill. Here comes us with an interesting activity named Screeners. Under the umbrella of student activities in EWASH 2022, via which we will be evaluating the capturing power of the young chemist. So let us take you to the Screeners. Before, we would like to share important points to be taken care of being a part of the activity. Following are the guidelines which and the things to be taken care of to participate in the screeners. Number one, a live video of 10 minutes will be displayed to the participants in the live conference. After the video is over, the participants will receive questions through their registered email addresses, and the form should be submitted within 10 minutes. The questions will comprise range of multiple choice questions, MCQs, multiple select questions, MSQs, picture-based and paragraph-based questions. So answers should be accordingly. The link of the Google form will be time sensitive, that is 10 minutes. After the time limit is over, no response shall be entertained. If the marks of the participants get tied, then the candidate who submitted first or in less time will be given the priority. The decision of the judges will be final. No grievance request of this regard shall be entertained. I hope the guidelines are clear to you all. In case of queries, you can reach us through the chat box and also the WhatsApp group created for the activity. A focused mind is the strongest force on earth. So all the best to all the participants. Now a video of 8 minutes will be played, after which the quiz can be attempted.
Definition of green chemistry as the design of chemical products and processes that reduce or eliminate the use or generation of hazardous substances. Green chemistry applies across the life cycle of a chemical product, including its design, manufacture, use, and ultimate disposal. Green chemistry is also known as sustainable chemistry. Green chemistry prevents pollution at the molecular level is a philosophy that applies to all areas of chemistry. Not a single discipline of chemistry applies innovative scientific solutions to real-world environmental problems, results in source reduction because it prevents the generation of pollution, reduces the negative impacts of chemical products and processes on human health and the environment, lessens and sometimes eliminates hazard from existing products and processes, designs chemical products and processes to reduce their intrinsic hazards. How green chemistry differs from cleaning up pollution. Green chemistry reduces pollution at its source by minimizing or eliminating the hazards of chemical feedstocks, reagents, solvents, and products. This is unlike cleaning up pollution, also called remediation, which involves treating waste streams, end of the pipe treatment, or cleanup of environmental spills and other releases. Remediation may include separating hazardous chemicals from other materials, then treating them so they are no longer hazardous or concentrating them for safe disposal. Most remediation activities do not involve green chemistry. Remediation removes hazardous materials from the environment. On the other hand, green chemistry keeps the hazardous materials out of the environment in the first place. If a technology reduces or eliminates the hazardous chemicals used to clean up environmental contaminants, this technology would qualify as a green chemistry technology. One example is replacing a hazardous sorbent chemical used to capture mercury from the air for safe disposal with an effective but non-hazardous sorbent. Using the non-hazardous sorbent means that the hazardous sorbent is never manufactured, and so the remediation technology meets the definition of green chemistry. Green chemistry's 12 principles. These principles demonstrate the breadth of the concept of green chemistry. 1. Prevent waste. Design chemical syntheses to prevent waste. Leave no waste to treat or clean up. 2. Maximize atom economy. Design syntheses so that the final product contains the maximum proportion of the starting materials. Waste few or no atoms. 3. Design less hazardous chemical syntheses. Design syntheses to use and generate substances with little or no toxicity to either humans or the environment. 4. Design safer chemicals and products. Design chemical products that are fully effective yet have little or no toxicity. 5. Use safer solvents and reaction conditions. Avoid using solvents, separation agents, or other auxiliary chemicals. If you must use these chemicals, use safer ones. 6. Increase energy efficiency. Run chemical reactions at room temperature and pressure whenever possible. 7. Use renewable feedstocks. Use starting materials, also known as feedstocks, that are renewable rather than depletable. The source of renewable feedstocks is often agricultural products or the wastes of other processes. The source of depletable feedstocks is often fossil fuels, petroleum, natural gas, or coal, or mining operations. 8. Avoid chemical derivatives. Avoid using blocking or protecting groups or any temporary modifications if possible. Derivatives use additional reagents and generate waste. 9. Use catalysts, not stoichiometric reagents. Minimize waste by using catalytic reactions. Catalysts are effective in small amounts and can carry out a single reaction many times. They are preferable to stoichiometric reagents, which are used in excess and carry out a reaction only once. 10. Design chemicals and products to degrade after use. Design chemical products to break down to innocuous substances after use so that they do not accumulate in the environment. 11. Analyze in real time to prevent pollution. Include in process, real-time monitoring and control during syntheses to minimize or eliminate the formation of byproducts. 12. Chemicals and their physical forms, solid, liquid, or gas, to minimize the potential for chemical accidents including explosions, fires, and releases to the environment. Green chemistry's roots in the Pollution Prevention Act of 1990 to stop creating pollution in the first place became America's official policy in 1990 with the Federal Pollution Prevention Act. The law defines source reduction as any practice that reduces the amount of any hazardous substance, pollutant, or contaminant entering any waste stream or otherwise released into the environment, including fugitive emissions, prior to recycling, treatment, or disposal. Reduces the hazards to public health and the environment associated with the release of such substances, pollutants, or contaminants. The term source reduction includes modifications to equipment or technology, modifications to process or procedures, modifications, reformulation or redesign of products, substitution of raw materials, improvements in housekeeping, maintenance, training, or inventory control. Section 2 of the Pollution Prevention Act establishes a pollution prevention hierarchy, saying, "The Congress hereby declares it to be the national policy of the United States that pollution should be prevented or reduced at the source whenever feasible. Pollution that cannot be prevented should be recycled in an environmentally safe manner. Whenever feasible, pollution that cannot be prevented or recycled should be treated in an environmentally safe manner. Whenever feasible, disposal or other release into the environment should be employed only as a last resort and should be conducted in an environmentally safe manner." Green chemistry aims to design and produce cost-competitive chemical products and processes that attain the highest level of the pollution prevention hierarchy by reducing pollution at its source. For those who are creating and using green chemistry, the hierarchy looks like this: 1. Source reduction and prevention of chemical hazards or designing chemical products to be less hazardous to human health and the environment, or making chemical products from feedstocks, reagents, and solvents that are less hazardous to human health and the environment. Designing syntheses and other processes with reduced or even no chemical waste. Designing syntheses and other processes that use less energy or less water. Using feedstocks derived from annually renewable resources or from abundant abundant waste. O. Designing chemical products for reuse or recycling. O. Reusing or recycling chemicals. 2. Treating chemicals to render them less hazardous before disposal. 3. Disposing of untreated chemicals safely and only if other options are not feasible. Chemicals that are less hazardous to human health and the environment are less toxic to organisms, less damaging to ecosystems, not persistent or bioaccumulative in organisms or the environment, inherently safer to handle and use because they are not flammable or explosive. Thanks for watching my video. Please subscribe to my channel.
I hope the video was clear to all the participants. The students who should have received the quiz through their registered email address. The link of the form is time sensitive. After 10 minutes, no responses should be entertained. Thank you. All the best to everyone. If the student face any issue, they can contact our backend team either through WhatsApp or through the chat box. Till the students are filling their forms, in order to entertain all the other participants of the meeting, we would like to show you a presentation. The Department of Chemistry has been one of the most prestigious and well-known departments across the university. It has the distinction of very eminent teacher faculty. The department boasts to be a vibrant co-scholastic society where the students and teachers interact beyond the classroom and course curricula to express themselves freely. The society organizes seminars, workshops, and popular lectures on a regular basis to enrich and update the members with the latest development across the globe. Let us have a glimpse of various experiments, add-on courses, workshops that the Department of Chemistry of Hindu College has organized in the field of innovation and green chemistry in the past 1 year. Yes,
Video. Yeah. Have you made sure that the participants have been sent the questions? They've received the same, the quiz?
Yes, ma'am. The link have been shared in the WhatsApp group and they might have received the email as well.
Okay. Because Mohit had informed us that there are 129 entries in this. So I think, how many do we have right now? It would be around not more than 50, I guess.
Yes, ma'am. They
Yeah,
are
ma'am, and yeah,
YouTube.
ma'am, many are in the Zoom meeting, and others are also in the YouTube link.
All right. So you've already sent, right? So we are just giving 10 minutes now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, participants, all the very best. And meanwhile, we are just showcasing a video. The students of the Tattva Society have made a beautiful video on the kind of activities we've done. So yes, now you can play, Abhay.
All the very best.
Very, very nice, students. This filler video is very good.
This video brings smile to all of our faces. Hurry up, guys. Start sending your responses. We will check your responses and declare the result in the validatory ceremony. All the best to all the participants. Looking forward to see all the students in the next student activity, Pictionary and Quizmania on the day 2 of the EWASH conference. Now, I would like to request Dr. Meenu ma'am to carry forward with the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhay. Indeed, I would like to request Sri Panna to carry on further.
Ma'am, I think we still have some time. Mohit, do we have time still for this activity?
Yeah, ma'am, still 2-3 minutes we are accepting responses.
All right, that's great. So, meanwhile, while our students are engaged with the activity, I'd like to take a special mention that the students at Hindu College have been doing a great work, especially in the field of green chemistry. They're all very enthusiastic and keen, and many of them have, in fact, been selected. I mean, there was a rigorous selection process in which some of the students were selected in the Going Global workshop, and this was for the first time that the students were involved in the design of a curriculum for the exchange of, it would be a value-added course on green chemistry for the exchange of Indo-UK students, and 20 students, undergrad students from first year were selected, and they had attended the workshop and they had participated wholeheartedly and were appreciated as well for the same. So we'd like to congratulate our students. Not just that, they are all involved in designing of newer experiments. Many of them have also actively got engaged in the value-added courses that we have started at our college. Two of them are being already carried out at our research center. So a part of the work has already been executed. So they are finding out time from their extensive curriculum and getting engaged into these the courses wherein they are involved in some project work as well, apart from the theoretical component. So tomorrow, some of them are also going to present their posters on the same. So yeah. So I wish all the students all the best for their future activities. We'd like to thank Mohit for this. He's done a great job of coordinating the various activities. He's along with his team, of course. I'd like to thank our student coordinators for this particular activity, Abhay, Ankit, and Nojesh. Well done, and the video was really very good. So I would like to
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. So just within 2 days, 1 or 2 days, they have made this filler video also. And I really appreciate the same, because we had asked them to just take a good YouTube video and just present it, but then they wanted to make their own video. They wanted to create, and which is a very good thing. So all the very best. And yes, Mohit. So do we
Thank
have
you so much, ma'am. Yeah, no, ma'am. Like now it's over. Like we are giving them 10 minutes only.
Okay, so I request you all to do the check the responses that you have received. And I think we can take the conference forward with the next session.
Yes, Shripana, it is to start at 2:30. And backend, please check whether we have the chairpersons for the next session with us. I think they should be joining soon.
Professor Sunil Day has joined us.
Yes, okay.
Professor Day is there, and Professor Parvez is also there, because he has to attend a meeting at 3. So if I'm just, I don't know if someone can connect to Professor Parimal, because I don't have his number. Otherwise, we could have just asked him to come so that we can start little early also.
Dr. Ramesh Kumar sir is also there with us.
मैम डॉक्टर परिमल
Yeah.
नंबर तो मेरे पास भी नहीं है.
Trying to contact, but and he is not picking up the phone. I have has no his contact number. Picking up.
Devanshi ma'am, meanwhile, should we showcase the video again, just by the time that the speakers join in?
Why not? Mohit, is this the same video that Ankit was talking about? Mohit कहीं busy है.
Mohit?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am, आप कुछ कह रहे थे?
I was asking you, is it the same
Yes,
video
ma'am.
that Ankit was talking about to be making very
Yeah,
quickly?
ma'am.
Very good.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good effort in a very short time. Wonderfully done. Must appreciate. Very nice.
Ma'am, actually, this video is created only yesterday night.
Very good. कौन बच्चे हैं नाम दे देना आगे हम उनसे ही बनवाएंगे.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Wonderful work. Very
And
good. Very
please
good.
share the video with us also.
Yes, yes. Put it
Yes,
on
yes,
the
sure.
group and then we can have it. Very nicely done.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would also like to add to it. The video was really very good, real good appreciation for all the students who have done it.
Great. Yeah. So, ma'am, I think we can get it played once again. I think some of the, I think.
It's a short one. In the meanwhile, when other people join, let us quickly just do it as a filler once again, and then we can move on to the session.
Mohit, please get it played once again.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I will ask her.
TV.
I think Dr. Parimal Pal is also joining. So I guess we have both the chairpersons now. Ragvi, can you confirm with the session details, please?
I think you can start now, Devanshi.
That's what I'm wondering. I think we have all the speakers also and
Yeah.
chairpersons also. Geetika ma'am, can we please move on to the next session?
Yeah, sure. Because chairpersons are already, they have already joined, so we can proceed.
Okay, ma'am. So shall I start now?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Now we are going to begin with the technical session 1 of this event. On behalf of the entire coordinating team, myself, Dr. Ragvi Khattar, Dr. Gitika Bhala, and Dr. Sudarshan Kumar, faculty members, Hindu College, welcome Professor Parimal Pal and Professor Sunil Dey to chair this technical session. In this particular session, we have wonderful opportunity to listen from eminent speakers, Dr. Sohail Pervez, Dr. Noor Afshan Khan, Dr. R.K. Gupta, Dr. Ramesh Kumar. Now I request Dr. Gitika Bhala from Hindu College to introduce our first chairperson, Professor Parimal Pal.
Thank you, Dr. Ragvi. Good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome and greetings to everyone joined here. It's my great pleasure to welcome Chairperson of this technical session 1, Professor Parimal Pal, Professor, Department of Chemical Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Durgapur. Professor Pal has been recipient of many awards and recognitions. Hiroshi Environmental Award, Best Research Paper Award on Clean Technology and Environmental Policy, to name a few. Professor Pal has supervised 18 doctoral and postdoctoral scholars, 25 MTech project and theses, and has quite a large number of patents to his credit. A sole author of 3 books, he has as many as 100 research publications in national and international journals. So thank you, sir, for joining us today. And I am delighted to now invite Professor Parimal Pal to chair the session.
Thank you.
I also request Dr. Ragvi Khattar, Hindu College, to introduce our second chairperson from of this technical session, Professor Sunil Dey.
Thank you, Gitika ma'am. I'm really glad to introduce Professor Sunil Dey. Dr. Sunil Kumar Dey is currently a professor and former head of the Department of Geography, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong. His major fields of interest are geomorphological hazards, especially landslide and soil erosion, fluvial dynamics, river health, and human impact on environment. His research outcome has been published in more than 73 research papers in different national and internationally reputed journals and book chapters. He has edited 2 books on geomorphology and environment and authored a book on river health. He is the editor of the journal Hill Geographer. He has successfully supervised 12 PhD students and 6 MPhil theses, and 8 PhD candidates are working under him at present. Professor Dey is also the president of the International Association of Geomorphologists. He was also elected as the publication officer, secretary general, vice president of the IAG for the period of 4 years. He has served as the Indian Institute of Geomorphologists as executive committee member, joint secretary, and vice president. Since 2008, he has been serving as the international correspondence secretary of the same institute. Before joining the Northeastern Hill University, Professor Dey taught in the Department of Geography and Disaster Management, Tripura University, as reader, and later he became head of the same department. He also taught in the Union Christian Training College, West Bengal. As a visiting fellow, he was associated with the National Autonomous University of Mexico, University of Paris Sorbonne, Abu Dhabi, and University of Gajah Mada, Indonesia. The Shaanxi Institute of Geological Survey, China, has conferred him the honor as distinguished expert. We welcome you, sir. Thank you for joining us today.
So now I request our chairperson, Professor Parimal Pal, to kindly invite and introduce the speaker of the technical session, Dr. Suhail Parvez. Sir, over to you, sir.
Thank you. I welcome Dr. Suhail to make his presentation.
I think before the presentation, we should introduce the speaker. Am I right or not?
Yes.
Yes,
Dr. Pal, if you have the biodata of Dr. Suhail Parvez, then you can carry on, or I can read it because it is open in my computer.
Okay, if it is open there, please do the input because
Okay.
I have to open it again then.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a brief note of Dr. Suhail Parvez.
Yes.
He is presently working as professor in the Department of Toxicology at School of Chemical and Life Sciences at Jamia Hamdard. His master's and doctoral degrees are in toxicology. He completed his postdoctoral tenure at University of Magdeburg in Germany. Then he was appointed as a scientist at Queen's Medical Center at University of Hawaii in USA for 3 years. Subsequently, he was appointed as a group leader at the Leibniz Institute of Neurobiology in Germany in 2008. During this time, he was also awarded with the prestigious Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship for experienced researchers. He relocated to India in 2010 and since then working in Jamia Hamdard. He has guided more than 30 students for their PhD as a supervisor and co-supervisor. He is a recipient of UGC Faculty Research Award in Medical Sciences. His current research interests include learning and memory, then neurodegenerative diseases, then mitochondrial biology and ion channel electrophysiology. He has been awarded with more than 15 research grants from extramural funding agencies. He has got more than 160 publications with a cumulative impact factor of 600. His citations in Scopas are more than 5,000, with an H index of 45. So on behalf of the organizers and our chair and co-chair, I invite Dr. Suhail Parvez to present his presentation. And on behalf of us, I would request you to be on time.
So first of all, I would like to thank you for such a nice introduction. And I would like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to interact, especially with the college students, because they are the future of tomorrow. They are the torchbearers of research for tomorrow. So I'm always inclined to attend such a session. And the time is really the essence. So obviously I will be very short and I will be try to finish within 15 minutes.
Okay.
So is my screen shared? Can you see it? The PPT?
Yes. Yes, please.
I have now put it on full screen mode. Is it visible?
Yes, yes, it is visible.
Okay. So very briefly, just being the ambassador of my university, I would like to tell you a little bit about our university because people confuse Jamia Millia and Jamia Hamdard thinking that we are cousins. So basically, Jamia Hamdard started as an organization with the efforts of our founder, Janab Hakim Abdul Hamid Sahib. And we started as an Islamic Studies Institute. Later on, we added the College of Pharmacy to us, and then a Unani Medicine and a School of Nursing. All these were part of Delhi University in the 70s and 80s, and we got a deemed university status in 1989. And as of today, now we have 10 schools, including a medical college, which was established in 2011. And we are now featuring within the top 20 in the medical education. And for the past 5 years, we are #1 in pharmacy. And the latest being we were recommended for the Institute of Eminence in 2019. So now I would just like to flash a few of the quotes that we have. You can visualize the first one being from Thomas Edison, and we know who he is. He needs no introduction. So just imagine, almost 250, 60 years ago, he gave a quote that until man duplicates a blade of grass, nature can laugh at his so-called scientific knowledge. So just imagine, like to think about genetic engineering, all cloning in his own thoughts. He came up with something that would make a revolution in the field of science. At the same time, if we look at Rachel Carson, who is really well known due to her book of Silent Spring, that man is a part of nature and his war against nature is inevitably a war against himself. Now, this is something which we are here for. EWASH is all about this. And we as students, as researchers and human beings, we are trying our every bit to save the planet. So if you look at the perspective of toxicology and the ecotoxicology and the pollution and whatever we are talking about, the journey actually starts from introduction of a contaminant in the atmosphere. And this contaminant, depending on what exactly the environmental fate is, and depending on the exposure, bioavailability, and other factors, there is a huge component of the system which deals with the toxicology. And this toxicology is actually the study of the adverse effects within the system. So these study of the adverse effects, when we are talking that we would be examining them in the living system. And this living system can be a variety. It can be even in the organelles or cells. It can be in the lower organisms. It can be in the human population, the community, and the ecosystem. So you can see the plethora of things that are there. So this all is actually very important, because one contaminant can really change the dynamics. And this is there for us to see and visualize whether we can take it from a molecule stage and it can even go up to the ecosystem. So as the principle of toxicology says, that the right dose differentiates a poison and a toxicant. We are all aware of pufferfish, and we know that's something that is really toxic, because pufferfish has this component known as tetrodotoxin. And this tetrodotoxin is very powerful. It can really kill somebody who is consuming it. In Japan, there has been instances. Now, when we know that tetrodotoxin, that is really toxic, and we are now looking at it that maybe that the toxin at a very low dose or some components of these toxins can also relieve pain, or maybe they can work in cancer patients to relieve this pain. So just imagine something, the concept of toxicology is giving you that, okay, tetrodotoxin, very toxic, agreed, but maybe in nanomoles or micromoles. But if you go down with the dose, it may have the capacity to alter the ion channel, to target the receptor system. And this may really change the dynamics. Then another example, the green frog. Now, this green frog, poison frog, which also has another toxin known as batrachotoxin. Now, this batrachotoxin is actually working by activating proteins. And these proteins are linked with the voltage-gated sodium channel. So sodium channel, potassium channel, Na and K, know about it. Now, if the gating, that means the opening and closing of this ion channel, is mediated through the change in the voltage. That is why it is called as voltage gated channel. Now, the community, the research community is working on it, that maybe beta-toxin can also be useful or helpful for us in doing that. So due to paucity of time, I'm not taking more examples. So we also have, for example, the death stalker scorpion, which has chlorotoxin. We also have, for example, the duck-billed platypus. You are all knowing about it. So duck-billed platypus has been now having this GLP-1, glucagon-like peptide 1, that is being explored. You have many other things. So now jumping from something which is for us a source of toxin to again something which is very known to us in our environment and known as adulteration. And we are aware of this. For the past 4 or 5 years, Center for Science and Environment have been working on these aspects, highlighting that how we have problems of honeybee contamination, how the antibiotics are being given to these honey bee population, and this honeybee population is then having these antibiotics, which is then passed down to the manufactured honey. And this honey then is infested with these antibiotics, and we are consuming it. In addition to honey, we also have reports of mustard seed and Argemone mexicana, the contamination with that. It has also been known to us a problem. Then milk and adulteration related to milk products. And this has been there for years. And FSSI, the agency that is looking at the food and safety aspects, they have generated so many guidelines and regulations, but still we are not able to curtail the problem. Then obviously the fruits and vegetables, and you are seeing it on a daily basis, that how exactly these colors are being used. And they are not easy colors. They are calcium carbide, copper sulfate, oxytocin, cheap colors, saccharin. So all these agents have been used in one way or the other to promote this. Now, now jumping on to the next one. Yes, we also had reports that we had a few reports 3-4 years ago where consumption of the raw juices of bottle gourd or lauki or Karela juice, this led to accidental 1 or 2 deaths. And they, when being investigated, people found out that if it's not processed, certain things are not processed, it may be bad for us. The third thing I would like to highlight here is the household items. Very important is the print media. There was a report and a regulation from the Pune Cantonment Board that you should not sell newspapers and parts of it as the carriers of food. And you can see from the picture here, this is a very common scenario that you can have it. And obviously, there are so many vendors who are not educated or who have limited resources, and still we are following it. And this roadside vendors are not being given enough resources. But if you look at the risk that we are having, we in our lives, someday or the other, we have also been used to this kind of practice. The composition of ink that is used in these newspapers is harrowing. The lead that is present in this ink, we all know that how lead is bad for us and how lead can damage is known. So now, highlighting these issues, I would like to switch, like what exactly can be done at the level of research. So there are 3 things which we call as the triad approach. First of all is we need to do the chemical analysis. And as this is a program majorly from the Department of Chemistry, the green chemistry, chemical analysis is only possible when you have such good tools that are there to help you in getting the right things, HPLC, GC, and all of that. Then you need to develop bioassays that will actually give you the answers, like what exactly, which pathway is being affected, which organelle has to be targeted. And finally, you should have a model. So fish is a very good model, though I am now into hardcore neuroscience for the past 20 years, but I actually did my PhD with fishes. And aquatic is a beautiful model, and currently zebrafish is used as an alternate model. And there are certain areas that you have to look into it. The entire pharmaceuticals, chemicals, and pesticides, they are being used in studying them in different models. So I will just give you one or two examples just to show you like how exactly the fishes can be used. So we would like to dive, but not dive into an ocean of clouds. And this is the scenario we are having, and we really need to check. So we had this project. It's almost a old story now, 15, 17 years back. We had this mapping of the Yamuna River from Yamuna Nagar, the starting point, and then we took it down to Etawah when it merges with the Ganges. And we saw different pesticides as well as heavy metals and the fishes that were there. And we saw that how exactly in these areas these pesticides and the heavy metals are there. And if you analyze them, then you can see that the kind of effect it is showing. And it was a very interesting incident. We were sampling in Panipat and we came across a fish kill episode during that time. And by using these fish biomarkers, we actually got a paper published from my thesis and showing that how biomarkers of oxidative stress, they can be used to determine a fish kill episode. Similarly, I also had a lab investigation done. We know that we have certain macromolecules within us, the lipids, the carbohydrates, and the proteins. So I utilized the protein carbonyl as a biomarker for the fish. And through this, we could show that they can be used as a marker or an indicator for the exposure to heavy metals or pesticide. And when you look at the citation till today, we have more than 300 citations of this particular research paper. And fish can be really used as a model. Later on, in the past few years, we ventured into looking at the effect of fly ash leachate, and then this particular pesticide pendimethalin. So pendimethalin was in the ban list of 27 pesticides from the center, but Punjab recorded an all-time high sale for this particular pesticide. And we studied this and we reported that pendimethalin in a fish model is inducing damage not only to the liver, kidney, and gill, but as well as the brain. So my final slide for today is like, if this is the scenario with all of that I have shown, this is the take-home message that we need to show, that the adaptation and the acclimatation as well as mitigation, they are all part of the process. But we as researchers, we have to create markers, we have to create systems, we have to create awareness that through our results, the policymakers can really come up with guidelines. Today, you are seeing that Delhi has been reported as one of the most polluted cities. You have this notion of using a particular car where it is showing that it is S3 or S4 or whatever. So thanks a lot for your time. These are the funding agencies that have been supporting me over the years. And these are the collaborations I have. And I have to acknowledge, because most of the work is already been done by the scholars. So these were the first batch and the second, and they are currently my last batch. So thanks a lot for your time. I think I have finished within the allotted time.
Yes.
Thank
You
you.
are perfectly on time. Yes, Dr. Pal, carry on, please.
Yes, Dr. Parvez, you have very nicely presented several aspects of toxins, natural as well as man-made, and you have also shown how we can combat and how we can take care of such toxins in the nature. Thank you very much. Your your wonderful activities spread over the years, and your nice publications also show that you have really dealt with this subject in depth and very wonderfully. You have presented those things in brief. Thank you very much, Dr. Parvez, for
Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot for your kind words.
for enlightening us on such a nice topic and very, very relevant topic to our life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you so much.
So if the audience have any questions, anything?
If you allow me, may I ask a small question?
Yes, please go ahead.
I have seen from your presentations very, very pertinent presentation our daily life, in our daily life. But most of the fishes, most of the vegetables are intoxicated. Then what to do for our common life?
Well, there is no solution to it. It's just that we have to stop. The whole green revolution came, and now we are saying that everything is going organic. So with being entrepreneurs and everybody, people are going into pisciculture, fish culture and all of that. So we need regulatory agencies to first create awareness that if the fishes are infested in waters that are laced with heavy metals and pesticide, we will not allow it. We have so much of regulations in drugs and other things. Why not for food products? Today, if you go to a European country or the other countries, they have strict regulation for every food item. Even in an egg, in Germany, in an egg, you will get a stamp with a expiry date and a manufacture date. Today, if you open a fridge, the white egg of yours will not tell you whether it's 7-day old or 70 days old. So the onus lies on us, whether we want to be exposed to these things forever or we would like to step up. And
no, sir, in India also, FISC is giving the certificate.
Yes, but not everywhere. I know,
yes.
It's a start. It's a start. But as consumers, we are now becoming safe. At least I would say upper middle class and higher class, they are going to stores like Limarsh or Modern Bazaar, and they feel that, okay, we are going here, it's packed, it's nice, it's a AC avenue, so everything is safe. We don't care. But obviously it is, because the amount of price that they are charging, obviously the farm eggs and whatever advertisements you can see in those, so that is there, but it has to be taken up at the ground level. India is a big population, and it's not a one-day change. It will take like years for us to then. But yes, policymakers and government and everybody has to step up, and agencies like this or the organizations like this will have to play a big role.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our esteemed chairpersons to kindly invite and introduce our next speaker of this technical session.
Next speaker, who will be the next speaker? Dr. Chahal?
Dr. Ramesh Kumar.
Dr. Ramesh
Kumar. So
he has already joined.
I welcome Dr. Ramesh Kumar to make his presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And I request Dr. De to introduce Dr. Kumar.
Yes. I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Ramesh Kumar. He is MTech and PhD in chemical engineering from the Hayang University at South Korea. And presently, he is doing this Energy Innovation Institute as a Department of Earth Resources and Environmental Engineering, Hayang University in South Korea itself. He was awarded this Young Scientist Award from the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India in 2013. And as well, he was awarded Dr. D.S. Kothari Postdoctoral Fellowship from the Government of India in 2016. He has completed 2 research projects, and 3 projects are going on with him. It was implemented, one at Hayang University, NRF Creative Challenge, South Korean government. All these things are completed. He has more than 45 research publications in internationally and nationally reputed journals, and he has the H index of 21 along with the citation of 1423. With this, I am happy to introduce Dr. Ramesh Kumar, and I request you to start your presentation, please.
Thank you, Professor. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, you are.
Yes. And my slides can.
No, it is not visible till now.
Oh, okay.
Just I request you to share your entire screen, then and only then it will be visible, I think.
Yeah, I'm trying. Now can you see my slides?
Till now it is not visible.
Okay. Sorry for the delay. Actually, I don't know. That share screen,
You can share the screen, sir.
You may sign out and rejoin. That may help if you think so. Okay, Professor. I just try to rejoin.
Dr. Ramesh, your screen is visible, but you go to your presentation directly, then it will be, I think, visible.
Dr. Ramesh, if there is a problem, you could share your slides with us if it's not an issue, and we can share it for you.
That will be better, I think.
All right. Ma'am, Shipra ma'am. शिप्रा मैम।
हाँ देवांशु
मैम आप अपने व्हाट्सएप पे ले सकती हैं क्या सर से, इफ यू हैव हिज नंबर और मेल
I
आईडी?
don't have his number. Actually, Sankha में I don't have
अच्छा,
his
okay. Manoj, do one thing. Please share your mail ID on the in the chat box, so sir can share on that ID.
हाँ, I think that's better. Meanwhile, can we request Noor, Dr. Noor, to deliver her talk? Meanwhile, I mean, by the time he sends and all, the time will not be wasted at least.
Yeah, madam. Shipra, madam.
Yeah.
I am
Sir,
here.
Sunil sir.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
I
So
think kar lete hain.
Okay.
Time
Okay, by that
budget.
time, yes, by that time, we invite to Dr. Noor A. Khan. She joined in CSIR NERI in October 2011 as scientist. She completed her PhD in Natural Product Chemistry from RD University, Jabalpur, MP in 2009. Presently, she is placed at NERI Delhi Center as senior scientist. She is a project leader and core team member in various research and consultancy projects taken up by CSIR NERI. Our core area of research is instrumentation method development for the analysis of trace level environmental pollutant through GCMS, HPLC, etc. At present, she is working on trace level determination of organic contaminants like pesticides, THMs, pH, PPCP, etc. in complex environmental metrics. She made efforts for establishing NABL accreditation, pesticide residue laboratory at NERI headquarters, and sophisticated instrumentation facilities at Delhi Zonal Center that not only prove the competency of lab but also strengthening the institute. She is a member in technical committees of BIS, DJB, MD, WS, FSSAI, and MSCG. She has joint authorship for book Standardization Techniques for Medicinal and Aromatic Plants. She has about 20 publications as book chapters and research paper in national and internationally reputed journals, and presented her work in about 20 national and international conferences. So I am glad to invite Dr. Noor to present her presentation.
Thank you, Sunil sir. Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to deliver my talk. And please let me know what is the timing
15 minutes. 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay. Okay. So my presentation is visible?
Now, no.
Yeah. Is it visible?
Yes, now it is visible. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. A very good afternoon to all of you, and thank you very much to all the organizing member for inviting me to deliver my talk. And as I have already given you all that the topic of my talk is water contaminated faith and existence during treatment process. Now, this is one of the very important topic that is needing a concern day by day. If we talk about water, what is exactly its composition? The composition of water, it has a specific chemical composition, and anything if it exceeds beyond its chemical composition, it is considered as a contaminant or the pollutant or the pollution of water. And that is the thing which we are looking today in every aspect or every type of water which we are using in our day-to-day life. So in my topic, I'll be covering the current scenario of water environment and service water quality, list of possible contaminants in water, contaminants present in the water with respect to organic contaminants, that is pesticide residue, and that is contamination present in wastewater, pharmaceutical and personal care product. Here one thing more, the thing which all this presentation will be all about the what is exactly the fate and existence of these pollutants which we are adding, or the contaminants which we are adding in the environment, how it moves in the water environment. That is the basic gist of my presentation. Now, this is a very important slide which I really want to discuss with you all, and it gives you many this can tell you everything about the water environment. If you look into the first picture, this is a very important picture which we were knowing, or we are looking from very beginning in our lower classes. That is the structure of biosphere, where we have a atmosphere, lithosphere and hydrosphere, and there is a biosphere where all the living environment is existing, and it is comprising of water as is one of the part. Now, if you look into this hydrological cycle, means water cycle, this is a natural cycle. This is exactly the natural cycle which we find it here. The water which is present in the river, it get evaporated, and then it forms a cloud, and then here it is converted, and then it get condensed, and then precipitations occur in the form of either the snow or the rainfall, and then water again get back into the river or any water bodies. Now here, in the process of evaporation, what happened? Most of the contaminants that remains in the river or the water bodies, and the pure water get evaporated here in this. So this was a proper cycle of the water which was which has a nature has developed in. Now, if we look into this part, which I have named it as a man-made water cycle, here we have created our own water environment. What we find that in this water environment, water is circulated within a closed environment. Water is circulating within the closed environment, and here it is a point source from where the water is released, or you can say it is a community human settlement or the human setup that includes both cities, industrial setup, where the water it is used, consumed, and then it is released with the change in its composition. Then it goes into wastewater treatment plant, and then again come out as an effluent, and then it's mixed in the water bodies, whether it is a river, any reservoir, or any water bodies. And then again from this river, this water get into the taken up, lift by the water treatment plant as raw water, and there again it is subjected to the treatment process, where it is supplied to the community as a water, potable water, or as a water for used in any sources. Now here, what we find that when the water is getting into this community, means when we take up the drink water, it get into our body. So what happened? This water, when get into our body, or maybe any of this process, when we use the water, we release the water, same amount of the water, and with a changed composition, which we named it as a wastewater. Now this wastewater, when it is subjected to the treatment, when it is get into the treatment plant, where it has been found that it has a high, the chemical composition of this water is totally changed. Now it has a high BOD, high COD. So what is the purpose of the wastewater treatment plant? To reduce its BOD or COD, which we call as a chemical oxygen demand. So what happened? And this water during the treatment, it has to be released in the water bodies with respect to the standard which is provided with respect to discharge standard, which are provided for the release in the reservoir or in the river. So with this water is released, and the river has its own means capacity to revive itself, and so this water and then again lift up, and then again taken up by the water treatment plant, where it is microbial contamination is reduced, and then its turbidity is reduced, and then again it's sent to this community for the usage. But although during the river can revive itself, but when the discharge is too much, at every point it is discharged, then what happened? The river does not have the capacity to revive itself, and it's one of the very important example that we have. It is of Yamuna river, which is flowing in Delhi. So this is what we are doing, and this is the closed environment where we are existing. So the original water composition is now totally changed. So now it is very important concern that how the contaminants are behaving in this environment, how they are removed, and what are their effects on our health. Now, if we talk about the raw water, we get raw water from the different sources, but where our major concern is that if we talk about the surface water quality, we are mainly concerned with the river water, lake, and the reservoir, where we take up the water and where the discharge we do. Now, here we talk about the composition of the river composition, although it depends upon its geological strata, its geography, from where the river is originated, through which plain it is flowing. But apart from that, the composition is also depending upon the discharges which are getting into the river, industrial discharges which are there, municipal discharges which are there, agricultural surface run flow of water is there. And these all changes the composition of the river, and therefore it is very important that the contaminants in the river has to be identified before it is which is where it is used, means we have to know what type of contaminants are there and how they are treated, how they are removed in our treatment process. Now, these are the particle size of the various contaminants which are present, which is again an important thing, which is used to, which is important to know what type of treatment technology can be adopted in this for the treatment of water. Now, if we talk about the list of the possible contaminants which are present, we find that their substance present in the undesirable in the excess amount, which is the normal. These are already present in the water, but if they are in the excess, then they are considered as a pollutant. Then heavy metal, which is very much getting into the water through industrial waste. Then toxic substance with respect to the metals, it may be, and the organics, where I am basically working in, and I have worked on the pesticide residues and PPCPs, THMs, and PHs in the water. So I'll be discussing this, their treatment, their fate in the treatment process of these pesticide residues and pharmaceutical and personal care products. Now, this is one of my slide where I have did the study for the water treatment plant in the Delhi Jal Board, and in 1718, where we have lifted the water from the treated water from the treatment plant, and we have analyzed the pesticide residue, that's organochlorine and organophos present in the water, and where we have find that although their concentration ranges from means not detected 0 to with some concentration, but still, although they were less within the permissible limit, you can say the desired limit given by the BIS and BIS, but their concentration was there. It means that whatever water these pesticides which were present in the river, they are passing through the treatment process, and whatever can be removed through the conventional process, although that conventional process is not designed to remove these pesticide residue, but because of some of the chemical reaction and the treatment, they may remove. So still their concentration has been found, although that is low, but that is of concern that if their concentration can be increased, then how it will be reduced. That is important. One thing more, the methyl parathion was found to above the desirable concentration of 0.25 microgram per liter, because it was organophos, and it might be organophos has the capacity to means degrade itself within 15-20 days of time, and it may be spread during the recent time, so it has been observed. And the same was with chloropyrifos here. In one of the sampling, one of the treatment plant, we find it chloropyrifos within the high, which was limit was higher. So here, what we find that these pesticides are existing in the raw water, and therefore we have to take care how these can be removed in the treatment plant, treatment process. This is the treatment plant, means water, drinking water treatment plant. This is the drinking water treatment plant, and therefore this is of concern that how these pesticide residues can be removed in that. This is the study which we did for one year in that treatment plant, and these pesticide residues were observed here. But second important thing, since I am having very less time, so I am just discussing the two. That is one is two organic pollutant. That is one is water, and the other is for the wastewater. That is here in the second one, we have studied the pharmaceutical and personal care product in the wastewater, sewage water, in one of the sewage treatment plant. In one of the sewage treatment plant, where we find that these pharmaceutical and personal care products are getting into the water, sewage water, And therefore, these are basically considered as a contaminants of concern nowadays, and they are acting as a potential endocrine disrupting element, means you can say chemicals. So this is two of the examples which was given from the Patanjali, where the ciprofloxacin was observed in the water and their effect was seen. And the other was the diclofenac analgesic drug, that is ibuprofen, which was seen, which affects the population of the Indian vulture. So in our study, we have taken 5 pharmaceutical and personal care product, that is triclosan, ibuprofen, and 4-9-phenol, estradiol and caffeine, and we have studied in one of the sewage treatment plant in the Nagpur city. This was under one of the project from water technology initiative, where we did this project, and the study was done under this project funded by DST. So here we find these were the concentration of triclosan, which we have seen here, that is triclosan in the treated water, but the treated effluent which is released, we have seen that it ranges from 0.67 microgram per liter to 2.89 microgram per liter. Similarly, for the nonylphenol phenol was also observed in the effluent, and estradiol and the caffeine. These were observed in the treated water from the sewage, and therefore it is again a matter of concern that if this such type of water is released in the environment, so what is the technology we have to, or the treatment strategy we have to obtain to remove such type of contaminants, because they are directly affecting our human physiological process. And this has to be treated, because our conventional treatment plant is not so much designed so that they can remove such type of organic contaminants. So here the question arises, what is the fate, question that has to be answered, that what is the fate of this toxicant that we have to think on, how effective our treatment system. As I already told you till date, that most of the treatment system are conventionally designed, and they have to reorient their design to remove these organic pollutants. And then what type of upgradation is required with respect to their treatment strategy, and what is definitely one more thing in the BIS for the acceptable and permissible limit for pharmaceutical and personal care product in most of the organics has not yet been designed. That has to be limit, has to be assigned. A proper study has to be done for that. And the possible treatment which are used in means other European countries, they are advanced ozonation, advanced oxidation process, activated carbon treatment, membrane filtration technology. But here in our country, what happens, we have a lot, the amount of consumption of water when speaking into the population is more, and therefore we have to also look for the economic viability of this treatment process, to know how they can cater or the treatment of such large amount of water to such a large population. Then finally, what I can come up with this means my talk is that it is important that we have to identify these toxic or the contaminants present in the water. We have to it is necessary to look into treatment process for the removal of these stress level contaminants, because they are existing in a very important lesser amount, and they are effective in that lesser amount to the human being. Then how this management of these contaminants in the water environment to mitigate its effect on the public health, that limiting the discharge of these chemicals in the source, and definitely the public awareness that to reduce the discharge of such type of chemicals in the water is very important. So with this, I end up here, and thank you so much for your time. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Noor, for your nice presentation on various water contaminants, particularly those in the surface waters, and that we are drawing normally from the rivers and lakes. So you find through your studies that there are quite a few, toxicants, contaminants like antibiotic residues as well as pesticide residues that are actually escaping the treatment in the conventional treatment plants, right?
Yes.
And you suggest that some kind of advanced treatments and public awareness. But the thing is that those who are responsible for running the conventional treatment plants, are they aware of it? That is the thing. Because it is these people who have to take a decision for augmentation of the existing facilities, I believe that some kind of tertiary treatment facilities in this kind of plants can take care of the residual contaminants, which are highly hazardous contaminants. And it is also true that if we go for the treatment of the entire quantity of water that is needed for a population in some township, municipalities, areas, or cities, that treatment of entire quantity of water by the tertiary treatment, like advanced treatment, is may not be economically viable, right?
Yes,
So,
yes. This is one of the very important points.
yes, but the drinking water, the water that is being used for the purpose of, drinking only, that can be taken care of through the
Definitely,
advanced
we have to.
Yes. Thank you very much for pointing out these very important aspects of water treatment in the conventional plants. And I request the audience, if there is any question, may put the question to Dr. Noor.
Exactly, here in our treatment process, we are going up to that to adding on advanced treatment process. But again, we also have to look for the cost and what type of raw water we are using, what are the contaminants which we are used there in the raw water. That all has to look into for designing of the treatment process.
Yes. Dr. Dey, if you would like to ask any question.
No, I always try to ask the question related to the common people. You know, about 30-40 years back, the surface water used to be considered as the most safest water.
Yes.
And underground water, because of lifting, huge amount of lifting, it used to be contaminated. But nowadays, we have seen that even river water is being contaminated due to the human activities. My comment is that our scientists, all branches of scientists, they are doing very well to remove all these things. But the rate of contaminants due to human activities is much more than our scientific activities. So I think we should take care of organizing something to aware the common people. Otherwise, it is very difficult. We will carry out our studies.
Yes.
Exactly. This is very important concern because till now, if we talk about the drinking water treatment plant, they are basically designed to remove the turbidity and microbial contamination. But as for our results, which are showing there are pesticide residues and there may be some other chemicals that we have not yet tested. So that has to be looked into because their concentration is gradually increasing in raw water, and so it will be increased in treated water. So that has to be thing that is of very important concern, which I want to highlight, and we are taking up in the future also for that.
Yes. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you very much.
Now we should invite the next speaker.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Can we invite the previous speaker who was suffering from this?
Dr. I will. Yes.
Yeah.
Dr. Ramesh Kumar. Yes, now it is visible.
Okay. It is visible now. Slides are visible. You may start.
Sir, please unmute. Ramesh, sir, please unmute yourself.
Okay, Ramesh, you are muted. You are muted. Please unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. You are muted. Dr. Kumar, you should unmute.
Host has to unmute, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think now it's okay.
It's okay. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
You are audible. You are audible, and your slides are visible.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry for the disturbance. So
Okay, no problem. Carry on.
I'm Dr. Ramesh Kumar. I'm working currently in Department of Earth Resources and Environmental Engineering at Hanyang University. So I did PhD in NIT Durgapur, basically under Professor Parimal Pal, and we worked together at least last 10 to 11 years, and now last 2 years I'm working here as a Brain Korea postdoctoral fellow. So this project and this work basically supported by Korean government by project is sponsored from National Research Foundation, Korea. So my topic is basically sustainable separation and recovery of lithium from leach liquid of a spent lithium-ion battery using membrane integrated hybrid technology. So we try to develop one technology to recover the lithium and other valuable metal ions from the spent lithium-ion battery. So we all know the importance of lithium, as in the various paper like Nature Chemistry published, like lithium is a gold, and some journal published like that. The future low carbon future is the through the lithium ion battery, and through lots of uses of lithium ion battery in the various applications. So it is time to get serious about the recycling of the lithium ion battery. So if you talk about that, the lithium, so first John Augusta Alfredson, one of the John Jacob Berzelius student who first detected its presence uh, in the mineral patellite. So due to its high capacity and high negative electrode potential, as well as very light and least dense metal ions, it is very much applicable in the making of the lithium ion battery. So if you talk about the uses of lithium, so it's showing that approximately 65% of the lithium has been used in the batteries, and 18% used in the ceramic and glasses, and rest 3% in the polymer, casting and grease. So if you see the forecast of lithium, that is demand and shortage, we found that the lithium resources found in the hard rock. If you talk about the primary sources of the lithium, it is either found in the hard rocks or in the basins brines. That is that contains 58%, whereas ores or minerals contains around 26% of the total lithium. So the underlying market fundamentals of the lithium are straightforward, means the increasing and sustained demand will finally strain the supply through 2030. So lithium consumption rate, as it is increased by 18% per year. So that the depletion of the lithium is imminent, and we need to search some other uh, sources of lithium, or we need to recycle the lithium from its secondary sources, that is spent lithium ion battery. So this picture shows that ultimately at around 2050, the shortage of lithium will be around 47 million ton of the lithium. We need to get it from some other sources apart from the natural resources. So if you talk about the number of spent lithium ion batteries, so we found that the lithium carbonate production that need to be increased around 340 kiloton in 2020 to 2000 kiloton in 2030 to meet the growing demand for the lithium ion battery. So the new supply sources will require to fulfill the demand, and or the secondary resources can be used for to meet the increasing demand of the key element, that is that includes the lithium also and other metal ions like cobalt and nickel. So the expected lithium ion battery uh, likely to accumulate around 11.8 million tons by 2030, owing to the limited lifetime as like 1 to 3 years, and the wastage is expected to contribute around 5 million tons. That is active cathode material that contains the lithium, nickel, and cobalt. That can be recycled to extract these valuable metal ions. And if you talk about the lithium weight percentage in the active cathode material in the spent lithium ion battery, it is around 5%. So we can easily extract around 250 kiloton, which is available to recycle, which is equivalent to around 1300 kiloton of lithium carbonate that is available for recycling from the spent lithium ion battery. That may be also partially fulfill the demand of the increasing lithium carbonate. But if you see the recycling percentage, it is less than 5% of the spent lithium ion battery to be recycled by the industries. So this figure shows that the different sources of lithium ion battery and whose lifetime is very less, around 2 to 3 years, and sometimes 5 to 10 years. But if you see the accumulation, it is increasing by 2035 around 0.5 million tons. And the lithium ion battery collection can be done by some government-driven collection agency or some manufacturing-driven collection agencies. So if we can summarize the data by numbers, so we found that around 140 millions of electrical vehicles predicted to be on the road worldwide by 2030, and 11 million metric tons of lithium-ion battery expected to reach end of their service life between now and 2030. And approximately 30 to 40% of the lithium-ion battery weights comes from the very valuable metal ions, and approximately less than 5% of the lithium-ion battery that are recycled currently. And if I talk about the market, around 70 billion market value of lithium ion battery market projected for 2022. This is the roadmap of the development of a different milestone of in case of the lithium ion battery. Like it is commercialized in 1991 by Sony, I think Sony company. So, and in 2008, Tesla delivered the first roadster powered by lithium ion battery. And in 2019, 3 people got the Nobel Prize in the chemistry for the development of the lithium ion battery. And it is expected that in 2030, around 11 million metric tons of the end of life lithium ion battery may accumulate, and thus around 140 millions of electrical vehicles on the road in the worldwide by 2030. So imagine that how much spent lithium ion battery will be available by 2030 only. So if you go the cathode chemistry of the lithium ion battery, we found that the lithium ion battery having different types by containing the different metal ion composition, like lithium cobalt oxide that contains the cobalt and lithium iron phosphate, lithium manganese oxide, and lithium nickel cobalt, and as well as lithium nickel manganese and cobalt. So if we talk about the market share, so NMC market share is going up. And if you talk about the cost, so lithium iron phosphate is very cheap because it only contains the lithium, there is no cobalt. So lithium iron phosphate is very cheap. However, most of the electric bikes and buses are using the lithium iron phosphate. If you talk about what is the inside and what the different composition of a lithium ion battery, we found that around average 31% active cathode material that contains the lithium, cobalt, and nickel, and around 22% is the graphite, and 70% copper, as well as 15% some electrolyte solution. And there is also 3% separator plastics and 4% carbon black and miners. So if you talk about the environmental concern for the safe disposal of spent lithium ion battery, as our previous guest speaker has discussed about that, the toxic effect of the heavy metal ions on all those things. So it is very obvious that if it is disposed or dumped in the ground, so finally it's go to the river and ultimately influence the human being and the living ecosystem of the river. So the global perspectives have now changed from the disposal of landfill and export of the waste from processing to development of the onshore processing industry due to the involvement of significant policy and regulation, economic, social, technical, and environmental drivers. Like US Advanced Battery Consortium has set the guidelines about the safe disposal of spent lithium-ion battery for focusing on new technology and other detrimental activities such as recycling, storage, transportation, and treatment. That significant, obviously negative environmental factor can occur from the ore mining also, and ore mining and processing. So it is to be avoided if the material can be recycled from the spent lithium-ion battery. So what are the challenges for the lithium recovery from the secondary sources? So basically, major recycling processes of spent lithium-ion battery falls in two categories, that is hydrometallurgical process and pyrometallurgical process. In pyrometallurgical process, it is basically involve high heat temperature around 1200 degree to 1500 degrees centigrade. But that has also limitation like non-selectivity. It may lose the metal ions. Basically, lithium cannot be get through the pyrometallurgical process, and high energy required, that is to reach the temperature around 1200 to 1500. So the selective lithium recovery from the secondary battery wastewater or hydrometallurgical process can be challenging due to the presence of co-metal ions like iron, aluminum, manganese, cobalt, chromium, nickel, and zinc. So we normally transfer the active metal ions from solid phase or cathode material to the aqueous phase or liquid phase using some inorganic and organic acids. That is called basically hydrometallurgical process. Through that process only we can recover most of the metal ions from the spent lithium-ion battery. So what are the conventional technology necessitate the several unit operations to recover the specific metal from the leach liquor, resulting in the large amount of contaminated wastewater. So if you see the picture that we found that there should be safe pre-treatment of the spent lithium-ion battery. We need to discharge it completely to make it safe dismantling of the lithium-ion battery. Then we need a technology that should be eco-friendly and recycling without much acid or alkali and no organic waste, and as well as we have environmental concern, and we also focus on some other lithium resources that also present in the glass and grease also. So we have developed a membrane-based system to recover the lithium and other valuable metal ions. So first, the spent lithium-ion battery, we need threading and sieving. This process separate the anode and cathode active material, and that active cathode material go for the leaching, that is hydrometallurgical process using some organic acids. Then we got some solid and solid on liquid phase. Solid phase basically that carbon that is not dissolved in that liquid, but basically valuable metal ions dissolve in the liquid. So we get the supernatant containing the valuable metal ions, including iron, aluminum, and other contaminants also. So we need to adjust the pH in order to separate the iron and aluminum. As we see that the normally iron present in the ferric form, so its precipitation or solubility constant is around pH 4, around 3 to 4. So by adjusting pH 3 to 4, the most of the iron hydroxide is precipitated out, and similarly aluminium around pH 5 to 6 is precipitated out. So we adjust the pH around 5 to 6 to precipitate most of the contaminant like iron and aluminum. Then we have the solid phase, that is basically solid and liquid phase. That liquid phase, that is supernatant content our desired metal ions like lithium, manganese, cobalt, and nickel. But in the solid phase, it is contains basically iron hydroxide and aluminum hydroxide. So we got take the supernatant and feed to the membrane system. First, we go for the ultrafiltration to separate any suspended particles from the in the feed solutions. So, and after that ultrafiltration, we go for the nanofiltration. And nanofiltration basically separate the bivalent metal ions, that is cobalt, nickel, and magnesium in the retented side, but it permeate only lithium, that is monovalent ion. Then we go for the lithium that the permeate lithium enriched solution, we used to recover it by using some carbonate, potassium carbonate or sodium carbonate, and then we got the lithium carbonate. And in this way, the most of the lithium is recovered as the lithium carbonate. And this shows the recycling of the metal ions by using this technology, that we can easily integrate the membrane system to recycle and recover the different types of metal ions. If you talk about the advantages of membrane-based system, we found that it has very commercial viability, as its plant size is very compact, operation flexibility is very high flexible, and it requires very small number of manpower, as well as it is very modular in design in comparison to the conventional processes. And it has the high product quality, its operation is very fast, and process safety is also very high. It is a continuous process, and its energy normally required lesser than the conventional system. If you talk about the environment, so it has less developed generation of wastewater. It very compact system, so less blockade of landscape, and as well as overall system safe, cleaner, and clean system in comparison to conventional processes. If you talk about the operating principle of the membrane separation, so we found that there are 4 different types of principle, that like size exclusion principle, solution diffusion principle, and donor exclusion, and electron neutrality. So basically, size exclusion also applied for the ultrafiltration membrane, that the separation based on the size of the solid molecule, whereas the solution diffusion, donor, and electron neutrality applied on the nanofiltration, including size exclusion principle. So in case of solution diffusion mechanism, basically solution solid flux and solvent flux are uncoupled. So at we increase the pressure during nanofiltration. Normally, we got the more solvent flux with respect to the solid flux. In case of dominant exclusion, the polymer membrane surface functional groups dissociate and take the positive or negative charge based on the high or low pH of the feed solution, which result in the enhanced separation efficiency of ion carrying the same charges on as the membrane. That is so-called the coions. Like negative, if our solid contains the negative ions and our membrane surface charge is also negative, so there is high chances of separation. So in our study, we used 2 different types of membrane system, like ultrafiltration membrane and nanofiltration membrane, that is supplied from, that is manufactured from the China, and with a different model, and the membrane made of the modified polymedical ride, and the BNF2 that is nanofiltration membrane made of the polypiperazine amide. These both are the hollow fiber membrane. The advantage of hollow fiber membrane is it's very compact and contains very high surface area of the membrane in a very small area volume. So it's very good for the industrial application also. And this is the porosity and pore size and molecular weight cutoff for the ultrafiltration around 100 kVA, and for nanofiltration around 150 Dalton. You see the membrane area is around 27 meter for the ultrafiltration, and we have the nanofiltration around 8.4 meters square of the hollow fiber nanofiltration membrane. So these are the
Dr. Ramesh,
yeah.
Sorry for the interruption. Can you please wind up your presentation?
Yeah, sure. Just a few slides only. So this is the process steps that use the membrane integrated hybrid system. So we got the basically leach liquor or spent lithium ion batteries solution from an industry that contains the lithium, nickel, cobalt, manganese, including other impurities like iron and aluminum. So first we go for the alkaline pretreatment. We adjust the pH around 5.5 using NOH and ammonia solution also, to separate the iron, aluminum, chromium, and then we go for the pre-filtration using ultrafiltration membrane. Then we go for the metal ion fractionation into 2 stream that retented content the bivalent metal ion, and the permeate content the lithium enriched ion. And then finally product recovery using potassium carbonate to get the lithium carbonate. So this is the result of the precipitation experiment. So we found that around pH 5.5, we got the maximum removal of iron and aluminum. And obviously some sludge of the iron absorbs some of the valuable metal ions. So we go for the washing of the sludge 2 times to recover that adsorb valuable metal ions on nickel, lithium, and cobalt, manganese. So after precipitation and ultrafiltration, this is the composition of our leach liquid that contains the lithium of high concentration in the as well as nickel, cobalt, manganese. The minimum concentration of the impurities, that is iron and aluminum. So after that, we go for the nanofiltration. So nanofiltration, we found that by using a transmembrane pressure of 10 bar, we can recover the lithium in the permeate, and we can get the high retention, high concentration of bivalent metal ions in the retented site with a very small volume but high concentration. So in that way, we can also get the bivalent metal ions in a small volume for the subsequent recovery, as well as lithium in the permeate for the precipitation as lithium carbonate. So we use normally potassium carbonate. We use two salts, but potassium carbonate showing best result in order to get the highest recovery of lithium, around 88.2%, as lithium carbonate was obtained with a purity around 99.58%, using lithium and potassium carbonate in the ratio of 1:1.1, while operating at the reaction temperature of 70. We need at higher temperature to precipitate, because the solubility of the lithium carbonate is low at very high temperature. And this is the purity of the lithium carbonate that is determined by ICP. So we found that the lithium carbonate purity is around 99.5%. This is the like we compare with the purity and as well as with the commercial lithium carbonate by using some characterization like same image and as well as FTIR and XRD, and which shows that the peaks are the same as the commercial lithium carbonate and our restricted lithium carbonate. So in this way, we can conclude that the like recycling of lithium and other valuable metal ions from the spent lithium are very necessary for the environmental and economic consideration. So important metal ions can be transferred from solid to liquid phase by using some organic, inorganic acids, and like membrane integrated hybrid technology can be an attractive and alternative for the separation and purification of metal ions from the spent cathode leach liquid or wastewater. And such system can effectively remove the iron and aluminum during the alkaline treatment by adjusting the pH around 5.5, followed by ultrafiltration, nanofiltration membrane to separate the lithium and bivalent metal ion. And the membrane-enabled system is quite resistant against the any diurnal fluctuation of the wastewater. If there is compositional change in the waste or leach liquid concentration of different metal ions, I think our membrane system will handle that one. So that is a major advantage. And the membrane-enabled system can lead to the development of cyclical battery industry. These are references, and these are my lab members, and this is my our professor and mentor in our department of BARD. So thank you, everyone. And at the last, I like to thanks Professor Parmal Paul also for because what I learned in the membrane system, I learned from my Professor Parmal Paul. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. You have very nicely presented several aspects of recovery of lithium from spent lithium-ion battery. As we see from the data that you have presented, that hardly 5% is currently recycled. So this indicates that there is a huge potential for recovery of lithium. And in the years to come, we know that the demand for this lithium is increasing, is going to increase rapidly, because ultimately, as we are moving towards zero carbon, we have to go for electrical vehicles, and the lithium-ion batteries will really be in high demand in the market. And as the target is set 2030, by that time there will be a huge accumulation of lithium-ion spent batteries in the environment on the one side, and on the other side there will be huge demand for fresh lithium for the lithium-ion batteries. And if it can be economically separated out from the waste lithium-ion batteries, that will really do wonders in the economics also. So in this scheme that you have presented, hybrid treatment system, I see so many steps are involved in there, no? So do you think that economically it will be very viable? Have you done any economic analysis of that one?
Yes,
You have
sir.
done,
Actually, we have done some economical evolution, and we found that what is the price of lithium carbonate? Like price is increasing very high, so we got the less price of what the market price is there. And another thing is that we are simultaneously recovering other metal ions also, like
right.
cobalt, which is more costlier than lithium actually.
Right,
So
right.
that makes the credit of this membrane system, that we are not losing any valuable metal ions.
Yes. So it
So
is not lithium alone. You have the other important,
yes,
valuable metal
yes,
ions are also there. So if all these are recovered in almost in pure state, like as you are achieving around 99% purity, that's quite high, quite high.
yes,
So if
yes,
the other co-metal ions can also be recovered with that extent of purity, then definitely it is going to be economically viable. Thank you very much for enriching us on this on this hybrid technology on lithium ion recovery. Thank you very much. I leave it to Dr. Dey, if you would like to ask him any question on this
No,
issue.
it's okay. It's okay. I have no question.
If from the audience, if there is any question, otherwise we may invite the next speaker.
Yes, sir, we can invite the next speaker because sir have another meeting at 4 p.m.
Okay. Because then quickly we invite I think he'll be the last speaker.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So let us invite the last speaker, and I request they to introduce the speaker.
Yes. I am happy to introduce Dr. Raju Kumar Gupta. He is currently a professor at the Department of Chemical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, India. He received PhD degree in Chemical and Biomolecular Engineering from National University of Singapore in 2010. He joined as an assistant professor in the same department of IIT in 2012. Dr. Gupta's research group focuses on solar energy conversion and utilization for environmental and energy applications. He has made important contributions to the area of sustainable materials, green synthesis, nanostructured materials for wastewater treatment and energy storage applications. His current research interests are photocatalysis for water remediation and carbon dioxide capture and conversion to fuels, and perovskite solar cells and energy storage devices based on batteries. Dr. Gupta has been recipient of several fellowships and awards for his outstanding career in academic and research fields. Some of the fellowships and awards include DST Inspire Faculty Award in 2013, IEI Young Engineer Award in 14-15, Young Scientist Award 2014-15, PK Keller Young Faculty Research Fellowship in 2018, and many others. He has authored more than 100 research articles in international journals, 4 patents, 3 edited books, 18 book chapters, guest edited special issue for several international journals, and his work has been cited more than 7,500 times. Dr. Gupta is an editorial board member of several international journals as well as member of scientific bodies. Some of the significant appointments include Associate Editor for Elsevier Journal Solar Energy, then Nature Research Journal Scientific Reports, Wiley Journal IIT Nanodielectrics, Elsevier Journal Current Option, and so on. So with these few words, I would like to invite Dr. Raju Kumar Gupta for his presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Yeah. So again, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks, Professor Dey, for the kind introduction. And I thank the organizer, especially Dr. Manoj, for inviting me to this conference.
So one of the previous speaker talked about, Dr. Noor talked about fate of various toxic pollutants, which cannot be treated with conventional biological treatment plant. So in this presentation, I'll be talking mainly for the advanced oxidation water remediation process like photocatalysis. So in our group at IIT Kanpur, we focus on mainly material development for environmental application, mainly water remediation, CO2 conversion, capture. In terms of energy storage devices, we focus on supercapacitor devices, and recently we have moved towards development of battery technologies. And for energy generation, we have focused on photovoltaic devices, mainly based on peroxide solar cell. So today's talk, I'll talk about mainly for environmental application using photocatalysis technology. So if you talk about water pollution, that has been a concern since last few decades. And this whole conference is towards mainly environmental application. And then there is a lot of discussion that already you have listened few previous talks. So water stress, if you see that is increasing rapidly throughout across the globe. And if you consider especially India, then this exposure, especially for India, water stress is already quite high. And this is a report from Niti Aayog. Then you can see most of the region states in India already are basically kind of this extremely high, this water stress is there. So we have to go for, if you want to continue this utilization of water for our daily lives, so we have to look for treatment technologies which are low cost, affordable, and then it can be scalable as well to solve this water problem. So these are the various water treatment where sources for pollution, especially these tannery industries, leather industries. This is textile industry. They use a lot of dyes. The stainless steel, they use a lot of chromium and of course dyes. And Dr. Noor also talked about emerging pollutants, mainly for pharmaceutical compounds, personal care products, and direct human waste disposal, pesticides. So these are the various sources which are causing this water pollution. This is going inside the water bodies and going again river bodies, and people drink those water, contaminated water, and cause illness. So these are the various technologies available for water treatment. So this biological treatment is most common. Most of the industry, they use this process. So this can be used, but again, this cannot be, technology cannot treat basically contaminated water with has got very toxic pollutants. For organic pollutants, which are like human, this sludge and all, those can be treated using this process. But and also this process requires long processing time, and it's larger amount of sludge is produced. So you need expertise to treat this water. Apart from this biological treatment, there are processes like coagulation, chemical precipitation, ozonation, and adsorption. So again, they cause high sludge generation. So compared to this process, there is a process called photocatalysis. I will be discussing more. So in this process, at the end you end up with complete mineralization of organic pollutants, and there is no operational cost. So if you can develop something based on solar energy, so this operational cost will be less. There is no sludge treatment, and this efficient recovery and recycle photocatalyst. But problem is this is again is nascent stage, research stage. So this is a lot of research is still ongoing to use this process for real time water treatment application. So briefly, I'll talk about photocatalysis process. So in this, photocatalysis is nothing but a semiconductor material. So depending on the band gap of the material, you absorb spectrum, solar spectrum of the light. Then it generates electron hole pair. So these electron hole pair, they carry out multiple chemical reactions. So at the end, this convert organic pollutant to CO2 and water. So the requirement for photocatalysis is that it should have a band gap, and then depending on the band gap, it will absorb solar spectrum. And then these electron hole pair, they should not recombine. If they recombine, then this overall photocatalysis efficiency reduces, and the material should be chemically inert and should be reusable. So challenges are how to absorb more solar spectrum so that you can increase efficiency of this process, and this recombination should be reduced. So this is example for a dye, methylene blue, and this shows that multiple reaction happens, and at the end it will go to CO2 and water. So in the start, we focused on low cost material, that is TiO2 based material. So this is non-toxic, low cost, stable material. So here we focused on developing nanofiber based technology compared to nanoparticle, because nanoparticle recovery is very difficult, and then they can go with water bodies after treatment, and then that will cause another pollution. So compared to that one, if you have nanofiber, this membrane can be nanofiber-based membrane can be easily removed after treatment of the water, and this can be reused. So we have developed these nanofiber TiO2-based membranes using electrospinning technology. And electrospinning, whatever the precursor solution you want to make, so you have to put in this syringe, and then you apply high voltage. Because of this high voltage, this electrostatic force is more than the surface tension, and that's how this causes the fabrication of these small fibers. And so depending on the voltage application flow rate, you can control their morphology of the fiber and diameter. So problem is TiO2s, these are only active in UV region because they have got very high bandwidth and their recombination rate is are very high. So we have to improve their performance. So we have focused on starting with carbon nanodots. So these carbon nanodots we synthesize from food waste, that is 11 peel waste under hydrothermal process conditions. So these converted to small carbon nanoparticles, and then we characterize their surface morphology and the functional group, and then started these are fluorescent in nature. So these can be used for sensing of heavy metals in the water bodies. And apart from that, also we immobilize these carbon dots on TiO2 nanofibers. So the role of carbon dot was to transport electron from TiO2 to carbon dot, and then we could see that compared to only TiO2 fibers, if you immobilize with carbon dot, their performance degradation increases by 2.5 times. And then we confirmed why this performance was increasing. We did this photoluminescence spectroscopy. So compared to only TiO2 fiber, if you have TiO2 with carbon dot, then PL intensity reduces. So that confirms that there is transfer of electron from TiO2 conduction band to carbon dot, and that's how you can increase the performance. So this is a schematic. Blue water is this with dye, and after cleaning the water, you can see the clear water. So here, role of carbon dot was just to transport electron from TiO2 to carbon dot. So if you see the solar spectrum, because our final objective is to utilize solar energy. So this UV component is 5 to 7%, and majority component is coming from the visual light. So that is around 46%, and rest is infrared light. So our next focus was to utilize this visual spectrum of light. So, and then we modified this TiO2 with carbon quantum dots. So this is a cadmium sulfide based quantum dot. And then, so we did a lot of modification and optimization. So then we immobilized this with cadmium sulfide quantum dot. And then we could see that as you keep on increasing cadmium sulfide loading, the absorbance this is for only TiO2, only visual region, UV region. Once you have cadmium sulfide quantum dot, then it's showing towards visual region. And then we check the performance. So compared to only TiO2 without quantum dots, if you have this with under visual light, so there was around 50 times enhancement in the performance. And again, role was here, quantum dot was to absorb more solar spectrum as well as transfer electron from TiO2 to quantum dot. So in next work, we focus on again modifying this TiO2 nanofiber. So here we modified this TiO2 nanofiber with gold silver nanoparticles. So here again, gold is active in around 525 nanometer. And then as you keep on increasing silver thickness on the top of gold, so this is a core cell kind of morphology where gold is in the core and on the cell side you have silver. And then we could see as we keep on increasing the silver thickness, and then at optimum silver thickness that was around 2 nanometer for this TiO2, this size of gold nanoparticle, we could see that optimum silver loading gives you the better performance, and we could see around 3 times enhancement in the performance compared to only TiO2 nanofibers. And then we used the same material multiple times, so we could see that up to 5 cycles there was no change in the performance. So apart from nanoparticles quantum dot, we also did doping. So doping also creates defects inside this TiO2, and because of this defect creation, so this TiO2 becomes visual light active. So we reduce the band gap of this TiO2 and then because of this reduction in band gap, so visual light absorption was increasing, and that's how we could see that 5% doping increased the performance by 2.2 times. And then we could use this same material for 5 cycles. And we checked multiple characterization to see if there was no change in the morphology or performance was still the same with multiple cycles. So this work was reported previously as a cover journal of this Catalyst Science and Technology Journal. So apart from treating water and developing material at lab scales, our next focus was how we can use this technology for a continuous treatment of water. Because if you see water which are coming from industry, it is a huge amount. It's not few mLs. So we have to develop some process technology so that we can treat water continuous. So then we focused on how we can design a new reactor system, photoreactor. With this photoreactor system, this light source is in the core side, and then whatever the photocatalyst we immobilize on this carbon support material. So this carbon support is porous in nature, and then we immobilize with TiO2 nanoparticles as a photocatalyst, and then we wrap around this reactor system, and then when light interacts with this photocatalyst, degradation of these pollutants takes place. So we could see that after few hours, we could see that without treatment and with treatment, we could see complete degradation of this dye. So apart from dyes, we also focused on emerging pollutants such as pharmaceutical compounds. So already there are some research reports that already in India itself, in Hyderabad nearby region, there are a lot of pharmaceutical industries. And in rural area, people are complaining about this toxic water which are coming in the river, and then there is already it's going with time. So we have to go for again technology which we can create these emerging pollutants. So here we focused on TiO2 again based microsphere, and so this is TiO2 microsphere size around 2 micrometer, and we created defect using processing condition, and then we could see without defect and with defect we could again increase the visible light absorption because there is a defect creation, and then we could see the color is also changing of this TiO2 particles. This you can see from white is only TiO2, and as you create defect, its color is changing to brownish and gray. So we focused on emerging pollutant that is called antipyrine, and this is a pharmaceutical compound, and this has been used very regularly, and this has got long-term effect on human exposure and then lungs and damages the mucus. So we use this as a model pollutant. Again, this same technology, same can be utilized for other pollutants as well. So this is just to show you that it's working here. So here again, then we could see that without photocatalyst, there was no degradation as you keep on adding or create defect optimized condition. So for this TT5, for the optimum sample, we could see that up to 3 hours, we could see complete degradation of this pollutant. And this material can be again recycled multiple times, up to 5 cycles, there was no change in the performance. Apart from the material test, we also developed again a photoreactor. So this is a photoreactor. So this is another design. So here you have a glass bead. On the top of the glass bead, we have immobilized this photocatalyst through binder. And then this is a kind of packed bag reactor. So again, this is a continuous process. So this is the light source. So you have a visual light source. And then again, after a few hours, we could see complete degradation of these antipyrines. So this two works has been patented and also published. So if you are interested, you please can go ahead in this research articles. So apart from TiO2, we also focused on other low-cost material, that is bismuth oxycarbonates based nano seeds. And on the top of so these are the seeds around 500 to 700 nanometer. On these seeds, we have immobilized these iron oxide nanoparticles. So again, that helps to make a heterojunction, and that reduces the recombination and increases the performance. Again, you can see the color of these seeds without iron oxide and after iron oxide. There is change in the color. And then we also develop again same reactor and then utilize this to immobilize this VOC seeds on the top of activated carbon, this support. And then this is after VOC seeds and this is after iron oxide. So again, same reactor system we used, and then we wrap around this reactor system where the inside core light source is visible light. And on the cell side, we have this photocatalyst immobilized on this carbon cloth. And then we did a lot of characterization to study morphology. And then we could see after a few hours, we could see complete degradation of this antipyrine as pollutant. And then we did also leaching study. So there was no leachant of these various photocatalysts with time, and there was no change in the morphology. So we could see that these materials are stable and there is no leaching occurs with continuous processing. So this work again reported as a cover page article for Reaction Chemistry Engineering Journal. So this was about water. So recently we have focused on again another problem, that is CO2 emission. So with increasing CO2 emission, there is global warming and this temperature rise. So there is a lot of focus from the everywhere to reduce this CO2 emission, CO2 capture. So our focus is now to convert this CO2 to useful product using photocatalyst based technology. And then depending on the what photocatalysis used, you will have different products. So this work we recently started. Hopefully in the next meeting, we'll have some result to show you around. So with this, I think I'll stop now. I'll acknowledge all the students who have worked really hard and get all these results, and also the funding agency for the funding various projects, and also all of you for listening to me. And I'll be happy to answer if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gupta, for your very in-depth presentation on photocatalysts in remediation of wastewater. So I see over the years you have done a huge amount of work, and your work got published in the best journals of the world. So it's a really impressive work you have done. And I believe that photocatalysis is one of the best water treatment technique, in the sense that complete mineralization is possible here. But what about catalyst deactivation? Because you have to handle the wastewater, the live wastewater when you handle. So how you take care of the catalyst deactivation aspects? Because the wastewater contains a huge amount of, so many contaminants will be there. So in the laboratory scale, we are always successful. And but what about the practical field? How you really take care of huge amount of wastewater and heavily contaminated, and that too with limited possibility of regeneration of the catalyst? How you look into these issues?
So, Professor Paul, I think you have raised a very valid reason and question, I think, query. So for the photocatalysis technology, so we have to get water which is transparent in nature. Otherwise, light cannot penetrate and interact with your photocatalysis material. So for this kind of system where you have industrial water which has got very high carbon content, and so you have to go for multiple treatment plants. So the primary operation can be just to get rid of some sludge, and secondary operation can be just to precipitate out some toxic metals or something. Then once you get this clear water, so that is that next stage. That water we can use for photocatalytic reactor setup.
Yes.
Because
So
same setup cannot be used.
Water has to be clean. Yeah.
It is at least the organic compound and some sludge which is in the wastewater. So that has to be cleaned first before it can go for the photoreactor. So there will be multiple this stage operation when you want to treat this waste.
Yes, that is there. So did you go for any pilot scale study there in your institute?
So we have got some sample from a tannery in nearby Kanpur in Unnao area. So we use that one, and then so the performance which we got is similar what they are getting from this biological treatment plant. So again, so that talk is still in. So they are ready to fund some for this pilot plant. So that is still discussion is on. Hopefully, our next meeting I'll have something to show.
And in Kanpur, there are laser complex. So many laser industries are there, no, in Kanpur area.
Yeah, so there are. Yeah, so we got some sample from leather industry only. So we use that and then check their performance.
Are they showing interest in photocatalytic technology?
Yeah, so they are showing interest. So they are ready to fund some small amount to develop some pilot plant. But again, for a big reactor and also still, I think we have to wait till many companies come together.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Gupta. I am so happy to meet you here. So in future, we'll see whether we can really do some collaborative work with you. Thank you, Professor Gupta, for your wonderful presentation. And we have been enlightened on this aspect, several aspects of it, and your good publications in this field. I leave it to Dr. Dey now. Dr. Dey, if you have any question or anything to say.
No, I have no question, just few comments regarding these 4 presentations. Within 2-3 minutes, I'll finish it up. Firstly, we have listened Dr. Suhail Parvez, and he was speaking on bacteriotoxin and adulteration process and the contamination and different food products, including fish, vegetables, and all these things. Dr. Noel similarly, this showed us that how the surface water is being contaminated and from which sources. Dr. Ramesh Kumar, he has also very eloquently, he has taken up the issue of lithium battery and its vast use in future, of course, very soon, and how to recycle this lithium batteries. He has also tried to show, but through hybrid technology, but we are eager to see in future how this at least 90% of this lithium outputs can be recycled properly. And lastly, Dr. Rajiv Kumar Gupta, he has tried to show how this wastewater can be treated through photocatalysis technique. All of the four presentations are fantastic and they are related to the problems in one side, and they have tried to show how to how to reduce the problems through their scientific investigations. Just I have a comment. You know, nature has given us all things. Nature does not pollute anything. So we have done it and we are trying to find out the solution. You know, just one quote I will make. During third five-year plan, Dr. Shaminathan, he used many advanced technologies for agricultural, this green revolution. And after that, he has seen that these technologies are being misused because of the lack of education. So he commented that I have done a great mistake in this country because not considering the educational as well as the economic background of this area. And they are supplying the pollutants to the water and our environment. So we should take care of this thing. So with these few words, I think from my side, I thank you, Dr. Parimal Pal, to give me a chance to share a few words, and to the organizers, especially Dr. Shipra Mishra, to give me this chance to co-chair this session with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. De. Thank you. You have raised a very, very pertinent issue, and today's presentations were all wonderful, I should say, and they are all very relevant today. And I am thankful to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to share the dais here and to be acquainted with the presenters here and the scientific community who are doing excellent work towards the betterment of our environment. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you so much, Professor Parimal Pal and Professor Sunil De, for chairing this session so nicely and for joining us today. Now I request Dr. Gitika Bhala to present the vote of thanks to our chairpersons and invited speakers.
At the outset, on behalf of my coordinating team, it's my pleasure to appreciate our esteemed chairpersons, Professor Parimal Pal, Professor Sunil De, for chairing the session so beautifully. Thanks are due to our esteemed speakers, Dr. Ramesh Kumar, Dr. Noor, Dr. R.K. Gupta, and Dr. Suhail Pavez for their enlightening talks. Your knowledge and erudition in your fields is unmatchable. It was an honor, sir, to have you all with us today. We are really grateful for taking your precious time out for all of us. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. It's nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Although it is virtually.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir, for sparing
you.
your time and for giving this wonderful talk. It means a lot, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hopefully next meeting will be offline.
Yeah, in offline mode, we'll call you in the college, sir. Hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, see you. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Bye.
Okay, as the speaker session is over now, so we move to the next event of this technical session, which is oral presentation. May I now request Dr. Pragya Nolakha, Dr. Anupama Seni, and Dr. Neha Chaudhary to take over for the oral presentations.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A very good evening to all present. Moving on to the next session, as ma'am mentioned, the oral presentations. I would like to welcome our prestigious chairpersons, Dr. Amrita Mishra and Dr. Ramesh Kumar. It is my honor to introduce Dr. Amrita Mishra, Associate Professor at Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, Bhubaneswar. Ma'am has pursued her PhD degree in Food Science and Technology from Chonbuk National University, South Korea. To mention some of her great achievements, ma'am has 2 patents, 31 publications, recipient of prestigious awards like Biocare Scientist and Young Scientist Award. Ma'am has been part of DST supported project, development of nano-composite-based biocompatible packaging materials, and is also an active member of various ongoing projects. Ma'am has also taken the responsibility of PhD thesis supervision and MTech thesis supervision. So thank you, ma'am, for gracing us with your presence. I would now like to invite my colleague, Dr. Anupama, to kindly introduce our next chairperson.
Thank you, Pragya. So, our second chairperson of this oral session is Dr. Ramesh Kumar, who is working as postdoctoral researcher at Department of Earth Resources and Environmental Engineering at Hanyang University, Republic of Korea. Although Professor Day has already introduced him, but I myself would like to add a few words in the honor of dignity. He has received his MSc degree in biotechnology from Central University, Uttarakhand. He received his PhD in the field of major environmental engineering from NIT Durgapur. Dr. Ramesh has a total publication count of 45 and various awards like Young Scientist Award from DST and Dr. D.S. Kothari Postdoctoral Fellowship in his name. Sir and ma'am, we are delightful to have you both among with us. So now we are going to start with oral presentation session. I would like to inform the participants that Dr. Amrita and Dr. Ramesh would serve as dual purpose of being chairperson as well as judge of this session, in which we have a total of 10 oral talks. Here are a few guidelines. Point number 1, originality and creativity of the work. Point number 2, content and presentation skills, followed by point number 3, impact of the demonstrated research on future prospects for human mankind. Last but not the least, response to questions by respective jury members, and the result will be announced in valedictory session tomorrow evening. Sir and ma'am, now the stage is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Apuma Saini, for introducing us. So I think Dr. Amrita Mr. Please, you continue.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Pragya, and thank you so much, Dr. Anupama, for giving such a nice introduction for both of us. Good afternoon, Dr. Ramesh. Should we start with the session without wasting any further time, because already the protocols guidelines have been mentioned very clearly by Dr. Anupama. So
yeah,
sir,
we can
can start. So I would like to introduce the first speaker for this oral presentation. The first speaker is Satyajit Datta and Soumyananda Dinda, and the title of their presentation is Carbon Dioxide Emission, Industry, Energy Research and Development in India, ARDL and Innovation Accounting Approach. So Satyajit, are you ready with your presentation?
Ma'am, they have not joined the meeting.
Okay. So should we wait for them, Dr. Pragya, or should we go to the next presenter?
Ma'am, we can definitely move on to the next presenter.
Okay, thank you. So then I would like to call the next presenter, Angelina Titus, Atmaram Pawar and Amit Joshi. They're going to present on immunotherapy, a therapeutic arsenal in the treatment of bladder carcinoma. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am.
Okay, good evening. So are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am. I'll just share my screen.
Yes. Okay.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, yes, very much audible.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Okay. Should I start?
Yes, please start.
Yeah. So a very good evening to one and all present, respected judges and the organizers of this exuberant EWASH conference. I'm Angelina Titus, Pharmacy Intern, Professor College of Pharmacy, BBTU, Pune. I'm presenting on the topic today, immunotherapy, a therapeutic arsenal in the treatment of bladder carcinoma. So bladder carcinoma is one of the leading causes of compromised quality of life and mortality. Due to ineffective traditional cancer therapies like chemotherapy, radiotherapy, cancer patients who have surpassed stage 3, they have a better alternative, selective, individualized, and effective therapy, which harnesses the immune system to fight cancer cells. That's nothing but immunotherapy. So bladder carcinoma is from stage 0 to 4, and after stage 3, it's when it begins to invade the ectodermal muscle of the bladder, and that's become metastatic. So what are the symptoms of the bladder carcinoma? The first symptom is blood in urine or hematuria, followed by increased frequency of urination, burning micturition, and difficulty to pass urine, back and flank pain, along with weight loss and fatigue. Moving on with the environmental risk factors for bladder carcinoma, there are millions of risk factors, the prime being cigarette and tobacco smoke, due to the occupational exposure to 2-naphthylamine. Arsenic in drinking water is also one of the commonest risk factors, especially in West Bengal, where the arsenic actually leaches in the bore wells and it comes in the drinking water of the people residing in West Bengal. So arsenic concentration more than 300 microgram per liter is considered to be a risk factor for bladder carcinoma. Along with that, India being an agrarian country, the farmers have the exposure to pesticides and fungicides day-to-day basis through inhalational route or through contact from the skin, and therefore they are also at a high risk of bladder carcinoma. Along with that, there are chemical dyes and acrylic paints, which also poses the risk for bladder carcinoma. My objective of this study was to evaluate the safety and efficacy of immunotherapeutic agents in bladder carcinoma. So for this objective, a single-centered retrospective observational study was conducted in Tata Memorial Center, Navi Mumbai, and patients above 18 years of age of either gender with a recipient of at least 2 cycles of immunotherapy were included in my study. And the performance score was piloted using the ECOG scale. The efficacy outcome was assessed using the RECIST 1.1 criteria, and the safety outcome was used from the CDCA version 5.0. So in our study, total of 30 patients were recruited, out of which more than 60 years of age were predominant in our study, and male predominance was seen in bladder carcinoma due to the fact of the smoking and tobacco consumption of males compared to females since childhood. The ECOG PS, which is the Eastern Cooperative Oncology Group performance score, was score 0 for majority of patients, which states that the patients were able to tolerate the therapy with minimal side effects. The number of cycles opted was less than 12, which also suggests that the complete response was achieved in less than 12 cycles. The most commonly prescribed immunotherapeutic drug was nivolumab, followed by pembrolizumab. Combination with immunotherapeutic agents and chemotherapy was also prescribed to patients. The standard dose was 3 mg per kg by peripheral vein, and duration of cycle was every 2 weeks, and the RECIST criteria was evaluated every 4 weeks or 2 cycles of immunotherapy. Moving on to the efficacy outcome. So the RECIST criteria, which is the response evaluation criteria in solid tumors, you were used to assess the efficacy outcome. So the patients who had when nivolumab immunotherapy, the 23.3% patients received complete response, which is the complete disappearance of all the pathogenic lymph nodes and the tumor lesions within 6 to 12 cycles of immunotherapy. And pembrolizumab patients also received the same in a higher proportion. Moving on to the overall survival and progression-free survival was also increased for the bladder carcinoma patients receiving these immunotherapeutic agents. And this also indicates that it's a clear indication that the survival chances and the decreased mortality rate was observed in these patients. Moving on to the safety outcome, the adverse events observed were mainly of the category of gastrointestinal, respiratory, renal, dermatological, etc. There were majority of grade 1 and 2 adverse events observed, with main being constipation, pneumonia, fatigue, hyponatremia, etc. The more than grade 3 adverse events were observed only in 12 patients, and they were managed therapeutically. This did not warrant the discontinuation of the immunotherapeutic drug. So this actually proves that the immunotherapy regimen is safe in bladder carcinoma patients. So I will conclude by saying that immunotherapy has been definitely a game changer in improving the quality of life and decreasing the mortality in patients with bladder cancer. It can actually provide the long-term cancer protection due to the immune system's ability to recognize the cancer cells, and thus it is efficacious, safe, and tolerable in patients with bladder carcinoma. Below is a self-made mnemonic for ways to suggest to prevent bladder carcinoma in future. So B is for ban use of tobacco and cigarettes. L is for leading cause of mortality in India. A is for avoid exposure to vehicle exhaust and fumes. D is to do not neglect the warning signs and do not use permanent hair dyes. E is to eliminate the exposure to arsenic and restrict the use of chemicals and acrylic paints. These were my references. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Angelina, for the presentation. Any questions from the audience? We can take up 1 or 2 questions. So, okay, I have a question. Yes. You have taken this sorry, can I go to the yes?
Sorry, sir.
So these are the prescribed drugs or what? Like
yes, ma'am. They are actually prescribed after the advanced metastatic bladder cancer is occurred. So usually in stage 3 or stage 4 of bladder cancer, when the chemotherapy actually fails to achieve the complete response of the tumor.
Yeah. So you have taken a combination of 2 drugs as well.
Yes.
So what, like, why did you want to combine? And if you have combined, have you checked it with different concentrations, or you have taken the same concentration?
The same dose. The same dose of the drug.
The same dose.
Yes. Okay. Actually, we wanted to see whether a single therapy versus the combination therapy was effective. So in our study, usually single therapy had a lesser adverse effects and a better overall survival and a good complete response, earlier complete response compared to a combination therapy. Because when you actually we combined with chemotherapy as well, there were a lot of adverse events observed in more than 6 to 12 cycles of immunotherapy, and the complete response which was achieved was after the 12th cycle of immunotherapy. So the single immunotherapeutic agent was supposed to be better option for bladder carcinoma.
Okay. And the single therapy, supposing you have taken whatever concentrations you have taken, just you have divided that into half and you have combined both the drugs. Is it like that?
Ma'am, actually, this was a retrospective study. So whatever the patients were given, the doses were actually according to their body weight. So 3 mg per kg was the ideal dose. So usually the dose was 240 mg every 2 weeks for patients. Yeah.
Okay.
So we considered 80 kgs as the average weight of the patient. So depending on that, 240 mg per kg should have been gone.
Okay. Dr. Ramesh, if you have any questions?
I think nice presentation by Angela Titus, and I want to just know that what are the side effects you observed either chemotherapy or immunotherapy, what you found that what patients has the other side effects, and which drug has more side effect, as well as its treatment efficiency also.
So the side effects are almost similar, but the type of effects, like, and the grade of effects, adverse events observed in immunotherapy is actually lesser than compared to chemotherapy. So usually grade 1 and 2 is observed in most of the patients, which means that it's not hampering the daily activities of living, and it's can be managed therapeutically. So usually after grade 3 and 4 adverse events, usually warrant the discontinuation of the therapy or withhold the therapy for at least 2 months before prescribing any other therapeutic drug. So compared to chemotherapy, yes, definitely the adverse events observed in our patients were comparatively lesser, and they had a better overall survival compared to chemotherapeutic patients.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Angelina. You can stop sharing your screen.
Sure. Thank you so much.
So I would now invite the next speaker, Sneha Yadav and R.K. Sharma. They are going to present on versatile and recyclable magnetic metal organic framework composites as catalysts for various organic transformations. Sneha, are you here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
So then you can share your screen.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, you can start.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. My name is Neha Yadav, and today I'll be presenting on the topic versatile and recyclable magnetic metal organic framework composites as catalysts for various organic transformations. What are metal organic frameworks? Metal organic frameworks are the top growing division of novel inorganic organic materials because they combine the two disciplines of chemistry, that is organic and inorganic. They are molecular architectures where metal clusters, they are connected by polyfunctional organic linkers to form regular coordination polymers. This is a schematic illustration where metals in the form of ions or clusters combine with organic linkers to form three-dimensional network, which is a metal organic framework. Now let's see what are those properties that distinguishes metal organic frameworks from other catalytic materials. They have high thermal stability, they are chemically versatile, their void volume and interior can be designed or modified by changing the organic linkers, they preclude leaching, their crystal chemistry hinders catalyst deactivation. Because of their large surface area, they have fully exposed active sites per volume. They have the ability to incorporate multiple functional sites by changing the organic linkers. They have catalytic site characteristics of homogeneous catalysts in terms of activity and selectivity. They have nanospherical cavities which can serve as reaction chambers. What are magnetic metal organic framework composites? When the functional properties of the metal organic framework, they are integrated with the magnetic properties of metal or metal oxide nanoparticles, then the resulting material which is so obtained is known as magnetic metal organic framework composites. These magnetic metal organic framework composites offer various advantages, such as they allow rapid removal and easy separation via an external magnet. They have good chemical inertness, they are economically viable and mechanically stable. So now I'll be presenting my work harnessing the untapped catalytic potential of a cobalt ferrite manganese BDC hybrid MOF composite for obtaining a multitude of 1,4 di-substituted 1,2,3-triazole scaffolds that has been published in Inorganic Chemistry. So this is a scheme for the catalyst fabrication. Firstly, cobalt ferrite nanoparticles, they were synthesized by taking cobalt chloride, ferric chloride, sodium acetate in the presence of PEG 6000, ethylene glycol under solvothermal conditions at 160 degrees Celsius for 16 hours. Once these cobalt ferrite nanoparticles, they were synthesized, they were then added into the reaction mixture containing the precursor salts of metal organic framework, that is the manganese chloride, and the organic linker, which is benzene 1,4-dicarboxylic acid, which under solvothermal treatment in the presence of DMF methanol at 120 degrees Celsius for 24 hours results in the formation of the cobalt ferrite manganese BDC hybrid composite. Once this material has been synthesized, next we have characterized it using various techniques such as FTIR spectroscopy. This is the FTIR spectrum of cobalt ferrite nanoparticles. Peak at 872 centimeter inverse and 609 centimeter inverse was assigned to the cobalt oxygen and iron oxygen vibrations, thereby confirming the successful synthesis of cobalt ferrite nanoparticles. This is the FTIR spectrum of bare manganese BDC MOF, wherein bands were obtained at 1560 centimeter inverse and 1390 centimeter inverse due to the presence of the carboxylate group. Also, a peak at 748 centimeter inverse was obtained due to the coordination of manganese ions to the 1,4-BDC. This is the FTIR spectrum of the final catalyst, which shows the presence of peaks arising due to the presence of the MOF, which is 1560 1390 centimeter inverse, 748 centimeter inverse, and also peak at 617 centimeter inverse due to the presence of the iron oxygen vibrations, thereby confirming the successful synthesis of the hybrid composite. Next is the XRD technique. This is the XRD spectrum of cobalt ferrite nanoparticles, which shows the Bragg's diffraction peaks at 30.4, 35.7, 43.4, 53.8, 57.3, 62.7, 74.7, which were orderly assigned to the various planes of the spinal cobalt ferrite nanoparticles. This is the XRD spectrum of the MnBDC metal organic framework where diffraction peaks were obtained and which confirms the successful synthesis of the manganese BDC. This is the XRD spectrum of the final composite, which shows peak arising both due to the presence of cobalt ferrite nanoparticles as well as manganese BDC MOF, thereby validating the formation of the hybrid composite. These are the STEM and TEM analysis. These are the STEM and TEM images of cobalt ferrite nanoparticles showing their monodisperse as well as spherical nature. These are the STEM and TEM images of the bare MnBDC MOF showing that it has a lamellar or flake-like structure. These are the STEM and TEM images of the hybrid cobalt ferrite MnBDC MOF. You can clearly see that these magnetic nanoparticles, they are present onto the surface of the MnBDC MOF. We have also carried out the EDX elemental mapping characterization technique, which shows the uniform distribution of all the elements, that is carbon, oxygen, manganese, iron, cobalt in the final catalyst. We have also conducted EDX and EDX-RF analysis, which shows the presence of cobalt, iron, oxygen, manganese in the final catalyst. We have also carried out vibrating sample magnetometric analysis, and the VSM curve of cobalt ferrite nanoparticles show that it has a saturation magnetization value of 57 EMU per gram, while the manganese BDC was found to be non-magnetic in character. However, once we have integrated this MnBDC with the cobalt ferrite nanoparticle, the saturation magnetization value was found to decrease to 22 EMU per gram. However, this saturation magnetization value was sufficient enough for its rapid removal by an external magnet. After the characterization, next comes the application step. We have checked the catalytic activity of the synthesized material for the synthesis of 1,2,3-triazole moieties, because these moieties, they have been widely utilized in synthetic intermediates, bioactive products, and pharmaceutical drugs. Also, they exhibit a wide range of anti-cancer, antifungal, antimicrobial, antiviral, and anti-HIV activities. So we have developed a strategy that involves the in situ generation of organic azides to form the 1,4-disubstituted 1,2,3-triazole moieties by the cross-coupling reaction between terminal alkynes, aryl alkyl halides, and sodium azide as coupling partners in the presence of cobalt ferrite MnBDC hybrid composite as the catalyst. For this, we have carried out the catalytic screening activity test, and we have checked the reaction in the absence of the catalyst, which showed that the reaction failed to occur. We have also varied the catalyst, cobalt ferrite MnBDC, its amount. We have also checked the catalytic activity of the homogeneous salts, cobalt chloride, iron chloride. We have also varied the solvent from water to tertiary butanol, ethanol, acetonitrile. We have varied the temperature as well as time, and we found that the maximum conversion percentage was obtained, and the cobalt ferrite MnBDC hybrid composite was used in the amount of 25 mg in the presence of water at 50 degrees Celsius for 2 hours. After carrying out the optimizations, we went on further to explore the substrate scope of our reaction, and we found that a diverse range of terminal alkynes as well as halides, they could effectively cross-couple to form the desired 1,2,3-triazole moieties with high conversion percentage as well as turnover number. We have also compared our protocol with those reported in literature, and we found that our protocol is far more superior in terms of reaction conditions, solvent, time, temperature. Also, our catalyst being magnetic retrievable could be easily retrieved from the reaction mixture and could be recyclable up to multiple cycles. We have also carried out the heterogeneity test, and we found that no leaching of the active metal species was observed. Further, our catalyst was reusable up to 5 runs without showing any appreciable decrease in its catalytic activity. These are the STEM and VSM curve of the recovered catalyst, which shows that no significant change in the morphology as well as the saturation magnetization value was obtained even after multiple runs. In conclusion, I would like to say that we have developed a novel magnetic cobalt ferrite MnBDC hybrid composite using a one-pot solver thermal approach for the synthesis of triazole moieties with the multi-component coupling between terminal alkynes, aryl halides, and sodium azide. Our protocol involved mild reaction conditions. It exhibited broad substrate scope. It exhibited high turnover number. Our catalyst was easily separated by an external magnet and could be recyclable and reusable for multiple cycles. These are my other publications in Chemical Society Reviews, Materials Advances, Materials Chemistry Frontiers, New Journal of Chemistry, ACS Omega, Applied Surface Science, Journal of Environmental Management, Journal of Photochemistry, Photobiology, Chemistry, Dalton Transactions, Journal of Catalysis, ACS Applied Nanomaterials, Reaction Chemistry and Engineering, New Journal of Chemistry, Materials Advances, Scientific Reports Nature, ACS Omega, Materials Chemistry Frontiers, Molecular Catalysis. I have also written book chapter on gold nanoparticles by Green Chemistry 21st Century Nanoscience Handbook and recyclable magnetically retrievable nanocatalysts for carbon heteroatom bond formation reactions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sneha.
Thank you.
Yeah, what I could understand from your presentation is you have tried to make a hybrid composite material which you can use for some purposes, and you have made a systematic investigation where you have done the characterization, the optimization, and other parameters you have checked. I don't know, it might be a very layman question, but I would just, when you are telling high turnover, okay, in the last slide you just showed before the concluding slide actually, high turnover and reusable catalyst, those were some of the benefits you are getting out of synthesizing this particular material. But have you checked it with some other commercial ones which are probably available or have been reported? The efficiency of this?
No, ma'am, we haven't checked it with the commercial ones that are reported.
Okay, so because when you say that, yes, please go to the next slide. After the, yeah, conclude. So you say that it has been processed in ambient reaction conditions. It's a hybrid composite, yes. But when you say high turnover number, broad substrate scope, recyclable and reusable catalyst, there's where I'm asking that have you checked it with some of the commercial ones? If you have not done that, maybe, or some which have been reported, maybe you can do it for the future purpose. And another thing is that why have you chosen this particular combination to make a hybrid? Why? I mean, for what reason? Why not any other combination?
Ma'am, it's not like that. Yeah, I have chosen this particle for a specific reason. For example, why I have chosen cobalt ferrite nanoparticles? Because they are magnetic in nature. Once you integrate it with metal organic framework, the overall hybrid composite becomes magnetic in nature. It could be easily recovered by an external magnet in comparison to other techniques such as centrifugation as well as filtration techniques, which are cumbersome as well as time and energy intensive. And why I have chosen metal organic framework, that I have already demonstrated in my previous slide, because these metal organic framework, they have high active metallic centers. They don't exhibit deactivation of the catalyst even after being reused for multiple cycles. They have large surface area. And
yeah. Got it. Understood. Dr. Ramesh, you have any questions?
Yeah, nice presentation, Sneha Yadav.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to ask 1-2 questions. Like MOF basically contain metals, and normally you have used cobalt. So such metals are obviously costly. So to bring down the cost, can you try any carbon or activated carbon or biomass-based carbon material to reduce the load of metals to make it more economical by keeping same effectively?
Yes, sir, we can try it in the future, but in order to say that our catalyst is cost effective, because you can see this is magnetic. Once you make the overall catalyst magnetic, it can be easily recovered. It can be reused for multiple cycles. So for large scale or for industrial scale applications, once you can use your catalyst for multiple cycles, it overall it decreases the cost of that process. So we can say that it is economic.
Okay, I got it. And then obviously you have checked 5 times, 5 cycles. That is very standard for the publication. But suppose that after 10 cycles or 15 cycles, we need to throw it out, or that will be spent, your MOF. Then what you will do, how you will dispose your, what you can suggest that safe disposal of your MOF that contains the metals that may be toxic to the environment.
So these metals are not toxic. For example, if we talk about manganese and cobalt. And further, one more thing, sir, that can be done is, since you're talking, if we are using it for multiple cycles. So, for example, after 10 or 15 cycles, we observe that for example, if the catalytic activity is found to decrease, there another strategy which is being developing nowadays, that these metal organic framework, they can be pyrolyzed. They can be pyrolyzed under high temperature conditions, and they can be converted into nanoparticles that can be further used for different applications.
Okay.
So instead of disposing it, yes, we can pyrolyze it, though we haven't checked it for this particular MOF, but it can be done in the future.
Sure.
Another application of this MOF.
Okay. Okay, I'm done with my side.
Okay, thank you, Sneha. You may stop sharing the screen. Thank you for the presentation. So I now request our next speaker, Kunarika Bhanut, MK Sharma, and RD Kaushik. They will be presenting on evaluation of water quality of river Alaknanda, a tributary of river Ganga, using water quality index. And I also request the next speaker, that is Gaurav, Gautam and Saeed Ahmed, to be ready with their presentation. So, Kunarika, are you ready with, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so please share your screen, and also from now on, there's a request that all of you please stick to the timeline, that is 5 minutes presentation and 1 minute for question answer. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, Kunarika, you can start right away. And I request Dr. Gaurav to be ready with the presentation. Yes, Kunarika.
Yes. Okay. So good evening, everyone. I am Kunarika Bhanot, a research scholar, and I would like to present my work entitled Evaluation of the Water Quality of River Alaknanda, a tributary of
sorry to interrupt, we cannot see your screen.
Ma'am,
I mean, your slides are not visible.
Is it visible now?
No, not yet. Is there some issue at your end?
Ma'am, yes, I think so.
Okay, you can do one thing, Kunarika. For the timing, you can do one thing. You can wait. Let Dr. Gaurav Gautam present. Dr. Gaurav, are you ready with your presentation?
Hello.
Yes, Dr. Gaurav, are you ready with your presentation?
Yeah, I'm. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm ready
So,
for the presentation.
okay, so Kunarika, you can sort out, and then after Dr. Gaurav presents, maybe after that you can present.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, so you can just.
Shall I show my presentation?
Yes, yes,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, you can start with the presentation. We can see your screen.
Yeah, is this my screen? Is this visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, it is. But please stick to 5 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
Yes,
Sure,
yes.
I'll do that. So, first of all, I would like to thank to all the person, the convener and coordinator for the EWASH for providing me the opportunity for this whole things and this. And good afternoon, everyone, and all coordinators. And this is my Gaurav Gautam. I'm just working as the assistant professor in IMT College of Medical Sciences, Merit, Ghaziabad. And this is my working profile, the journey of my, where I have completed my B Pharma from Master from Naipur Mohali and PhD from Jamia Hamdard, and just working as an assistant professor in IMT University. And if you will talk about my journey credential, so Jamia Hamdard journey gave me the credential with the several publications like this. And today's topic for my presentation is GCMS metabolomics and network pharmacology-based evaluation of molecular mechanism of identified malabsorption for tinea cordifolia in treatment of chronic kidney disease. And if you will talk about the chronic kidney disease, the different stages that will progressive segmental glomerulosity of the chronic kidney disease is that there are several factors are also that major cause that leads to chronic kidney disease also that. If we will talk about the environmental, water impurities, biological factors and aflatoxicity, agricultural pesticides, these all are affecting the chronic kidney disease and synergistic health issues because of the hydrogeochemical behavior, and that's consuming day by the population of India. And it is also reported that the high majority of that India is progressively promoted for the chronic kidney disease. And this is a pathophysiological estimation of chronic kidney disease that has been estimated, and with the pathophysiological characteristic that targets several organs also. If we will talk about the herbal medicines, there are the herbal medicines. As you people know that traditionally herbal medicines has been playing an important role for playing the treatment of chronic disease, yeah, even acute or any other treatment disease. If you will talk about the Tinospora cordifolia, as you know that it is also called as the amruta. That is the most one of the important plant that is you can find out is natively that this is one of the most important plant which has been used for the several properties in even dengue cancer. And the majorly pharmacological activities which has been reported over here that anti-diabetic, anti-hypertensive, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and hepatoprotective. And the last one is anti-cancer activity. But there are several studies has been already reported, but still why the study is needed? Because the traditional use pharmacological activities, phytochemistry, scientific validation, and justification of activities also there. But why this study is also needed? Because today's my studies, the title is that GCMS metabolomics and network pharmacology based investigation of molecular mechanism of identifying metabolites from Tinospora cordifolia for treatment of chronic kidney disease. And this is the one of the most conventional approach to investigate the molecular mechanism that has to be determined for the biomolecular approaches of Tinospora cordifolia. That how Tinospora cordifolia act and treat the chronic kidney disease at the biomolecular level, and what are the different kind of the genes that has been playing in the pathophysiology of chronic kidney disease, and how they are regulated by Tinospora cordifolia. So in this analysis for investigation of the phytochemicals, we have just conducted a GCMS analysis to investigate the phytochemicals of Tinospora cordifolia. Different phytochemicals and the PC analysis were also done with the different chemical samples of Tinospora cordifolia. That different variability of different phytochemicals they was found. So here is the network pharmacological approach to investigate the molecular mechanism of Tinospora cordifolia. So here what we have done the identify metabolites of Tinospora cordifolia from GCMS analysis. So over the 200 metabolite identified in GCMS sample, Tinospora cordifolia samples. So it only more than 6 components. We can say that 6 components were active to mediate the regulation of genes that are pathophysiologically activate the chronic kidney disease. So here the interaction. This is the network of genes and components that has been playing a regulation and interaction with a partial and significant interaction of genes and components of Tinospora cordifolia. So this is the part of phytochemicals of Tinospora cordifolia that are the most effective and you can say the therapeutic agent in Tinospora cordifolia extract that having the significant role in chronic kidney disease, and that alleviate the genomes and pathophysiology of chronic kidney disease also. So this is the higher regulations of this that I have just separate view of the most potent component of Tinospora cordifolia, that is the palmitate and vitamin E, that are regulating the more than even 20 or more than 50 genes that are involved in the pathophysiology of chronic kidney disease. These all are regulated by the palmitate and vitamin D. The other metabolites like oleic acid, lauric acid, palmitate, and linoleic acid are several metabolites are also that are regulating the pathophysiology of chronic kidney disease. So here is the gene ontology analysis to investigate how the metabolite and the gene are involved in the pathophysiology of chronic kidney disease, and how they are regulating the pathways of chronic kidney disease, and what kind of the different disease are regulating and causing the factors of chronic kidney disease. So here just to investigate the different pathways and different pathophysiologies that are involved in the chronic kidney disease. So it has just suggested that the metabolites of Tinospora cordifolia are regulating these particular pathways like anti-cancer, inflammation, oxidative stress, vascular rigidity, pathogenesis in cancer, wound healing response. There are the several pathophysiological mechanisms that are ameliorated by the Tinospora cordifolia metabolites. And if you will talk about the metabolites of Tinospora cordifolia, the most important 6 components are there that are involved in the pathophysiology and amelioration of chronic kidney disease. So this is just another separate view of disease and genes network that indicate that how metabolites of Tinospora cordifolia playing an important role in regulation of chronic kidney disease. So it's just showing the separate view that how these are playing and this particular interaction. So this is the enrichment gene and disease interactions network analysis. So further evaluation of the network Tinospora cordifolia, again diclofenac.
Sorry, sir, to interrupt, but please kindly don't exceed the time limit.
Yeah,
So,
you
ma'am,
have
so
actually
after
only
this-
1 more minute.
Yeah, after this in vivo analysis, what we have conducted. So in vivo analysis, what we have done, the biochemical analysis we have done. So it was investigated that biochemical behavior and in vivo parameters that was already regulated and with a different parameter. And this is the antioxidant and anti-inflammatory analysis that different biochemical parameters were investigated and significantly reduced after administration of Tinospora cordifolia extract. And this is the pathophysiological and histopathology analysis of Tinospora cordifolia that includes that. So this is the final conclusion of my study that Tinospora cordifolia has multi-mechanistic and therapeutic approach in elevation of chronic kidney disease. So further is the future outcomes of my study that multi-mechanistic and therapeutic approach of this, and then my identify metabolite that show the potent multi-mechanistic and therapeutic effect in treatment of chronic kidney disease. So this is then one of the most benefit approach that generate an effective alternative and economic and most affordable phytopharmaceutical for treatment of chronic kidney disease. These are the particular references of this is the published paper that I have published in the Pharmacognosy magazine, and I have here this is the acknowledgement for the Dr. Saeed Ahmed as the coordinator and PI for the Center for Excellence. And this, thank you for
Yes.
the
So thank you, Dr. Gaurav. Actually, I can very well relate to the work which you have done. It's a very systematic and it's a good piece of work actually.
Thank you,
and yeah, but however, since we are running out of time, but definitely it's a very extensive study which you have done in vivo and all the analysis you have done. Yeah, so congratulations on your publication, but we cannot take up at the moment. I had some questions, but we can discuss later.
Sure.
So thank you for your presentation. You can.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the opportunity.
Okay, Kunarika, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
So just share your screen. Yes, Dr. Dr. Gaurav, please. Please stop sharing your screen, Dr. Gaurav.
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
Yes. So,
thank you.
Yes. Yes, your screen is visible. Yes, it is visible. Start right away, and please keep in mind you have only 5 minutes.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes.
So again, good evening. I'm Kunarika Bhanot, and I would like to present my topic, evaluation of the water quality of river Alaknanda, a tributary of river Ganga using water quality index. Now, the Himalayan rivers are generally a vast supporters of life to the people in villages and towns. However, the ongoing multi-purpose projects in the high altitude glacier basins, they have given rise to an unsettling river contamination, and this generally impacts the chemistry of the Himalayan rivers. Therefore, it is very important to assess the seasonal as well as the temporal changes of the Himalayan rivers to monitor the domestic and agricultural purposes. Generally, the river water quality is assessed in terms of data sets which are very difficult to evaluate and synthesize. So many workers, they have models, water quality index, which are important tools to analyze the water quality as they produce a single value out of the complex data sets. And this water quality index it generally attracts the management and the supply agencies, the policy makers, as they are very easy to understand. So this is the study area. The Alaknanda River originates from the Satopant and the Bhagirath Kharak, which are the twin glaciers. They are situated in the Garhwal region. And this map shows the Garhwal region and the basin of the Alaknanda. Now, I have selected 6 sampling sites along the course of the river, starting from Karan Prayag, which ends to Dev Prayag, that is the confluence of the major rivers Bhagirathi as well as Alaknanda. Now, the study was comprised of water quality sampling, which was done for 3 seasons, that is the pre-monsoon, post-monsoon, and the winter season. 16 water quality parameters were examined, and for the water quality index, I have used 8 important parameters. The study was also being conducted for evaluation for the irrigation purposes. The water quality index, that is the WQI, is denoted by, is given by the formula, that is the WI into XR. WI is the weightage factor, and we have XR, that is we have the rating scale to calculate the XR value. These are the weighting factors which have been calculated. From the previous slide, you can see the formula here. And the rating scale, it gives the rating, that is XR values, which range from 0 to 100. And from the values which we obtain from the parameters which we do analysis in the laboratory, these are divided into 5 categories, with XR value 0 showing severe pollution, and XR value of 100, it shows clean river system. The water quality criteria for irrigation, it can be expressed in salinity, the sodium absorption ratio, and the residual sodium carbonate. These are the formulas which from which we can calculate all these values. Now, what happens when the sodium in the river water, it exceeds? So the water becomes, it becomes high in the iron, and therefore the osmosis can also be hampered. And the plants, they are not usually able to carry out the processes which they require to grow. Therefore, the sodium absorption ratio and the residual sodium carbonate should be in the limits, and these can be calculated from these formulas. These are the water quality interpretation and guidelines for the evaluation of the irrigation water quality. The classes have been defined by the CPCB from excellent, good, medium, bad, and very bad. And these are the ranges in which the values of the parameters should fit for the best fit of drinking as well as irrigation purposes. Now the results in discussion. The longitudinal as well as the seasonal variations of the different parameters, I have taken 16 parameters, are shown here. And as we can see, the concentration is usually high in the pre-monsoon season, and it gradually decreases in the post-monsoon, and further it increases in the winter season. Now, the decrease in the concentration may be attributed to the dilution effect, because during the pre-monsoon, due to the rain effect as well as the summer effect, it causes an increased discharge in the river system. Therefore, the concentration may gradually decrease. However, as you can see from the TSS graph, the trend is generally seen opposite. That is, in the pre-monsoon, the TSS values are very high. But as we go in the winter season, the TSS values, they generally decrease. This is because in winter, there is no discharge in the river. The rivers are generally still, and therefore the suspended particles, they are usually very low. These are the—
Narika, sorry to interrupt. You have just 1 more minute.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. These are the values for the different water quality parameters of different sites. And we can see in pre-monsoon as well as in winter, the factors, they are generally in the range. However, in the post-monsoon, the quality has been shifted from excellent to medium to also to good. So now I conclude my presentation that in the monsoon, in the post-monsoon season, the parameters generally showed a decrease in concentration, and an interesting discovery was also made that the pH values, they were generally below the limits which were prescribed by the CPCB. And the water quality index was classified excellent status in the pre-monsoon and winter season. However, it shifted to medium status in the post-monsoon season, and which may be attributed to the anthropogenic activities. The RSC value, that is the residual sodium carbonate values in the winter season at Rudraprayag, was indicated medium status of the river. Okay, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Kunarika. I just have one query, a quick query. That is, you have done this for one particular river, right? But this is a case, kind of one case, and you have investigated the whole thing throughout the year.
Ma'am, I've done it for 3 seasons.
Seasons, correct. Correct. So, do you get the similar type of results in for other rivers also as well? I mean,
no, ma'am. There are different type of results for each and every river because the characteristic changes. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because post monsoon, you said that it is very like not good.
Yes, ma'am.
So, what could be the reason? Is it because of rain also?
Ma'am, it is because of the high discharge in the river.
Yeah.
So, ma'am, the discharge is already causing high contaminants as well as the anthropogenic activities. It further contributes to the deterioration of the river water.
Okay. Dr. Ramesh, you have any questions from your side?
No. Okay, it's thanks. Nice presentation. It's okay. Next, we can go for the
Okay. So now I quickly, so Kunarika, you can stop sharing your slides. So the next presenter is Kanika Solanki and R.K. Sharma. Are you here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So you're going to present on magnetically responsive nanomaterials for water pollution remediation. So please share your slides. And also I would request Komal Verma and Richa Sharma to be ready with their presentation.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, Kanika, you can start with it. Yes, Kanika, we can see your slides. Please start presenting. And you have 5 minutes, okay?
Okay. Yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Kanika Solanki, and I'm going to present my research work on magnetically responsive nanomaterials for water pollution remediation. As we all know the importance of water, we know Earth is made up of 70% of water, out of which 97% is water is present in the form of oceans. Only 3% water is available as a fresh water, and of that, only 0.06% water is readily available to us. This fresh water is essential for the survival of all the ecosystems. We all know that all the living organisms contain water about 70% of weight, such as vital organs of human body, brain, heart, lungs, kidney, etc. have water approx 75 to 80% by weight. Unfortunately, unregulated population growth, rapid industrialization, and urbanization have led to dumping of several water pollutants into the water, which has given rise to the dearth of clean and drinking water. These pictures are showing the grave scenario of water pollution and scarcity of water. According to United Nations report, the world is not on the track to meet its goal of ensuring availability and sustainable management of water and sanitization for all, that is Sustainable Development Goal SDG 6. In fact, water crisis continue to be rated as a top global risk. As you can see, the hazardous effects of the pollutant. There are the reports which are showing the rising of toxin level in Indian rivers. The pollutants may lead to diabetes, obesity, cancer, endocrine disruption, heart disease, death of marine ecosystem, and death of animals and birds. According to the assessment of WaterAid, an international organization working for water sanitation and hygiene, an alarming situation of India, which indicates that about 80% of India's surface water is polluted. Now, what are the prime sources of water pollution? Disposal of municipal and domestic sewage, industrial effluent, radioactive waste, and agricultural runoff, and oil spillages are the prime source of water pollution across the globe. Now, water pollutant can be classified into two categories: organic pollutants and inorganic pollutant. Organic pollutant contains dye, microorganisms, drugs, aromatic compounds, etc., whereas inorganic pollutant contains metal ions and anions, etc. Now, these are the organic contaminants: dye and dyestuff, pesticide, microorganisms, pharmaceutical products, personal care products, etc. So several methodologies have been developed to eradicate organic pollutants from water, such as population, filtration, ozonization, biological treatment, etc. But all these technologies have some limitations, such as they are time consuming, they can lead to generation of secondary pollutants, and they are not commercially viable. Among the newly developed methodology, advanced oxidation processes have several advantages, such as in situ generation of strong hydroxyl radicals, environmentally benign oxidized products, and ease of manipulation. General technique of advanced oxidation processes contains ultraviolet radiation and ozonization, ultraviolet radiation and hydrogen peroxide, penton, photocatalysis, and supercritical water oxidation processes. Now, if we talk about the inorganic pollutant, inorganic pollutant may contain heavy metal ions such as cadmium, copper, iron, lead, manganese, zinc, etc. Now, what are heavy metal ions? Any metallic chemical element that has relatively high density and exhibit toxicity even at low concentration are termed as heavy metal ions. Due to their widespread application in modern era, these metal ions are frequently used in our daily life. But their excessive exposure not only threat to environment and ecosystem, but also leading to depletion of resources at an alarming rate. As you can see in the picture, some of the metal ions will not be available to us in near future. The green color indicating limited availability, the red color indicating serious threat, and the pink color indicating increasing threat. Now, these are the metals which are commonly used in electronic devices. Now, what we are doing to combat heavy metal contamination, we have been using several methodologies such as chemical precipitation, solvent extraction, electrolysis, and ion exchange. But all these techniques have some serious drawbacks, such as they are time consuming. They have poor removal efficiency, high cost, and use of toxic chlorinated solvent, and effectiveness at low metal ion concentration. To overcome these problems, we have been using solid phase extraction technologies. These methodologies have several advantages such as stability and reusability of solid phase, high concentration factor, ease of operation, no need of organic solvents, and cost effectiveness. Now, what we are doing, we are integrating nanotechnology with magnetic technology to achieve the benefits of both. Thus, we are synthesizing magnetic nanomaterials, and we are synthesizing metal-specific sorbent for the selective removal of metals. In that approach, we are using, firstly, we are synthesizing iron oxide core, and after synthesizing iron oxide core, we immobilize metal-specific ligand on this iron oxide core, which can remove the metal ions from the solution. So, firstly, we prepare magnetic nanoparticles by any other method such as hydrothermal or co-precipitation method. Then we coat our magnetic nanoparticle with silica, and then we modified these silica-coated nanoparticles according to our targeted specific metal ions. And then we add these metal ions in our polluted water. We stir the solution for some particular time. And after that particular time, these nanoparticles are separated from using external magnetic force. Now, what are the advantages of our approach? Ease of operation, time and cost effective, reduces solvent usage, facile separation, and better usability. Now, these are the common approach by which we are synthesizing magnetic nanoparticles. This particular ligand has been used for the removal of zinc from the water. Similarly, other functional and magnetic nanomaterials have been explored for the removal of heavy metal ions, such as this ligand has been used for the removal of lead from the solution. And we have also developed metal-specific sorbent for the extraction of palladium ion from the water samples. We have also removed the chromium ions from the water using specifically designed surface engineered magnetic nano materials. Now we have also explored.
I am sorry, Kanika, your time is up. Can you conclude like very precisely?
Okay, we have also designing specific catalyst for advanced oxidation processes for the removal of organic pollutants as well. These are the characterization technique. We have also designed a batch reactor for the removal of heavy metal ions as well as for the degradation of organic dyes from the polluted water or wastewater. And what are the advantages of our approach? We have high absorption capacity and degradation efficiency, exclusive selectivity towards target analytes, superior reusability, cost effectiveness, and ease of operation and facile separation. These are my publications. Ultimately, I would like to save the water. It will save you, and it will also save our future generations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Ramesh, do you have any questions from your side?
Just one question that you have used magnetic nanoparticle. Is there any chance of mass transfer in inefficiency in comparison to other nanoparticles in case of magnetic nanoparticles? In brief answer.
So actually, when we have tried for the removal of pollutants from magnetic nanomaterials, we didn't face this problem actually, because in the case of heavy metal ions, we are eluting the metal ions using acids or bases, very diluted acids and very diluted bases. So in that case, if there would be any chances for mass transfer or something like that, that would be neglected. And in that case, the most importantly, our ligand or our magnetic nanomaterials are metal specific. So in that case, they are not getting any interference from the other metrics which are present in the water systems.
Oh, thank you. It's done.
Okay, sir. Thank you, Dr. Kanika. You may now leave stop sharing your screen.
Okay.
So now I request the next speaker, that is Komal Verma and Richa Sharma. Are you ready with your presentation? Komal Verma and Richa Sharma, are you here?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible. Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Is my screen visible?
No, it is not visible. I also request Priyanka, Sneha Yadav, Shilpa Mehta, Anju Srivastava and RK Sharma. So please be ready with your presentation because you are next in line.
Now is my
Yes,
screen
now
visible,
it is visible. Yes, yes.
Okay, okay.
Please start. So you have
very
5
good,
minutes. Okay.
Yeah. A very good evening to everyone. I'm Komal Verma, research scholar under the supervision of Dr. Richa Sharma. Today I'm here to give my presentation on the topic KNN PVDF composite films based flexible piezoelectric generator. KNN concentrations impact on the generator's piezoelectric performance. Here are the outlines. Now, in the introductory part, as in the global economy, energy crisis has become a great shortfall in the supply of energy. So there are the different reasons of the energy crisis, like our population, poor infrastructure, energy waste, unused renewable options, lack of storage, overconsumption, and so on. So the energy there is so one of the solution to solve the energy crisis is the energy harvester. So energy harvester basically is a process in which the energy is captured from the system's environment and converted into the usable electric power. So there are the different sources of energy in the surrounding environment, such as the light energy, vibrations, heat energy. Vibration or pressure means it is a piezoelectric element. This is a schematic of the conservation of energy from these different sources of the energy. So among these, my work is focused on the conversion of the mechanical energy into the electrical energy. Now, by using the piezoelectric energy harvester, we can convert the mechanical energy into the electrical energy. And it is based on the piezoelectric effect. Basically, there are the two effects. One is the direct piezoelectric effect, and in which the polarization is induced by the application of the external forces. Second one is the converse piezoelectric effect, in which material gets deformed due to an applied electric field. So basically, in the first figure, there's it shows the direct piezoelectric effect. That is when we apply the force, output voltage has generated. Besides this, when the electric field, that is a voltage, is applied, the material gets strained. That is a deformed. In the second figure, it represents the fabricated piezoelectric generator device in which when we apply the perpendicular force, electric dipoles align themselves in the single direction, which results in the generation of potential deliverance across both the electrodes. As a result of this, current flows from the top to bottom electrodes. Further, when we applied force on the device is released, what happened? Then the electric dipoles reverses, and as a result, current flows from the bottom to top electrodes. So based on the piezoelectricity, there are so many piezoelectric materials which can be classified in the form of the single crystal, ceramic, polymers, and among these our work is focused on the ceramic, that is a potassium sodium niobate, and polymer as a PVDF as a polymer. So piezoelectric energy harvester is made up of ceramics. However, ceramics are the brittle, rigid, and they have poor flexibility, so limit their versatile use in the various practical applications. So one of the solution of making piezoelectric energy harvester, there are so many polymers, as polymers have good flexibility, but due to the low piezoelectric performance of the polymers, we cannot use it individually. So in order to overcome this fragile problem of piezoelectric generator, ceramic as a filler and polymer as a flexible matrix have been developed. So there are certain advantages, like they are wearable, they can be used in self-powered micro devices, they can be used in the smart wearable systems like wristwatch, they can be used to power gadgets and phones, they also used in the powering pacemaker. These are some applications. And this is a literature survey. Now we have chosen the KNN ceramic due to the following reasons, as they are lead free and environmental friendly, and there are some good properties of it. And we use PVDF as a polymer because of its high flexibility and its high mechanical strength. This is a work plan, experimental work. Here we have prepared the KNN ceramic by using the solid state reaction method, and this is the complete process. We have done the XRD of the KNN powder calcined at different temperatures, and we have optimized in my first publication in the Journal of Material Sciences, and we have optimized the calcined temperature, and it is a 1050 degrees Celsius based on the ritual refinement. This is a SAM analysis of the KNN ceramic powder, and we have found that there is a cubical morphology and having the size of the 1.32 micrometer. This is the synthesis method of the KNN PVDF flexible composite film. Here we have prepared the flexible composite film by using the solvent casting method. This is a fabrication of the KNN PVDF based piezoelectric generator. And we have used the full wave bridge rectifier to get the open circuit voltage as well as the short circuit current. Now this is the result in discussions. Here we have chosen KNN concentration from 0% to the 20%, and we found that 15% KNN is the best. By using the XRD pattern and as well as the FTIR. Okay, this is a SAM analysis of the composite films. This is FTIR, that is a Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy of the flexible composite films. This is a piezoelectric generator voltage output, and we have obtained 10.56 voltage for the 15% KNN ceramic as a filler and PVDF as a polymer. By using the full wave bridge rectifier, we have gotten the open circuit voltage, that is 11.2 volt for the 15% KNN, which is the highest voltage, and the maximum value of the short circuit current was obtained for the piezoelectric generator device containing 15%, that is more than the 300 nanoampere. This is a generated output voltage. We can use it to the various applications, like for the elbow curving and for the finger bending. This is a proposed piezoelectric energy generator in the present work. It can be utilized various mechanical energy in our day-to-day life. So in summarized way, we can say that an eco-friendly flexible piezoelectric energy generator based on KNN PVDF composite has been successfully fabricated, and the addition of KNN ceramic as a filler in the PVDF matrix has significantly enhanced the output signals of the piezoelectric generator devices, and the maximum voltage and current generated by the piezoelectric generator device are 11.2 volt and 0.3 microampere, that is a 300 nanoampere under the finger tapping method. And the practical, we can use it in the practical applications, like by harvesting the human body motion such as elbow curving and finger bending. These are some references. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Komal, for the presentation. It is a good and a systematic work. Dr. Ramesh, do you have any questions from your side?
Yes, just what type of mechanical activity that help to generate the electricity? What you suggest means what its commercial application?
Yes, sir. In the commercial applications, by running, by breathing, by elbow movement, these are the daily activities like walking, running, in which the mechanical energy can be stored and they can be used in the electrical energy.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Komal. You can, okay. So our next presenter for this session is Priyanka Sneha Yadav. Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening,
Yes.
ma'am. Yes.
Good evening. And I request Mohit Kumar, MK Sharma, and DS Malik, please be ready with your presentations because you are next. Yes, Priyanka, you can start sharing the screen.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sharing. Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, it is visible. Please start. And you have 5 minutes.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Yeah. So okay. Good evening, everyone. I am here to discuss about the topic design and fabrication of metal organic framework derived copper oxide nanoparticle as a catalyst for the synthesis of 2,3-dihydroquinazolinones. So what are metal organic frameworks? So metal organic frameworks are the porous coordination polymer that composed of metal ions that combine with the organic linker to form MOF. It serves various advantages like high surface area, ordered porous structure, diversity of metal organic linker, easy tunability, and high active metal center. Despite of various advantages it has some of the disadvantages like low chemical and thermal stability and diffusion limitation towards active site. So this disadvantage can be overcome by using MOF as a sacrificial template to synthesize MOF drive structure that are considerably more stable material, and they are synthesized by simple one post treatment which involves pyrolysis. It offers various advantages over MOF, that is like improved chemical and thermal stability, enhanced surface area, high dispersion of abundant active sites, and smaller particle size. For example, in this picture, ZIF67, which is a common MOF, can be pyrolysis in inert atmosphere for 8 hours, leads to the cobalt-based MOF drive structure. So so on the basis of synthetic strategy we adopt, MOF drive structures are of different type. First is metal oxide, the second one is the nanoparticles embedded in a carbon matrix, and third one is nanostructured carbon. This picture depicts the various different forms of MOF drive structure and their application in the field of catalysis. So I will be focusing only on the metal oxide part because I used for my research work area. So how we obtain the MOF drive metal oxide from the MOF. So it can be easily obtained by simple direct carbonization process in the presence of air and oxygen. So what happens is that like MOF structure collapses at the decomposition temperature. The remaining carbonaceous structure is burned and leading to the carbon-free metal oxide. For example, that is ZIF67 MOF undergo calcination to gives cobalt oxide nanoparticles. So now I will be discussing about my research work. So I obtained the copper 5 Nipa MOF by using the hydrothermal approach that are subjected to calcination at different temperature, that is 400, 500, 600 and 700 degrees Celsius. And this can be done by using a pyrolysis process in the presence of air for 3 hours, leads to copper oxide nanoparticles. And these copper oxide nanoparticles that derive from copper 5 Nipa MOF are subjected to characterized by various techniques technique, that is FTIR, XRD, scanning, electron microscopy, TEM, and BET and XPS. So this is the FTIR spectra, which is FTIR spectroscopy is a vital tool for functional group analysis. So this FTIR spectra shows the spectrum of the copper 5-nipamorph and derived copper oxide nanoparticles at different temperature. As we figure out that the FTIR spectra of copper morph contains the IR bands of the organic ligands, and when it's subjected to pyrolysis at different temperature, that IR bands of the organic ligand disappears, and the new peaks from 580 to 480 centimeter comes which corresponds to copper oxide bond. Further XRD analysis was done to check the crystallinity and the phase purity of the copper oxide nanoparticles, and we obtained various diffraction peak that corresponds to the monoclinic phase of copper oxide, and which is in accordance with the GC-PDS card number. And also no additional peaks were detected that suggested the high purity of the synthesized copper oxide nanoparticles. Further SAM and TAM analysis was done to check the morphology and the crystallinity and the size, and to check the size of the copper oxide nanoparticles. In the first figure, copper 5-nipamorph is of hexagonal bipyramidal in morphology, but after doing pyrolysis, it converted to copper oxide nanoparticles. Further size distribution, this is a size distribution curve which copper oxide nanoparticles comes out to be 55 nanometer in size. EDX analysis was done to check the element present in the sample, and copper and oxygen comes. Okay, so XPS analysis was done to check the purity, elemental composition, and the oxidation state of copper oxide nanoparticles, and the core spectrum of the copper 2p state shows that copper is present in +2 state, and which is due to the shake-up satellite peak is here in this spectra, and which neglects the possibility of copper in +1 oxidation state. BET analysis was done to check the porosity of the sample, and we can easily see that the copper oxide nanoparticles belongs to the type 4 hysteresis loop that correspond to the mesoporous structure. So here non-porous to porous transition occurs. Further, to check for the application part, I checked the catalytic activity of copper oxide nanoparticle in the synthesis of 2,3-dihydroquinazolinones. And we further optimized our catalyst, and we see that we get the best result when we use the catalyst in 20 mg amount, and the solvent used is ethanol under reflex condition for 60 minutes. We get the best result. Also, the substrate scope was analyzed to get the library of 2,3-dihydroquinazolinones, and we get the good to excellent yields for the various substrates. Further mechanistic aspects was explored, and in this mechanism, copper oxide actually act as a Lewis acid, which further accelerates the nucleophilic addition on the carbonyl carbon, and this is basically a simple reaction mechanism. Then we compare our protocol to the previously present literature. So we compare the protocol with the literature precedent, and we found that our protocol is far more superior in compared to the reaction condition, reaction time, and yield. So also we checked the heterogeneity and the recyclability of our catalyst, and we found that our copper oxide nanoparticle catalyst show catalytic efficacy up to 5 catalytic runs. And in conclusion, so we have fabricated the copper 5-nipamorph derived copper oxide nanoparticle, which successfully act as a potential heterogeneous catalyst in one pot, like multi-component reaction of 2,3-dihydroquinazolone derivative, and it offers various advantages like high porosity and surface area, recyclability, impressive catalytic potential, atom economy approach. It is an atom economy approach, broad substrate scope, and also non-porous to porous transition. And this paper is published in Colloids and Surfaces A, that has impact factor of 5.518. And that's it. Thank you. And last, I would like to thank my supervisor, Professor R.K. Sharma sir, and Professor Anju Srivastava ma'am for constant guiding me and motivating through my research work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Priyanka. Since we are running out of time, Dr. Ramesh, you have a question? Any question from your side?
We should move to next.
Yes, yes. So Priyanka, you can quickly,
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah.
So our next presenter is Mohit Kumar, MK Sharma, and DS Malik. So Mohit Kumar, are you here? Mohit Kumar, are you here?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah. So can you please share your screen? We can immediately start with the presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
And I also request Shivani, the last presenter for today's session, to be ready with the presentation.
Ma'am.
Yes, yes, it is visible. Please start.
Everyone?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. I am Mohit Kumar, presenting my presentation on topic numerical groundwater flow and sulfate transport modeling in gypsum enriched aquifer of Bemitara district, Chhattisgarh. Basically, groundwater is a dynamic system, and its flow measurements are very important for tracking the solute transport in different type of aquifer of the world. Groundwater model are used for this type of simulation and prediction of the different type of conditions. So there are different type of groundwater models for investigating the quality as well as quality aspect of the aquifer. For why we are using this type of models for management of the groundwater resource that having different type of issue with the groundwater resources. Secondly, pollutant dispersion pattern and development of the different type of remediation technology to solve the different type of technique that like MAR and aquifer storage recovery technology. Now, this is my research objective: groundwater flow simulation and sulfate transport modeling in the Bemitara district. Basically, this district is highly contaminated with the sulfate contamination. So we perform the modeling to solve this type of issue, sulfate contamination in the groundwater of the Bemitara district. This is my study area, showing the sampling sites, 58 groundwater sampling that we done to perform this type of investigation from the my research work. This is the methodology for modeling the freight and transport of the sulfate contamination, starting from selection of the model area and ended with the model run results in the form of model output. This is the scheme of my result and discussion subsections. I will skip this now. The results and discussion. This is my showing the result modeling area that is selected based on the highly contamination zone that is preparing with the help of IDW technique, spatial distribution map of sulfate in the study area. This is the lithological data that we have implemented in the modeling, showing the surface geological surface elevation with the litholog data. And this is the map showing the variation of lithology of the available data that is used for the modeling. This is the layering that we assign to the model into the 4 type of layer, that is aquifer 1, then aquitard, then aquifer 2, and then aquitard last one is the aquitard layer 2. Now this is the model description that the size of cell, each cell is 445 meter into 470 meter, and 2304 square kilometer is the model area. And this is the boundary conditions that 3 rivers are flowing in the different direction in the study area, and there is a marginal the marginal area that is acting as a no flow of the no flow boundary condition. These are the distribution of the observation well depending upon the available 5-year groundwater data that is collected from the CGWB source. And this is the initial 2014 year initial head conditions in the model after optimizing the input parameter with different type of optimizing trial and error based approach. And now calibration of the model. 6 observation well, we have 5-year data 2014 to 2018. Based on that, 3-year data was used for the calibration and 2-year data used for the groundwater validation of the model. Here is the results for the simulation of the groundwater table. First day as well as last day showed here result, and the accuracy and the results are very well matched with the different type of the parameters on basis of which we can say that the simulation is good in our model shows very good calibration results. And these are the the comparison of the initial heads at different type of locations with respect to time, and very well matched with the observed and with the interpolated and observed values. This is the validation scenario of the groundwater table, observed versus model value. As you can see that this is very well accurately matched with the observed and the model value of the initial heads. Now this is again the model validations results, first day and the last day of the validation part. Here is it is also again the good results for the validation purpose. So after validation, this model serve as for the the further for the contaminant transport of the sulfate in Bemintara district. So here I'm only present the outcomes of one of the outcomes of our investigation for developing some scenario how to solve this type of sulfate contamination problem in groundwater using applying the artificial discharge at different sites. So I'm presenting here only one site that is Murra. Here the initial conditions of sulfate concentration is approximately 1000 mg per liter. Initial groundwater table was 250 mg per liter. After injecting the the injecting well through discharge rate is increased by injecting well, that is very from the rate is very from 55 to 65 meter cube per day for 2.5 years. So the results you can see that after run the model, the rise in water table, as you can see that there is a rise in groundwater table after artificial discharge, as well as the concentration of the sulfate that is approximately 1000 ppm will reduce to up to the 400 ppm. So this type of scenario we are suggesting to the the solving to the problem of this sulfate contamination will be very beneficial to the state groundwater board for implementing this type of the artificial discharge as a remediation in the study area. So here I'm concluding my presentation. So groundwater flow for the study area was simulated using transient flow model using mode flow software, and different type of the layering and input parameter was optimized for the calibration and validation, and the calibration and validation results are found satisfactory. Further, it was also observed that the concentration of decrease with increase in the rate of groundwater recharge through injection well. So this simulation results could be integrated in the future groundwater management plan of the study area. Thank you for your kind attention.
So thank you very much for your presentation. It was a different type of a presentation, got some new things to learn from it. But however, since we are running out of time, so we'll not be able to take up any questions. I request you to please stop sharing your screen. Now I request the last speaker for the session, that is Shivani, Sonu Ambani and Tanuj Kumar Ambani to give their presentation on exploring anti-inflammatory and antioxidant activity of Moringa oleifera lamb in chicken prenositis culture system. Are you ready with your presentation? Shivani, are you there?
I think just now she has joined. I have.
Oh, yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay.
So you can represent.
Okay. So can you start sharing your screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So, good evening, everyone. I'm Shivani, and today I will be presenting my master research work, which were based on the exploring anti-inflammatory and antioxidant activity of Moringa oleifera lamb in chicken splenocyte culture system. So, starting with the introduction, increase or decrease in immunological responsiveness brought by the alteration in an immune response. So, alteration in immune response can be brought by immunomodulators, which can be biological in nature, synthetic in nature, which stimulators suppress or modulate any component of the immune system, which give both innate and adaptive arm of immunity. So there are two type of immunomodulators like immunostimulators and suppressant. Immunostimulators are the drug which activate or increase the immune response, whereas immunosuppressant are those kind of drugs which weaken or decrease the immune response. So medicinal plants are known to have an immunomodulatory activity. Along with this, medicinal plants are the plethora of various phytochemicals like terpenoids, phenols, steroids, etc. And they are used in herbal immunomodulation, cosmetics, and food industries. So colossal impact on medicinal plants show colossal impact on poultry industries, which improve performance, productivity, and reduce spread of disease and improving poultry immunity and health. So Moringa oleifera, this is a medicinal plant which belongs to the Moringaceae family known as sedge and drumstick host radish tree, which grow in a tropical, subtropical region of the world, and it have antioxidant, antibacterial, antifungal, antidiabetic, antipyretic, etc. activities. So these are the parameters like antioxidant potentials, anti-inflammatory potentials, determination of maximum non-cytotoxic dose of a plant extract, immunomodulatory potential of a plant extract through lymphocyte proliferation assay, and the last one is differential gene expression of cytokines through real-time PCR. So the plant was collected from Almora, Uttarakhand, and plant material was authenticated by Dr. D.S. Rawat, Department of the Biological Sciences, CVSH, Pantnagar, and the collection of a spleen from a healthy chicken broiler was collected from a local slaughterhouse, Pantnagar. And mitogens are procured from the high media laboratories. And this is the Moringa oleifera. And this picture represents the lyophilized crude extract of Moringa oleifera. So result and discussion. So these are the antioxidant assays which show the antioxidant potential of the plant. Like first is a reducing power antioxidant assay. So reducing power capacity shown by the antioxidant. In this assay, antioxidant present in the plant reduce the potassium ferricyanide into a potassium ferrocyanide. So the concentration is increasing, which show direct relationship with the reducing power capacity of the antioxidant. So it show a dose dependent manner relationship. So next is the hydrogen peroxide scavenging activity. So basically hydrogen peroxide is a reactive oxygen species which can be scavenged by the antioxidant present on a Moringa oleifera extract. Next is the metal ion chelation activity. So in case of metal ion chelation activity, chelation of a ferrous ion through the antioxidant present in the plant extracts and which reduce the ferrocyanide and which impart light purple color. And next is the anti-inflammatory activities which shown by a protein denaturation assay and protein enzyme inhibitory assay. So in case of protein denaturation assay, Moringa oleifera showed percent denaturation inhibition. Whenever the protein is subjected to heat, it denature and cause inflammation. But if a plant extract is having anti-inflammatory potential, it will inhibit the process of denaturation and hence inhibit the inflammation. Same as well in a protein enzyme inhibitory assay. Next is the determination of maximum non-cytotoxic dose of Moringa oleifera extract and dexamethasone. So,
maximum non-cytotoxic dose of Moringa oleifera was determined through the reduction through MTT assay, in which the reduction of yellow tetrazolium salt with the help of a NADPH dependent oxidoreductase enzyme present in a cell, and the maximum non-cytotoxic dose were found at 250 microgram per ml. Beyond this concentration, cytotoxicity was observed. Whereas in case of dexamethasone, it was about 30 nanogram per micro per ml. And the dexamethasone, which is a potent glucocorticoid and anti-inflammatory agent, as well as immunosuppressant agent. So during the COVID, dexamethasone were given to the COVID patient, which suppress the cytokine storm. So it is the immunomodulatory potential of Moringa oleifera extract was confirmed through the lymphocyte proliferation assay, which showed the proliferation of a B lymphocyte and T lymphocytes in the presence of different mitogens, like lymphocyte in the presence of LPS, PHA, and concanavalin A. And last parameter is differential gene expression was confirmed through the real-time PCR. So these are the expression of cytokine. Basically, cytokines are the molecule produced in response to immunological stimulus. So first is the differential gene expression of NF-kappa B1. So NF-kappa B1 is the master regulator of the pro-inflammatory cytokines. So the results show that the mean fold expression in case of Moringa is higher as comparison to DEXA, but as compared to the control, the result was found, the mean fold expression was found to be less, whereas in case of LPS, the Moringa extract treated with the LPS show higher mean fold expression as comparison to the unstimulated. So whereas in case of TNF-alpha, that is a tumor necrosis factor, which is a powerful mediator of inflammation, show the reduction in the mean fold expression of Moringa oleifera as compared to the control. Whereas next is IL-1 beta. IL-1 beta is a cytokine. IL-1 beta is a cytokine. It acts as an anti-inflammatory cytokine which regulates the inflammation as well as.
Shivani, you have just 1 more minute.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Next one is the IL-6 and IL-6 cytokine, and in this case, Moringa show a significant reduction as compared to the control, but it show immunopotentiating effect because it's showing a immune response. Last is a IL-10 and COX-2. IL-10 is an anti-inflammatory cytokine which inhibit the disease process, and it inhibit the Th1 and Th2 cell activation. So the mean fold expression of Moringa oleifera was found to be higher as comparison to the control. Whereas if we talk about the COX-2 is an enzyme which are responsible for the synthesis of pro-inflammatory mediators like prostaglandin, which are pain inducer. And the expression in case of Moringa was found to be reduced as comparison to the control. So here the conclusion. So Moringa oleifera show immunopotentiating activity as well as antioxidative and anti-inflammatory activity. So in vivo trial could be one of the further future perspective to further confirm the immunopotentiating activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Shivani, for the good presentation. Since we do not have much time, so I'm not going for the discussion. I now request our next speaker, Ujjwal Devanshi Magoo. Are you here?
Well, we had the information that it is scheduled for tomorrow.
Oh, is it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
ma'am.
I'm
But
sorry,
today
I'm
we
sorry.
have only 10 presentations.
10 presentations? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. So then it was, so Shivani was the last presentation probably.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Dr. Anupama and Dr. Pragya, are you here? Because
yes, ma'am.
We have finished with the presentations.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. This is Dr. Neha Chaudhary from Hindu College. May I request our chairpersons, Dr. Amrita Mishra ma'am and Dr. Ramesh Kumar sir, to please express their views about this session.
So it was a very good session. Actually, it was good to hear from the young minds after a very, very long gap. And it was a very diversified session with, we had some presentations based on healthcare and some on wastewater treatment, some on use of different type of materials which can be for used as catalysts or for photo pollution. So it was a very diversified and a very informative session. And we are very happy that we could be a part of this session and we got the opportunity to chair it. So I would like to also thank the organizing committee, all the members, Dr. Shipra, and all the organizing committee members for inviting us for this session. So thank you very much, and all the best and many good luck to all these young minds. And I hope that you do very well in your future research career. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir?
Thank you, and I completely agree with Professor Amrita Mishra about the presentation. And the young minds are doing very different research in the different field, and they are very innovative and as well as a new area or new concept. So, and thank you for Professor Chipra Madam for providing this platform for these young minds, as well as inviting us to chair this session. So I also enriched lots of new information regarding some good knowledge. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. I feel honored and privileged to get this opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special event. I would like to thank our honorable chairpersons, Dr. Amrita Mishra ma'am and Dr. Ramesh Kumar sir, who blessed us with their presence. I am also very much thankful to all esteemed speakers and brilliant participants who all made our session knowledgeable and interesting. Now I would like to call Dr. Priyanka to conduct STE Annual Award Ceremony. Dr. Priyanka, ma'am, over to you.
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, you're very much audible. Good evening.
Just a minute. My screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's a virtual world and it's a virtual cup of tea for everyone because it was a hectic and a very knowledgeable and a very nice session. So all of you enjoy and let's be ready for the next prestigious set of awards given by STE, our esteemed organization. In STE, we believe in निश्चित्वा यह प्रक्रमते न अंत वस्ति कर्मणः अवंत कालो दश्यात्मा स पंडित उच्यते। जो व्यक्ति किसी भी कार्य व्यवहार को निश्चय पूर्वक आरंभ करता है उसे बीच में नहीं रोकता, समय को बर्बाद नहीं करता तथा अपने मन को नियंत्रण में रखता है, वही ज्ञानी है। Whose endeavors are preceded by a firm commitment, who does not take long rest before the task is accomplished, who does not waste time, and who has control over his or her mind is wise. Yes, one of the criteria of getting or conferring STE awards is triple C, that stands for committed, cogitative, and conscientious. So we start with our first set of awards of this session. We have STE International Achiever Award and STE Meritorious Award. For STE International Achiever Award, we have the first one is Professor Sanjay Joshi, Professor, Department of Industrial and Manufacturing Engineering, Penn State University, USA. Professor Sanjay, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Congratulations to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much for this award. Really, I'm honored.
Yes, for your distinguished work in the field of product design and development, manufacturing, process mechanics, and related fields. Once again, congratulations, Professor Sanjay Joshi. We have next awardee in this session is Dr. Ramesh Kumar, another STE International Achiever. He is postdoctoral research fellow, Department of Earth Resources and Environmental Engineering, Hanyang University, Seoul, Republic of Korea, for his distinguished work in the field of analytical chemistry, environmental chemistry, and water technologies. Dr. Ramesh, I hope you are here.
Yeah, I am here. Thank you, ma'am.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Dr. Ramesh.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Let's have another one is Dr. Krishna Sharma, Research Fellow, School of Chemistry, University of Leeds, UK, for your impressive work in the field of green chemistry. Congratulations, Dr. Krishna Sharma. I hope you are here.
Thank you very much. I am here.
Okay, congratulations, Dr.
Yes,
Krishna.
Thank you very much. And yes, I have some issues. I'm not able to open my video camera.
Okay, no issues, Dr. Sharma.
But I would just like to say that good evening, everyone, chief patron, patrons, conveners, co-conveners, organizing secretaries, organizing committee, and all the participants. I would just like to thank Dr. Shipra Mishra and the rest of the organizing committee for conferring me with this STE International Achiever Award. And I really appreciate all the efforts that Save the Environment organization has been taking for the past 30 years in order to save our environment. And especially in organizing this international conference, focusing on pressing environmental matters such as water, agriculture, sustainability, and health. And for all the awareness as well that it has been creating among the participants, such as today, to save our environment. And I just wish the organization and the entire organizing committee with much success in the coming years. And I hope this continues with the same vigor in the coming years. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Krishna, for your kind words. We have another awardee of this session of this category is Dr. Soumya Dabral, Product Development Scientist, BASF, Netherlands, for her remarkable work on development of renewables, reusables, and recyclable products. Congratulations, Dr. Soumya. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much for bestowing me with this award. I would like to extend my congratulations to Dr. Shipra Mishra. I'm also an alumni of Hindu College, so it is also extra special to be receiving this award in front of many of my professors who have taught me before. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Soumya. And once again, congratulations from the entire STE family.
Thank you.
We have another award, STE Meritorious Award for Excellence in Academics and Research. And this year, the award goes to one of our very renowned Professor Saeed Ahmed. And the award is conferred to him for his visionary work on bioactive natural products and medicinal chemistry. Congratulations, Professor Saeed. I hope you are here. Okay, so let's move on. Any of our international speakers who have joined, if they would like to say a few words. Professor Sanjay Joshi, Dr. Ramesh, Dr. Krishna. Dr. Krishna has already done. And Dr. Soumya. If you like to say something, Professor Sanjay or Dr. Sharma, Ramesh.
Yeah, I would like to just thank the committee for honoring me with this award. I'm deeply humbled to receive this award. And it's my pleasure to join in. And even I saw some of the presentations. I was very impressed with some of the young presentations that I saw. So I think the future is bright.
Thank you so much, Professor Sanjay. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for joining. Let's move on with another category of awards, STE Water Awards. Jal mein amrit hai, jal mein aushadhi hai. Water has to be saved and life cannot be imagined without water. So it's a great privilege to announce the names of STE Water Awards. And this year, the award is conferred to Dr. MVSS Giridhar Professor and Head, Center for Water Resources, IST JNTU Hyderabad, for his distinguished work in the fields of water management and water technologies. Dr. Giridhar, are you there? Okay, STE Water Awards. Another one is Mr. Ramveer Tamar, founder Say Earth NGO and environmentalist Greater Noida, UP, for his noteworthy efforts towards pond restoration and rejuvenation and maintenance of urban forest. Mr. Ramveer Tamar, are you there? I think he's not there. So let's move on to another set of awards. In this session is STE Innovation Awards. Once founder of Amazon, Jeff Bezos, said, I believe you have to be willing to be misunderstood if you are going to innovate. I think Dr. Tapan better understands this phrase because the awards for STE Innovation goes to Dr. Tapan Kumar Rao for his impactful work in the fields of environmental protection and innovation. Dr. Tapan. Dr. Tapan is not there. Dr. Tapan?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, congratulations, Dr. Tapan.
Yeah, thank you very much for this is I'm very humbled and honored to receiving this prestigious award from STE. Thank you very much to the entire organizer and teams.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tapan, for your kind words. Congratulations from entire STE family.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. So let's move on with STE Women Excellence Awards. Nari Rashtrasya Akshi Asti. Woman is the eye of the nation. Woman is the perfect architect of the society. She makes society powerful. And our STE list shall remain sketchy if we do not honor the women of the society who are leaders, innovators, entrepreneurs, environmentalists, scientists, and so on. The list is so long. So this year, the award is conferred to 4 women from various categories, from various fields. First of all is Dr. Neeraj Tandon, Principal Investigator, Medicinal Plant Division, Indian Council of Medical Research, for her exemplary work on medicinal and aromatic plants. Dr. Neeraj, congratulations. Are you here? Yes, Dr. Neeraj has joined us. I think she is not able to. Dr. Neeraj.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much for bestowing this award on me. And I thank the organizers and the committee members, including Dr. Shipra Mishra, who is the president of this committee, for my very insignificant contributions and selecting me for the STE Women Excellence Award, which in the eyes of my well-wishers was considered worthy. I very humbly accept this prestigious award and wish this organization a very best in future for all its endeavors. I've been hearing some of the presentations also and would be talking on a new way of regulating plant drugs in future. And therefore, my keynote address would be tomorrow. And I thank the organizers to give me an opportunity to speak to. And this presentation of mine tomorrow would be helpful to many of the students, who would take their leads in this particular route to develop drugs for certain refractory diseases in modern medicine, where modern medicine does not seem to have a very good cure. I thank the organizers for bestowing this award on me, and I very humbly accept it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. And I very humbly, on behalf of entire STE family, thank you for your kind words, your motivation. Thank you, madam. Thank you. And once again, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We move on to, and the second awardee in this category is Mrs. Aparna Pujari, eco-entrepreneur and founder, Ila Eco Products, Dharwad, for groundbreaking work in promoting innovation for environment protection. Mrs. Aparna Pujari, I hope she has joined us to take this award in virtual mode. Of course, the certificates and the other things will be sent to them. Mrs. Aparna Pujari. Okay, let's move on then. We have another awardee is Dr. Mrs. M.G. Sujana, Chief Scientist and
Aparna Pujari is there.
okay. Let's hear from you, Mrs. Aparna, if you want to share something. Okay. We can hear from Mrs. Aparna later on. We have M.G. Sujana, Chief Scientist, Environment and Sustainability Department, CSIR, Institute of Minerals and Materials Technology, Bhubaneswar, Odisha, for her notable work on environmental protection and water technologies. Congratulations, Mrs. Sujana. Are you there? Dr. Mrs. M.G. Sujana.
No, ma'am.
Okay. She's not there, I think. STE Women Excellence Awards. Another one goes to Dr. Noor Afshan Khan, Senior Scientist, CSIR, NEERI, Delhi Zonal Center, for her distinguished work in the fields of environmental engineering and environmental chemistry. Many, many congratulations, Dr. Noor. Are you there to say a few words regarding your work and other things?
No, she is not there.
She is not there. I hope the award for this sessions are over, and I thank you, Madam, for giving me this opportunity to announce the awards of this session, and over to the organizers. Thank you so much.
I think that will be all for the day. Now we will finish this event with national anthem.
No, we will do the national anthem tomorrow. I think today's events are over. All the events are over. Yes, ma'am. So the events are over.
Thank you, everybody. Everybody's contribution is well appreciated for successful completion of the first day of EWASH 2022. And we hope to meet you soon, tomorrow on time, so that we are able to have the deliberations completed on time and we are able to enjoy the second day as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
For successfully conducting the entire day you have been working. Anyway, thank you a lot.
Ji, ma'am.
Thank you,
ma'am.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.